Chapter 270, An Unexpected Request. Lotties and Pamela immediately understood that Shugadome was not joking. He was serious when he said that Chloe needed to die. Thus, both quickly readied their stance to protect their master. But they were too late. The moment they felt the compulsion to protect, Hammers, who was just standing next to Shugadome a moment ago, already had his hand on their faces. Hammers was holding back. It was to warn them. He would kill them if they tried to make any suspicious moves. If he had any desire to kill, they would already be dead by now. Thus, Pamela and Lotties knew better than to try anything in this situation. Chloe exasperatedly sighed. Not only was it to help her calm down, but it was also to fake bravado in front of Shugadome. Shugadome-sama, I don't think it's wise for an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry to spill blood inside the inner wall. Those who were living inside the inner wall, even the worst out of the bunch, all had at least some level of decency. Something common sense to all of them was the matter of taking lives. It was an action only meant for outside the inner wall. Even if those within the inner wall had no worries when it came to monsters, killing each other would mean that there was no difference between inside and outside the inner wall. Thus, if such acts were committed inside, there was no meaning for them to live inside the inner wall. This common sense was one of the main pillars that maintained civil order within the inner wall. Chloe was implying that this was not something that an officer from the 5 biggest corporations should do. They serve as an example. Thus, she was trying to use that to stop Shugadome. However, Shugadome did not show any reaction to her words. I can understand why you would say that. In that case. But personally speaking, as a part of Sakashita Heavy Industry, I also take pride in actively contributing to the safety of the Eastern District as a whole. I understand the danger of that card in your possession. Unfortunately, I'm not that irresponsible. I can't allow someone who would dare say something as preposterous as giving such a dangerous object to the nationalists to go. Even with my contract with city management. Even considering the fact that you're someone from the Lawrence house. It's not enough of a reason not to dispose of you. Even after he said that, Shugadome was still as expressionless as usual. It was as if disposing of her was just one of his common duties. He was only executing his duty. Nothing more. Chloe understood that much. After I dispose of you, I will report to Lion Steel. I had just cleaned up a nationalist supporter inside the Lion Steel Company. I have no plans to hide it. If you have any last words, you can go ahead and make your calls. I'm lenient enough to at least wait for you to finish delivering your will. Chloe's smile already vanished from her face. Behind her stern expression, she was desperately trying to find a way out. She understood that pleading for her life was useless. She had to make a good logical argument to change Shugadome's mind. She was using everything her brain could conjure up. It was to the point where she could feel the time slow down. However, she could not come up with anything decent. After a short pause, Shugadome then spoke. It was as if to tell Chloe that she had run out of time. I see. So, you have no last will to leave behind, huh? Now then. Chloe scowled in fear. Lotties and Pamela also thought that this was their end. That I will allow you to retract your statement and correct this misunderstanding. If you do so, I will regard that statement as nothing but an atrocious bluff, which stemmed from your foolishness. That you were not trying to support the nationalists. Chloe did not expect things to end like this. She quickly recovered and took his offer. I only meant it as the worst-case scenario. It was a possibility, which only meant to emphasize the value of the card. I have no wish to let it fall into nationalists' hands. I take what I said back and apologize for making such a remark. Once again, silence filled the room. Chloe knitted her eyebrows, thinking her statement was not good enough. After that short silence, Shugadome spoke up without the slightest change in his tone. Very well. Chloe inadvertently sighed with relief. She was panting, caused by the lingering anxiety after that whole ordeal. Hammers also let Lotties and Pamela go. They straightened their posture but seemed rather lethargic. Hammers then casually returned to Shugadome's side. Both you and I are as strong as common people. But at the same time, we both have the authority to command those with powerful fighting capabilities. It only takes one word for us to kill someone. That is exactly why we must be careful with what we say. Thank you for the advice. Chloe, who managed to calm her breathing, replied. Now then, I guess I should let you know this to avoid any misunderstanding. It seems like you actually believe that I don't understand the full worth of that card. But let me tell you this. That is not true at all. I understand the value of that card extremely well. It's just that I don't see any need to get a second card by making a deal with Lion Steel. After he said so, Shugadome pulled out a white card. It was identical to the one that Chloe had. Chloe, Pamela, and Lottie's were shocked speechless. While still in a state of shock, there was a tint of doubt in Chloe's expression. It was slowly filled with confusion and bewilderment. Is that real? If it is, how did he get that card? Then is it fake? But if it is, why would he prepare one? Even if it's real, there should be no drawback in having one more. So, why would he refuse my offer? I can understand you doubting the authenticity of this card. After all, it's not something that can be easily obtained. Of course, I don't doubt its authenticity. I will show you proof then. But before that, there's someone that I want you to meet. Wait here for a bit. As Chloe was wondering who this person was that Shugadome wanted her to meet, Shugadome picked up his information terminal and made a call. A moment later, someone who she had met in the augmented reality room suddenly appeared. It was Shiro. Good grief. Calling me out of the blue after making me wait. I'm busy, you know? So, what is it now? Gek? The moment Shiro noticed Hammers, he could not hide his shock. Meanwhile, Hammers was smiling ominously at him. Shiro let out a dry chuckle as if he was trying to let the matter with Hammers slide. Shugadome then spoke to Shiro. Shiro, I bet you're already acquainted with her. I know that you caused her trouble a few days ago. So, go ahead and give her your apology. You seriously called me just for that? No, I am sorry. Shiro was obviously displeased with this. However, since Shugadome was staring sharply at him, he flusteredly apologized. Please don't worry about it. Chloe was equally flustered as she accepted his apology. Both Shiro and Chloe looked at each other. It was obvious that both of them did not understand why Shugadome was making them do this. Afterwards, Shugadome put his card on the table and said, Let's get back to the main topic. I will show you proof that this card is not fake. Right at the next moment, Olivia appeared next to Shiro. Shugadome used the device on the table to access the card and contacted Olivia. Olivia of Lion Steel, at your service. Thank you for contacting us and choosing our service. Olivia bowed politely at Shugadome and glanced at Chloe. Chloe, who was given a final warning the previous time they had met, flinched back. She obeyed Olivia's warning and decided to not contact her again. However, she was not certain if this was considered a violation of Olivia's warning. There were no clues at all. But Shugadome then stated, She is my guest, please don't mind her. Olivia stared at Chloe's group for a few seconds before turning back to Shugadome. Chloe sighed in relief, believing they were saved. Shugadome smiled at Olivia, who was smiling back at him. He then passed the card over to Hammers. Nice to meet you. I am Shugadome. I'm hoping to discuss a certain job if I may. Olivia's gaze shifted to Hammers. Hammers nodded, which signaled her to proceed. However, Olivia's gaze then shifted to Shiro. Shiro shook his head as if to say that it was not him who called her this time. Only after she checked did her gaze return to Shugadome. She smiled politely at him. Of course. Thank you. That's great to hear. Let's get into the details then. But before that, Shugadome looked at Chloe. I'm sorry, but this is where you leave. Chloe's face stiffened for a split second. It was obvious that she did not appreciate being shooed away right after Shugadome called Shiro. She was finally about to get into the meaty details of her negotiation with Shugadome, but alas, it was not like she could refuse. Of course. Please do excuse us then. She politely bowed to Shugadome and left the room with Lottie's and Pamela in tow. The guide, who accompanied Chloe's group to Shugadome's room, once again guided them out of the territory under Sakashita Heavy Industry. While traveling, Chloe kept thinking back on what just happened in Shugadome's room. There must be some kind of motive behind calling Olivia in front of us. I just can't figure out what it is. Is it simply a means of informing Lion Steel? That Sakashita Heavy Industry already has the means to contact Olivia-sama? Is that really it? Is that really something that important? I feel like there is something more to it. Even after placing assumptions on top of assumptions, guesses on top of guesses, she still could not figure out an answer. It was obvious from her face that she was being tormented by it. There was even a tint of desperation as well. In the end, I could not give the card away to Sakashita Heavy Industry. It didn't go well at all. This will not help my situation at all. As she was deep in thought while walking, the guide suddenly said to her, "Chloe-sama, this is as far as I can go." Alright. Thank you very much. The meeting place with Yudajima was still a bit further ahead. Although it was not that far and she could go by herself, normally, the guide would have accompanied her all the way. The fact that they were being left in the middle of the road was rather weird for her. However, since the guide was a staff member of Sakashita Heavy Industry, Chloe still had to make sure she did not say anything rude. Thus, she gave a smile and thanked the guide. But the guide then did not immediately leave and left a message to her. "I have a message from Shugadome-sama." Chloe gave a nod. She was curious since they met just a moment ago. What might this message be? It's up to Chloe-sama. If Chloe-sama wishes to make this incident bigger, it would be best for Chloe-sama's sake that she does not rope Sakashita Heavy Industry into this. It is also not recommended to cause trouble in Kuzuhara Ruin as well. We're sure that Chloe-sama will clean up after this incident comes to an end. However, in the case where it becomes too much to handle alone, please do contact us. That is all. Chloe, who picked up Shugadome's intention behind the message, was frozen from shock. Lotties and Pamela flusteredly tried to call for her, but she did not react. "Chloe-sama, do tell me if you have a message for Shugadome-sama. Please tell him. Thank you for your warning." "Certainly. Well then, please allow me to excuse myself." The guide then bowed and left calmly. The shock was unbelievable. Watching the guide leave, being left with those she trusted, she suddenly felt a tinge of relief. This minor difference caused her to stumble back. Of course, Pamela and Lotties quickly caught her before she collapsed. "Milady, he knew. He knew everything. The reason why he called Olivia-sama in front of me is just to prove it. But that's just." The reason why Shugadome did not accept the card was because he did not want to get Sakashita Heavy Industry involved in her issues. The reason why he called Olivia in front of her was to confirm whether Olivia was still going to tolerate the trouble that Chloe was causing. The moment she noticed his intentions, her shock intensified, which slowly turned into fear. Afterwards, Chloe wobbled left and right as she walked to the meeting place, where Yudajima was going to regroup with her. Seeing her utterly exhausted, Yudajima worriedly asked, "You don't seem well, what happened?" "That we just had a negotiation with an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It's to be expected that I would be tired afterwards." "I see. In that case, you should head back to your room and rest. I can ask you what happened later." "Sorry, but I'll do just that." Afterwards, Chloe looked at Yudajima. Her eyebrows rose as if she had just come up with something. As expected, Yudajima noticed something was up. "What's wrong?" "No. Nothing. My apologies, but I will return to my detention room. If there are no emergencies, I want to take my time resting." Chloe then went ahead of Yudajima and returned back to her detention room. On her way to her room, Chloe's face turned sterner. I should have been suspicious the moment a mere desperate city management staff member was able to arrange a meeting with an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. What a blunder! I thought the request would get rejected, but it unexpectedly got accepted without much resistance. I got blinded by happiness since it got through. And I thought too highly of myself and my connections. Even with the branch manager of Lion Steel Company Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch. I really still have a long way to go, huh? Initially, Chloe thought that negotiations with Shugadome ended up as a huge failure due to severe blunders on her part. But it was not like she had any other choice in that situation. This means that she had to find another way. She used this experience and sought another solution. Using what she had learnt, she noticed something. Shugadome was able to accurately see through my intentions. He still left me a message. It basically states that he's fine so long as I do not drag Sakashita Heavy Industry in this mess. This can even be interpreted as approval from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Olivia-sama also did not kill me back then. It could be interpreted as Olivia-sama still tolerating the current situation. This should be good enough proof to say that I'm just following Alice-sama's order. Considering that I was able to receive this confirmation, I think it is fine to say that it was not a complete failure. The branch manager should listen to me now. Withdrawing from the ongoing gambit and losing her bet only led to her demise. Therefore, the only choice available was to win. Chloe reminded herself. I have not lost yet. This is not the end. That's right. I'll win this. Whatever it takes. Chloe smiled. She removed the shackle that held her back and reinterpreted the current situation. What could be exchanged for more chips in her wager? After Chloe's group left Shugadome's room, Shiro confusedly looked at Shugadome and asked, "So, did you call me here just to make me apologize to that girl? If so, can I leave now? I'm busy, you know." "Oh. If you leave now, I will declare that you have run away from Sakashita." "What is it then? Can we just get to it already?" "Let's get on to the main subject then." Shugadome smiled at Olivia. "Olivia-san, is it possible to ask you to be his bodyguard?" Shiro was caught by surprise. Shugadome then explained with a serious gaze. "Last time, you said you don't want to have someone guard you. But it should be fine if it's her, no? As a matter of fact, you even paid her to be your bodyguard before. So, I won't take no as an answer." Shiro obviously started to panic. Well, that is... I don't have the money to pay for her." "Don't worry about that. I will pay for her." "So then, Olivia-san, may I trouble you with such a request? If the escort target approves, I shall take care of it right away." "That sounds reassuring. So there you have it, Shiro-kun. Give Olivia-san your approval." Shiro's face turned pale as he firmly shut his mouth. "Just to let you know, regardless of the status of your task, if you don't return back in 1 month, I will assume that you plan to seek refuge in another company. We will dispatch men to arrest you. However, if you're accompanied by an escort at that point, I will let it slide." After Shugadome clearly stated the deadline, Shiro's face became even paler. "If you have an escort with you, you don't have to do your regular reports anymore. You can just give me your full report after 1 month. I will also stop Hammers from looking for you. There should be no problem as long as Olivia-san is your bodyguard. I will even consider extending the deadline as well. You can go sightseeing to your heart's content before returning back to your main mission. At least for the remaining month." Hammer's face twitched. It was obvious that he did not find this to be pleasant. But seeing Shiro still tense, even after receiving such a good offer, he found it to be strange. Shiro did not say anything in return. After a short silence, Shugadome's gaze turned sharp. "This is a warning. If you don't give me your answer, I will see it as betrayal towards Sakashita Heavy Industry. So, what is your answer?" Shiro was cornered. However, he then made his resolve and slowly opened his mouth, squeezing out words from his throat. Shiro's pale face, distorted from his trembling, had the corner of his lips faintly go up. "Refuse." Hammer's shocked expression showed just how unthinkable Shiro's answer was. Subdome stared at him. Shiro was frozen as if he was awaiting his death sentence. His eyes still locked onto Shugadome. "That I see." That short sentence from Shugadome sent a shiver to Shiro's spine and made Hammers take a step back. Shugadome then lowered his shoulders. It was to expel the tense mood. He apologetically bowed to Olivia. "Olivia-san, my deepest apologies. Since the escort target has refused, I know it is very rude of me being the one who asked for you. Please allow me to save this for another time." "Certainly. Feel free to contact us next time. We, from Lion Steel, will wait for your next request." Olivia smiled and spoke. It was as if she did not mind this at all. She then gracefully bowed before vanishing. After Olivia vanished, the friendly smile also vanished from Shugadome's face. He spoke up. "You can leave now, and don't forget your regular report." Shiro awkwardly bowed and ended the call. Hammer still looked confused. He was not sure if he should ask Shugadome what that was all about. After hesitating, he finally decided to at least try asking. However, before he could say anything, Shugadome suddenly ordered him. "Let me change your mission. You are to still look for Shiro-kun, but before you move in to arrest him, when you find him, make sure to contact me first. If you can't reach me, be extra careful to not kill him by accident. That's all. You can now leave." Judging from Shugadome's mood, Hammers knew that it was not a good idea to ask him right now. Therefore, Hammers simply gave a slight bow and left the room without saying anything. Shugadome, who was left alone in his room, stayed there for a while thinking of his future plan. After he closed the call, Shiro, who was in his hideout, began breathing roughly. His face was white as a sheet of paper. Crap. This is bad. This is really bad. He was pressed for time after Shugadome declared a clear deadline for him. However, there was also something else that made him panic. Don't tell me that he found out? Shiro intensely shook his head left and right. It was as if he was forcefully trying to shake away his worries. No. If he had known, he would have sent someone to arrest me right away. I'm sure that offer was nothing more than for the sake of my safety. His reaction was simply one towards a brat with too much pride. I'm sure he's simply thinking of some kind of punishment for me. One fit for a stupid brat who had just wasted the kindness of his superior. I'm sure he has not found out yet. Shiro knew that his guess was mixed with his own prayers. However, it was the only conclusion he could draw. Anything else would cause him to lose hope. Let's hurry up. I can't afford to do it the safe way anymore. In the worst-case scenario, he might end up having to fight against Sakashita Heavy Industry. However, he was not in a situation where he could afford to be careful with his choices. Thus, he made his resolve and decided to take the barely safe route. Shugadome, who was left alone in his room, finally made his decision. He even refused such a good offer. I think we can be certain that it is indeed that case. Or at least, the possibility should be enough as a reason to prepare ourselves. After he made his decision, he reviewed the situation again. He made sure that he still reached the same conclusion before giving a nod. Sightseeing. Sightseeing location. Ruins. Ruin exploration. Since it did not come up in the ruin data on the web, there was a good chance that it was an unexplored ruin. A ruin that could not be discovered through normal means. The reason why he refused to have anyone accompany him was to prevent information leaks. It must be something that Shiro did not want Sakashita Heavy Industry to know about no matter what. Even if it meant he had to refuse having such a reassuring bodyguard like Olivia-san escorting him. There must be something that caused Shiro to go that far. After Shugadome made his conclusion and finished re-examining it, he then called the main HQ of Sakashita Heavy Industry. Yes, that is correct. Just to be safe, I guess. This is just insurance. There's no need to prioritize it, but it would be great to have it ready as soon as possible. Indeed. Depending on how this develops, I might have to request reinforcements. No, it depends on how the situation develops. I hope we can have someone sent to do an investigation. If the result shows that what we are doing is nothing but unnecessary, then we can just divert the soldiers to Kuzusuhara Ruin. After discussing the finer details with the HQ staff, Shugadome then stated with a dire tone. Yes, I formally request for anti-rebuild personnel. That is all from me. He then closed the call and heaved a huge sigh. I hope that it's nothing more than just a bad guess. His serious expression reflected the severity of the situation. It was something that he could not show to his men. As Akira was spending his days as a bounty target, he suddenly got a call. It was reaching him via an encrypted line using his hunter code. Akira was surprised when he checked the identity of the caller. Since Kobayashi warned him to not just toss aside any negotiation opportunities that came his way, he picked up the call. Well, he was also curious about receiving a call from such an unexpected caller. The call concluded with both participants deciding on somewhere to meet up. Akira was originally planning to go alone on his bike, but when he told Carol about that call, she wanted to tag along too. It might be a trap, so it would be safer for you to stay here though. Nope. As a bodyguard, you should not leave your escort target, you know? Moreover, I can help you if something bad happens. Seeing Carol smile as she casually spoke, it felt as if her proclamation was the natural thing to do. Akira gave a soft smile and replied, "Is that so? Well, in that case, we'll be going as soon as we're done with the preparations." Akira seemed to be in a good mood as he and Carol made their preparation. At a certain place, in the middle of the wasteland, a man in a formal suit stepped off of a vehicle. He was waiting for Akira to arrive. Next to him was a girl in a maid uniform and a man in a butler's suit. They stood, ready for anything. The man in the formal suit frowned and checked his wristwatch. He should be here soon though. It was unacceptable to be late. Considering that Akira was the one who proposed the meeting to be held in the middle of the dangerous wasteland. It would not be strange if either party left and abandoned the meeting. However, Akira was a bounty target. There was a good chance that he was fighting hunters, who were after him. It was also only natural for him to be suspicious if it was some kind of trap. Therefore, leaving now would be a rather rash decision. As the guy in a formal suit started pondering over how long he should wait past the meeting time, he noticed a bike heading in his direction. He sighed in relief, believing it to be Akira. However, he immediately noticed that the person on that bike was female and there was no one else on the bike. The bike stopped next to that guy and Carol stepped off. "Are you the one asking for Akira?" "Yes, where is he? Are you here to lead the way to another meeting place? If that's indeed the case, it would be great if you had come a little sooner." It was not rare to actively change the meeting place in order to avoid ambushes. The guy in the suit knew that. However, considering the time required to travel to a new location, it made him feel disgruntled. But that was when Akira suddenly spoke up. "Oh, here is fine." Akira suddenly appeared behind Carol. He was using his camouflaging defensive coat to hide his presence. Depending on the capability of the camouflaging device, a decent enough information-gathering device would be able to see through it. Naturally, the man's group were using powerful information-gathering devices to continuously watch their surroundings. Normally, they should have no problems detecting Akira. Even so, depending on the camouflaging device, it was still quite a difficult task to completely erase one's presence. Comparatively, it was much easier to fake the presence of others. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira managed to hide his presence by blending it in with Carol. Because of that, the other party were caught with their pants down when Akira suddenly appeared. Especially the maid and the butler. Since they were acting as bodyguards, they were obviously more shocked. Compared to them, the guy in the formal suit was just minutely shocked. "I'm glad that you reached this place on time. As I have informed you in the previous call, I am the head of Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward Branch, Philip Cobet Lawrence. I'm looking forward to today's discussion. I'm Akira." Leaving aside the stark contrast in the length of their introductions, they immediately went onto the main topic. "Now then, please allow me to explain our stance on the current situation. We of Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward have no wish to antagonize you. So, I hope you can keep this in mind as we continue this discussion." Akira frowned and retraced his head sideways. "I'm pretty sure Lion Steel is the one that placed a bounty on my head though. First of all, let me straighten up this misunderstanding. The one who placed that bounty on you is the 3rd Ward Branch, not us of the 4th Ward Branch. Your enemy is only Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch, not the whole Lion Steel Company. This is a very important point. Lion Steel is formed of individual branches working together under the main HQ. However, each branch dealt with the area under them as if they were from different companies. Some of them worked peacefully with each other, while others got along like water and oil. There were even cases where they got embroiled in conflict over the territory borders between different branches. Of course, it was a whole different case if Akira was picking a fight with the Lion Steel Eastern District as a whole. As long as that was not the case, his fight was only limited to a regional conflict. In order not to unnecessarily cause more conflict, it was important to understand this point well. Akira seemed rather surprised. Nonetheless, he showed deep interest in the topic as he listened to their explanation. If I may add, you might think that you're already in a hostile relationship with the third branch, but that might not necessarily be the case, at least not yet. It's a fact that they placed a bounty on you. But the one who did that was Chloe. She just used the name of the third branch. So, the third branch itself did not act under the direct order from the branch manager. This is just something that I've gathered. It also seems that even the third branch sees Chloe's actions as problematic. They are considering her punishment. This time, Akira was completely flabbergasted. Is that so? Yes. But, based on my investigation, it doesn't seem like punishment has been delivered yet. So, I bet they're still discussing punishing her or not. As Philip confirmed, Akira had lowered his initial wariness, which stemmed from the fact that they were from the Lion Steel Company. Philip noticed this and decided that it was a good time to move on to the next subject. Now that I hope you fully understand our position, that we are not your enemies, I wish to move on to the main subject. Will that be okay with you? Sure, go ahead. It was not like Akira believed everything that Philip had said. However, it was not like he had reasons to completely distrust him either. Philip understood Akira's stance from his reaction and continued. Very well then. There is one thing that I want to ask of you. Is it possible to request you to kill Chloe Levelant Lawrence? Of course, we will reward you for this job. Ever since Akira was told during the call through the vehicle's secret line that they wanted to meet up directly to discuss a highly important subject, he already had some guesses of what it might be. However, as expected, this request was something completely out of the left field. Chapter 271, Carol's Past. Akira was surprised when someone from Lion Steel, which had placed the bounty on him, asked to have a meeting with him. Even so, the surprise he felt now was incomparable to that. Kill Chloe, that was the task Philip, a man from the Lion Steel 4th branch, requested of him. Wait a second. Are you being serious? Are you seriously offering me this job? Indeed we are. That is also if you are fine with accepting it. I want to know if you are someone who would accept such a request. After all, there are many hunters who refuse to commit assassinations. Though, with that being said, it is not rare to find them show no hesitation when it comes to hunting a bounty target. Personally speaking, I believe the only difference here is how the reward is handed out. The core of what they do is exactly the same. But what can I say? Different people have different principles. So, I have no plans to force my opinion on anyone. Anyway, what is your answer? Well, even if you say so. Let me be clear. It's not like we are formally offering you this job now. We are still assessing whether you are someone who would take such a job. If the answer is a yes, we will take your answer back to our company and deliberate on it with the others. Only after that, might we send you a formal offer for this job. If things develop in that direction, we will still need to sit down and talk about the reward some other time. There is still a good chance we might not reach an agreement. This is where we are right now. If you plan to refuse because of the risk, we can discuss the conditions and the reward later to make it worthwhile for you. So, I believe the lack of reward is not a good enough reason to reject this offer at this point. Akira thought that Philip was not wrong, but he was still hesitating. The moment he realized why he was hesitating, Akira immediately firmly shook his head. Sorry, but I will have to refuse. May I ask why? You've tried several times to kill Chloe and I bet you're not done trying yet. So, that part should not change whether you take our offer or not. If you accept our offer, we can help craft a good reason for you murdering one of our people. It would be just a job. A request for a reward. Others will think that you simply got yourself roped into a conflict between Lion Steel branches. Instead of you, alone, picking a fight against the whole Lion Steel Company. From that point of view, this is an excellent offer for you. You only stand to gain by accepting our offer. Yeah, I bet it is. But my answer is still the same. But, do you think this offer is too good to be true? That's why you are refusing? We are offering a reward for accepting this job, in consideration of the problems that will arise from you picking a fight with Chloe. It is nothing more than compensation from the demerit of having a 50 billion Aurum bounty and monster designation from Kagomayama City. Considering all the troubles you have faced so far, we are willing to be generous with our reward and support. But even so, Akira once again shook his head. Philip lightly sighed. Well, although it is not a normal request, it is still assassination. I won't force you. But if I may ask, can you at least tell me why you can't accept it? I'm sure it's not like you're hesitating to take her life after all that has happened, right? Well, yeah. It would be way too late to be hesitating at this point. It's just that. Yes. I want to kill her purely because of my own will. I don't want to get someone else's intention mixed into it. That is all. Akira said firmly, without any hesitation. For him, it was vital. Thus, it alone was enough of a reason. However, Philip did not seem to be satisfied with his answer. So, Akira added another reason. And also, if I accept your request, it means that I will no longer be able to make decisions on my own. In case the situation changes where I no longer want her dead, it would turn into a huge problem. That's why I won't accept your request. So you are saying even after all the battles that you have gone through, there's still a possibility of you changing your mind, huh? Is that even possible? Well, it's not that simple for me too, you know? I'm already used to having to encounter unexpected turns of events. That's why I can't say with certainty that it is impossible. Philip smiled. He seemed to be hiding something behind that smile. I see. Well, I will leave it as that for now. Just to let you know, I'm not lying. As the branch manager of the 4th Ward, there are a lot of things going on that I have to deal with too, you see. So don't mind the remark I left. Philip smiled lightly and evaded giving a straight answer. Now that the negotiation had concluded, Akira and Carol hopped back onto Akira's bike. Just before they left, Philip, who saw them off with a smile, said to them, "Although we were not able to reach an agreement, we were able to get acquainted with each other. I believe it is not completely in vain. Let me say this again before you leave. We have no wish to be hostile with you. So, if you ever wish, we can offer some of our services to you. Although, considering your relationship with the 3rd Ward branch, we can't charge you the usual price." Akira smiled bitterly. He was once again reminded of how Philip was a business-oriented person. "Sure, thanks for the offer. I'll contact you again if I want to ask you something." Akira only said as much before he left the area and vanished into the dark wasteland. After Akira left, the business smile on Philip's face vanished. It was replaced by a firm, resolute look of a branch manager. What do you think of his fighting capability? The butler next to Philip had a stern look on his face as he stated, "It is enough of a reason for us to be careful with him. However, I don't believe he is strong enough to defeat that wasp monster on his own as the report had stated." The maid, who was also standing next to Philip, had the same expression as she added, "I concur. But that stealthiness of his was impressive. Leaving aside his ability as a hunter as Philip-sama's bodyguard, I am rather reluctant to let someone like him near Philip-sama." "I see. Then it was as I thought. It is worth all the trouble to at least let him know that we don't wish to get into a fight with him." When they returned back to the vehicle, another of Philip's men was curious about how the negotiation went. Thus, Philip sat on the back seat and gave him a quick rundown of what just happened. Now that Akira had become a bounty target, Lion Steel was worried if he had a deep grudge toward the company as a whole. That he would show no mercy and give no quarter toward anyone whom he had a deep grudge against. They were afraid that if Akira somehow escaped to the 4th Ward, he would launch an assault on one of their Lion Steel's facilities. Therefore, in order to avoid such a scenario from developing, it was important to let him know that they were not hostile towards him. The offer to kill Chloe was originally meant to support their neutral stance. It was to help get that point through to Akira. If Akira managed to kill Chloe, it would throw the 3rd Ward into disarray. They were already aware that the incident regarding Chloe had something to do with Representative Alice's plan to visit the 3rd Ward. If Chloe died, the 3rd Ward branch's recent rapid development might get put on hold, which in turn would reduce the possibility of having the 4th Ward roped into danger. The man in a butler suit showed his concern after he heard everything. "But, branch manager, would it not be dangerous for us to be messing with the 3rd Ward right now? Considering that the representative is coming to visit the 3rd Ward. It's not a problem. If that was the case, Representative Alice would have sent a warning. telling us not to mess with the third ward. But since we never received such a warning, this means that Representative Alice is fine with us sabotaging the third ward. Well, though, I must state that I don't know if Representative Alice is approving or merely tolerating our actions. After that, Philip let out a huge sigh. But still, it seems that the reason why Representative Alice is coming to the third ward is being kept secret. The other branches seem to be confused as well. I bet this incident will only grow larger with time. The woman in a maid uniform, who was not knowledgeable about administrative work since she was Philip's bodyguard, interjected without much thought. Would it not be wise to confirm it with HQ? I did. But they did not deliver a clear answer. They did not even tell me that we have no need to know the reason why. The whole thing is still a mystery. If only Akira agreed to accept our offer, we could have used support and reward as an excuse to send some of our people to gather some information. It didn't go well. Philip's confusion only grew larger as Alice's visit to the third ward was approaching. The reason why Akira and Carol went to meet up with Philip on a bike was to keep the camping vehicle safe in case a battle ensued. For Akira, who could not return back to the city, the camping vehicle was an important resting place. It was also an ammunition warehouse for him. Thus, they kept it away from Philip to keep it safe. But even so, it did not take the bike that much time to reach the camping vehicle. Though they stuck close to the ground while they traveled, which was slower. Akira even allowed Carol to steer on their way back while he sat behind her. Carol, what do you think of what just happened there? Let's see. Well, I'm glad that your opponent is not as big as I had thought. They were able to confirm that the whole Lion Steel Company was not hostile to him, even when Akira was trying to kill a member of the Lawrence family. Therefore, if he escaped from the territory under the Third Ward branch, the 50 billion Aurum bounty would effectively lose its value. After all, killing a bounty target set by the Third Ward branch might be interpreted as picking a fight with the faction that opposes the Third Ward branch. After listening to Carol's explanation, Akira gave a firm nod while a trace of surprise on his face. I see. Now that you mention it, I also have that choice, huh? Carol smiled bitterly when she heard his tone of voice. Akira, you didn't even consider that when you went to meet them, huh? Although Akira was behind her, unable to lock eyes, he still looked away. It was as if he was avoiding giving a straight answer. But by pure coincidence, his eyes met Alpha's instead, who was smiling teasingly. Therefore, Akira quickly turned to the opposite direction. Also, this is only my personal impression, but I'm glad that I get to understand how you think. HM? Did I do something? You refused their assassination request, remember? Even with no desire to kill, there are those who can indifferently become a robber or an assassin. But you're not like that. Rather, you're the kind that feels nothing when murdering them. No matter what the reason, once someone accepts an assassination request, they would turn into a cold-blood murderer. Since you can choose to be one anytime you want, the reason you have not is extremely important. Is that so? Yep, that's why I hope you would properly protect me and kill anyone who tries to harm me if something bad were to happen. Carol said so while smiling bewitchingly. Of course. Akira replied with a smile. But then, something else came to mind. Who are these people trying to get you? Carol replied rather awkwardly. Do I absolutely have to answer that question? I won't force you. But, well, since our fate is basically intertwined to some extent at the moment, I will let you know something. I'm actually scheduled to receive a rather powerful set of equipment. So, it would be great if those coming after you attack after I get my new equipment. I just thought I might be able to predict when they might attack if I know who they are. When will you get your equipment? In a week if I get lucky, or in 3 months in the worst-case scenario. That's a rather wide schedule. Yeah, it's complicated. Carol could not help but smile since it seemed like Akira really had no wish to force her to answer. It seems that he trusted her enough to inform her of his new equipment. Also, it would be bad if her enemies were to attack before he received his new equipment. I'm sorry. Just as I said before, I'm asking you to escort me just as insurance. It might actually be unnecessary. That's why I don't even know when we might get attacked nor who. After all, there's a good chance nothing bad is going to happen. I see. Well, if that's really the case, it would be great. This means that I can just take it easy. Since it was not really that important of a subject for Akira, he did not pursue it any further. As they eventually reached the camping vehicle, they stopped the bike near it. Normally, they would simply open the back door and put the bike in, but Akira stopped Carol from doing so. Akira, what's wrong? Something's not right. After Akira stepped off the bike, he grabbed his rifle and slowly approached the camping vehicle. He moved forward while positioning himself to shield Carol. Naturally, Carol noticed this and became wary. She held a gun in hand as she trailed behind him. Akira then opened the back door and moved the bike in. Afterwards, he used the bike as a shield to peek into the camping vehicle. After a while, nothing happened. He confirmed that the back of the vehicle was safe and he carefully proceeded forward. The moment they stepped inside the living room, they saw a familiar face waiting for them. Long time no see. Sorry for barging in like this. Shiro smiled and welcomed Akira and Carol. Shiro had no weapon in hand and he showed no animosity. Moreover, he was someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Thus, Akira and Carol lowered their weapons. However, they were still cautious of him. Carol was glaring at Shiro. How did you get in? I just opened the door and came in. Geez, stop glaring like that, will you? I'm sorry for barging in, but I'm sure you know it's better than just waiting outside and attracting attention, right? Shiro acted extremely unceremoniously as if the security of the camping vehicle was non-existent to him. That was when Akira suddenly interjected. You can at least contact us beforehand if you're going to visit, you know? Those guys wanting to talk to me at least did that much. Sorry about that, I was worried that others will be able to trace my location if I contact you. I was even planning to leave a letter if I did not get to meet you today. Yanagisawa was able to find him once back in Mihazono ruin. That was why Shiro was being extremely careful. Well, I apologize for coming without telling you first and breaking into your vehicle. As someone who is also in a precarious situation, I hope you can understand my actions. I'm here because there's something I want to discuss with you. Carol started to look anxious. Discuss? What is it? Shiro glanced at Akira and Carol while smiling confidently. It was as if gloating he had the upper hand. Well, there's something I want to discuss as a fellow old-world connector. Akira inadvertently furrowed his eyebrows. The moment he noticed that he had reacted, he thought that his cover had been blown. This caused him to show an even more obvious reaction. However, someone else in the room reacted even more vigorously. I'm not. Carol raised her voice. She was obviously shaken. Her pale face and her constant trembling from the fear caused her words to lose credibility. As a matter of fact, it was as if she was confessing that she was indeed an old-world connector. As Akira was trying to conceal his surprise behind Carol's reaction, Shiro was looking at them in confusion. However, Akira and Carol were not in a situation where they could notice it. There's no need to be that surprised. Since I'm already here, I'm pretty sure you at least expected this, no? Akira saw the completely calm Shiro on one hand and an extremely distraught and scared Carol on the other hand. He decided to push aside his worries for now and stood in between Carol and Shiro. He then once again pointed his rifle at Shiro. Carol, is it okay to treat him as hostile? Although he did not know what exactly was going on, it did not change the fact that his escort target was frightened. Therefore, even if faced with someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry, it was enough of a reason for Akira to point his rifle at Shiro. If Carol made any signal to show affirmation, Akira would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The moment Shiro realized this, his expression immediately turned solemn. Judging from her mental state, it seemed to be useless to try to say anything to Carol right now. So, he slowly withdrew from the place, thinking that it was an unfortunate failure. Alright, it doesn't seem like we can have a proper chat here. So I will leave for now. Until next time. Shiro then slowly exited the living room without turning his back to Akira. He then proceeded to the door and finally left the camping vehicle. Akira was not sure if he should stop Shiro or not. However, seeing the state Carol was in, he prioritized her safety first and allowed Shiro to leave. Alpha. It's alright. He really left. Akira heaved a big sigh and lowered his rifle. He then glanced at Carol, who was cowering in fear. Inside the camping vehicle's living room, Carol and Akira were sitting in silence. It has been a few minutes since Shiro left. The drink that Akira placed in front of Carol had gone lukewarm. Even so, she did not touch it, not even once. Akira was sitting on the opposite side of the table from her. He only sat there in silence without doing anything else. He only occasionally threw a glance to check on her, nothing more. He was simply sitting there without saying anything. Time passed, no one broke the suffocating silence, and it only continued indefinitely. Carol, distraught from the shock, slowly calmed down. It was as if the shock she felt was dissipating into the silence. When she had regained some of her senses, enough to say something, she mumbled a question to Akira. "You won't ask, huh? I'm not going to force the issue. Why? You were the one who said that you don't want to talk about it, right? I already knew that when I agreed to be your bodyguard. So I won't ask. That was one of the conditions when I accepted this job, after all. I see." Silence once again pervaded the room. Seeing Carol once again fall silent, Akira thought that he gave the wrong answer. Thus, he tried to make up for his mistake. "Well, it's not like I'm not interested. So, I do want to know if you are willing to tell me that I see." Carol only said as much and once again fell silent. Akira could not help but think that he made another mistake again. After a short pause, she straightened up her hunching back and declared, "I'll tell you." She never wanted anyone to find out. But now that the cat was out of the bag, she wanted Akira to know. "I really meant it when I said that I'm not an old-world connector. Or at least, that's what I believe. I was an old-world connector, but that should no longer be the case now. Probably. Up until now, she had been keeping it a closing guarded secret, believing her life would be endangered if it ever got out. However, a portion of her heart wished she could share it with someone. The desire to be free from her shackles pushed her to continue her story. A long time ago, when her name was not Carol yet, she was just one among the thousands of the common Eastern District hunters. One day, she got assaulted by a crippling headache while exploring Mihazono ruin. Right after, her vision was littered with images. Images which seemed to be from augmented reality. It was to the point where she could not even look at what was in front of her. She eventually fainted and lost consciousness. She woke a few days later and found herself right where she lost consciousness. She wondered how she had survived, unconscious for a few days in the middle of a dangerous ruin. Her first thought was to return while enduring the incessant headache. The moment she stepped outside the building, she was flabbergasted. Although it was in the middle of the night, her vision was filled with light. Buildings were adorned with signboards and roads were decorated with road markers. They were in all directions and even extended up to the sky. Names of each building and street were floating around. Images of the original buildings were overlapping with already crumbled, dilapidated remnants. There were even images of walls with warnings, stating that it was a restricted area. She could even see patrol routes for the security drones as well. All of these were floating in her vision. The moment Carol could see all this, her head was once again assaulted by crippling pain. Although it was excruciating, she managed to stay awake. But she still thought that it was dangerous to stay there. Thus, she decided to head back home. However, the pain quickly became unbearable the moment she hurriedly returned back inside the building. It was only after she got inside a room, with few augmented reality images, that her headache slowly subsided, allowing her an opportunity to take a short break. Afterwards, Carol spent a few more days inside the buildings. She did try to find a way to go back home. She did so by looking for areas where the pain was relatively weaker. However, the moment she stepped outside, the pain quickly returned, which forced her to cut the attempt short. The pain was simply too much no matter which exit she tried. One day, while she explored the inside of the building, believing she had no means to leave, she suddenly found a room with a human-like image inside of it. The pain immediately flooded back, which knocked her unconscious again. While her mind was still muddled, she was asked something. She even managed to give a reply. However, due to the pain filling her senses, she hardly had any recollection of what took place. The next time she woke up, Her headache had disappeared. Even when she stepped outside, she could no longer see floating images. Carol was relieved but also confused. Nonetheless, she managed to drag herself out of the ruin. Afterwards, she did some research to investigate what just happened to her. Eventually, she concluded that she had temporarily turned into an old-world connector. The things she saw back in the ruin were an augmented reality that old-world connectors could see. Since she could no longer see them, she thought that she was no longer an old-world connector. Just to be safe, she tried visiting ruins that were known to still have active augmented reality systems. It was to check if she could see anything. She used certain information-gathering devices and confirmed the presence of active augmented reality entities. She was glad that she could no longer see them with her naked eyes. She was afraid of going back to Mihazono Ruin to make absolutely sure she was no longer an old-world connector. However, that was fine. She had heard numerous rumors involving people getting investigated and even kidnapped for being misunderstood as an old-world connector. But since she was no longer an old-world connector, she thought that everything would be fine. Nonetheless, she still felt worried that she might return back to being an old-world connector. One day, Carol accompanied a hunter party to go to Mihazono Ruin, which she had avoided up until that point. The outcome surprised her. Although she was still able to see everything, she did not have any headaches. And unlike last time, rather than having her vision filled with signs, she was only able to see a portion of it. Carol was shocked, and the other hunters looked at her with worry. She came up with vague excuses and finished her job there just as planned. After that, Carol took more time to carefully investigate her situation. She found out that she only became a temporarily functioning old-world connector when she was around Mihazono Ruin. Although it was limited to such a scenario, she was able to access information panels and gather all kinds of information. It was enough of a reason for those seeking old-world connectors to look for her. At the very least, if she got found out, she would be placed in the same situation as those rumors. Since she could not be accurately classified as an old-world connector, there was a good chance that she would go through even more terrible experiments. Carol was so scared that she decided to throw away her past in order to keep it a secret. In fear that even the slightest mistake might connect to her secret, she completely cut her past off from her. She changed her name, her face, and even enhanced her body to change her body figure. She threw away her past hunter record and registered as a new hunter with a new name. Without any relation to her past, it was easy for her to blend in with the low lives. Since she registered her name from the hunter office in the slums, no one was suspicious of her. Living in secrecy was not cheap. She needed to prepare money in the case something was to happen. In order to earn more, she took on another job besides being a hunter, which was creating maps. There were cases where proficient map makers were suspected to be old-world connectors. However, that also meant those non-old-world connectors had special means to gather information. Thus, with her great skills as one of those highly capable map makers, she was able to further disguise herself. As a side job, she also started selling her body. As she started charging more and more for her services, she also started accepting information in place of money. When others got suspicious of her knowing things she could not have known unless she was an old-world connector, she could claim that she heard it from the other hunters. Eventually, she started to befriend Viola despite knowing of her bad reputation. After all, those associated with Viola knew of things others did not. Thus, she decided to associate with her. Afterwards, it turned out that they got along pretty well, and with them influencing one another, it was only a matter of time before Carol got recognized as a bad woman as well. Those days greatly changed her. She eventually started trying various means to keep her secret hidden. While at the same time, the fear of her secret leaking out one day caused side effects. Her inner desire to be released from her burden caused her to start seeking thrilling and risky things. She wanted someone suitable to be roped into her trouble. Thus, she started to entice people to risk their lives. Seeing them ruined made her feel as though they took her place. It made her feel safe, and she even took joy in it. The more one gets paranoid, the more it pushes them to self-destruct. In Carol's case, the wish to share her secret slowly grew bigger. In the beginning, she only sold her body for a small price. She would then slowly make her customers addicted to her body, meanwhile, increasing the price exponentially. It would result in them one day no longer being able to pay with money. At that point, she would accept information instead. The distortions in her caused her to act in such a manner. She wished for someone she could confide in. That wish caused her to prefer men who would not share secrets even when seduced. Thus, she went around seducing men, seeking that particular type of person. However, due to her superb skill in seducing men, she was not able to find the right one. She only ended up repeating the cycle, getting her hopes up, seducing the guy, making him spill out his secret, and getting herself disappointed in the end. Naturally, it also led to the ruin of the man, which also led to her infamy for ruining others' lives. Then one day, as she was going about her usual life, Carol met someone unique. A boy who showed completely no interest in her. It was Akira. No matter how hard she tried to seduce him, Akira always showed no reaction. Furthermore, Akira was extremely particular. He always stuck close to his principles no matter what. He also occasionally made insane decisions, which went against any semblance of common sense. He was a young boy who was strangely extremely dutiful to requests that he accepted. Carol started unconsciously getting interested in him, hoping that if it was such a strange boy, then he might be the person she was hoping for. But before she was able to do anything to confirm her feelings, she received some info. It stated that a huge organization was looking for an old-world connector near Kagomayama City. Although she knew that they were not looking for her, she was worried that she would get investigated. It was then that Carol asked Akira to be her bodyguard. If it was him, she believed he would not abandon the job that he had taken, even if he faced those people. Indeed, her guess was on the nose. Even after Akira encountered those chasing Shiro back in Miyazono Ruin, he did not show any signs of withdrawing from his duties as her bodyguard. Though, later, Akira did withdraw from the job once. However, it was to make sure she would not be roped into his problems. Basically, he did not wish to put his escort target in any form of danger. It was after a series of events that Carol managed to convince Akira to re-accept the bodyguard request again. Akira's unbending obsession to kill Chloe was a good thing from her point of view. If it was someone who would not back down even when faced against a huge company like Lion Steel, there was a good chance that they would also not back down when faced against Sakashita Heavy Industry. The 50 billion Orum bounty was another positive for Carol. In such a scenario, if her position leaked out, there was a high probability Akira would escape with her. The camping car was also prepared for the scenario they had to run around the Eastern District. Thus, it was beneficial for her. Carol did not trick Akira, she did not lie to him, but she certainly intended to use him. She confessed everything to him. But, as expected, she could not say anything about the things she was uncertain about herself, such as her preference in men. However, she did confess everything. The reasons behind her request to have Akira as her bodyguard. There was no more trickery, no more secrets, nothing. Chapter 272, Shiro's Guess. Akira listened closely to Carol's story. Alpha. She mentioned something about turning into an old-world connector only in Miyazono Ruin. Is that even possible? It is. After all, there are many types of people who can connect to the old-world domain. There were individual differences in how far each person could connect to the old-world domain. There were those who could only imperfectly connect to the old-world domain. However, once they stepped into a certain ruin, the augmented reality system stimulated their connection and turned them into complete old-world connectors. Of course, the other cases also exist. In Carol's case, her augmented reality filter might have been completely open the moment she was able to make a complete connection to the old-world domain. However, the information processed must have fatigued her brain and, in turn, caused her ability to connect to mostly be turned off. She could still connect to the old-world domain in Miyazono Ruin. This might be because of the damage to her brain. It prevented her from making any general-type connection to the old-world domain, limiting it to Miyazono Ruin. There was another possible scenario. During the time when she was still able to connect to the old-world domain, she might have registered her identity somewhere in Miyazono Ruin's system. This might have allowed her to be able to catch weak data signals when in the ruin. Nonetheless, these were nothing more than guesses. The true reason might lie somewhere else. Alpha explained to Akira a lot of new information regarding the types of people who could connect to the Old World domain. In the end, unlike you, Carol cannot connect to the Old World domain through the general type connection. She could not see me even when she was in Kazuhara ruin. So, it is not exactly a lie when she said she is no longer an Old World connector. Well, of course, that part varies from a person's point of view. From another point of view, everyone in the Eastern District was an Old World connector. Alpha also conveyed such information to Akira. I see. Then that means she is telling the truth, huh? That is a rather rare and interesting experience she had to go through. Akira's reaction to Carol's story ended there. In other words, even after hearing Carol's story, Akira's impression only extended as far as it was an interesting story. Nothing more. Alpha made a mental note of how he reacted. So then, Akira, what's your plan? Plan? About what exactly? You now know of Carol's situation now, right? So, what do you plan to do with the bodyguard request? Plan for what? Akira already knew that he was not good at reading between the lines. However, in this case, he truly did not understand the question. That was when he noticed Carol's expression. Carol was furrowing her brows. She looked anxious and desperate, like someone who just confessed her sins, waiting for Akira's response. The feeling of relief from finally letting it out and the anxiety from finally confessing her secret were mixed inside of her as she stared at him. That was when Akira finally understood. Sakashita Heavy Industry now knew that Carol was an Old World connector. Akira finally understood why Alpha asked him that question. Once he realized Carol was waiting for his response, he hummed for a bit before opening his mouth. About my bodyguard job. As you know, I'm also pursuing another goal and I'm in this particular situation right now, so I'm sorry but... Carol had guessed what Akira's next word would be. She looked crestfallen. However, that changed in the next moment when Akira continued. Once I get my new equipment, let me withdraw from this job for a bit. I will finish what I need to do first before returning. Whether I will continue the job or not will depend on the situation at that time. And also, in front of the wide-eyed Carol, Akira started talking about other things, in the order in which they came to his mind. Since that guy is from Sakashita Heavy Industry, that would mean if we're going to run away, we will have to get out of the Orem economic zone, right? I'm sorry but I can't accompany you in that case. As I said before, including the equipment that I'm waiting for right now, I don't want to get too far away from Kagomayama City. If it's after I get my new equipment and finish my business here, well, I can at least escort you out. But then again, that would depend on the situation when the time comes. Other than that, Akira hummed again, as he was making sure that he did not miss anything that he needed to make clear regarding his bodyguard job. But nothing else came to mind. Carol, is there anything else you want to make certain of? Akira said so with a rather serious expression. He thought that even if there was something complicated, they should make it clear beforehand. Regarding what the job entails. If it was something that neither he nor Carol had thought of, then there should be no problems. Carol burst into laughter and smiled joyously at him. Nothing in particular. We can discuss it afterwards if something comes up later. All right. Akira did find her change in attitude to be strange. Though, thinking that his own common sense was distorted, he ignored it. I guess I was way too scared, huh? Is that so? But since that guy appeared, wasn't it a good thing that you're being extra careful? But then again, he did say that he came to negotiate. He also didn't seem to be planning to take you by force. So, I guess it was unnecessary to get a bodyguard, huh? Well, that is difficult to say. He might have changed his plan to peacefully negotiate since I have a great bodyguard with me. Either way, I will be counting on you as my bodyguard if something comes up. Sure. Of course. Carol softly chuckled and smiled amusedly. Akira tilted his head in confusion at her reaction. Now that Sakashita Heavy Industry knew that she was an Old World connector, Carol thought that Akira would leave her. After all, such a huge company might now be hunting for her. However, Akira did not terminate his job. He did not even consider it as an option. Rather, it did not even pass his mind. Naturally, Alpha hoped that he would leave while Carol wished for him to stay. Alpha, did I miss anything? Alpha, as one of Akira's requesters, could not afford to recommend him to leave his request midway. Although she did try to encourage him to think of a reason to withdraw from Carol's request, in the end, it was futile. Nope, not at all. Since you have agreed on the ending line for this job, let's give it our best until the very end. Akira agreed with every word, though he tried to probe the hidden meaning behind those words as he replied. I know. Once I get my new equipment, I will prioritize your request. I'll be looking forward to it. In order to not worsen Akira's mood, Alpha smiled happily as she spoke. Day turned to night. Akira was shallow sleeping next to Carol, just like usual. Carol was in deep sleep. She entrusted the full weight of her naked body to her soft, fluffy bed. Snug under a semi-transparent blanket. Her chest heaved up and down with every breath as she slept. Carol's appearance did not change. However, she was more enchanting than before. This difference was caused by how relaxed she now was, compared to how desperate she was before. It was obvious that she had no intentions to seduce Akira at the moment. Strange enough, it made her natural side more prominent, making her sexier than before. Akira, who was sitting next to Carol as he slept, showed no reaction to her body. Suddenly he stood up. With his rifle in hand, he planned to head out. As he put on his defensive coat, Carol, who noticed, woke up. Akira, what's wrong? It might be just my imagination, but I feel a strange presence nearby, so I will be going out to check it for a bit. I will go too. Oh. It's easier to camouflage myself when I'm alone. It might also be nothing. You can just continue to sleep. Akira said and left the camping vehicle. Carol inadvertently turned toward the back of the camping vehicle, where Akira's bike was resting. If the bike got taken, Akira might be trying to sneak away, leaving me behind, under the guise of patrolling the camping vehicle. She reflected on herself, and the fact that she did not trust Akira made her give a bitter smile. Although Akira was completely relaxed when he was still inside the camping vehicle, he immediately turned serious the moment he stepped out. Alpha. Over there. Akira walked toward the direction Alpha pointed to, without activating his camouflaging coat. He then stopped next to a mountain of rubble and sighed. What is it? Someone appeared from behind the rubble. It was Shiro. Although he was armed, he had already turned off his camouflage. I've been waiting for you, and here I was wondering what to do if you didn't notice me even when I'm this close. I have no problems ignoring you. But if you're just going to aimlessly sneak around the camping vehicle, I thought it would be bad if I don't at least try to get rid of you. Geez, don't say that. We're fellow old-world connectors, you know. As expected. This time, Akira did not show any reaction even when Shiro bluntly stated it. Though you did say you want to talk, are you here to try and scare me? Although I have no plans to pick a fight with Sakashita Heavy Industry, don't expect me to let you keep this up forever. Akira even thought that it was rare for him to pick a peaceful solution. Nonetheless, he was not lying, and it could be seen from his squinted eyes. He honestly had no desire to pick a fight with Sakashita Heavy Industry, especially when he was about to get his new equipment soon. Naturally, he still had his line. Else, he would not have tried to kill Chloe and got himself a bounty. However, Shiro just ignored the pressure and exaggeratedly shook his head. Of course not. I just want to offer you a job. After all, it doesn't seem like you will hesitate to pick a fight against Sakashita Heavy Industry if you have a good enough reason. Akira tilted his head and squinted his eyes. In contrast, Shiro's smile widened. I will pay you the same amount as your current bounty. 50 billion orum. Even Akira did not expect such an offer. Are you being serious? I am. It takes them 50 billion orum to get someone to kill you. So, it's only a given that I pay that much if I want to ask you to do a job for me, no? Though, as you would have expected, I can't pay the full sum up front. But we can talk about the details for that part later. That's not what I mean. Well, that part does bother me a bit. But no normal person would offer a job to a bounty target, you know? It's not like it was Sakashita that placed that bounty on you. So, I don't really mind. Even so, Shiro's reasoning sounded way too naive for Akira as he knitted his brows. If you won't say anything, I'll assume that you're okay with it. So, I'll tell you the details. The job would last for 1 month. In that 1 month, Shiro wanted Akira to do some stuff, which included fighting. However, Shiro did not tell Akira in detail what he needed from him. Such detail depended on how the situation unfolded or changed. Thus, Shiro could not make that part of the job clear. Basically, he needed someone with enough firepower to explore an undiscovered ruin. 50 billion orum would include the expenses. Furthermore, since it was a request for a hunter, it was to be expected that there would be fighting. As Shiro explained, it sounded more absurd, which made Akira even more confused. And also, although I know that you can fight with fewer worries if I pay for the expenses beforehand. But I still have my limits. I can't pay you 20 or 30 billion orum as a deposit, just for taking the job. So, I will give 5 billion orum first and see where it goes from there. As Shiro explained, Akira eventually returned back to his usual self. Wait a second. I haven't said anything about accepting that job. But you don't have any reason to refuse, right? I do. Oh, what is it? You're running away from Sakashita Heavy Industry, right? If I accept, wouldn't that mean going up against Sakashita Heavy Industry? Akira asked as if it was already obvious to him. Although he did not have any proof to support his claim, considering the huge incident back in Miyazono Ruin, where he met Shiro, he had a hunch that Shiro must be running from Sakashita Heavy Industry. He asked to check Shiro's reaction and instantiate his hunch. Shiro's face turned stern. Under normal circumstances, he would have noticed what Akira was trying to do. At least, he would have thrown a counter-question to Akira. However, what had happened with Shugadome made him desperate. This caused him to react toward Akira's statement. That I'm offering you this job as an individual. I thought you knew this and wouldn't say anything about that topic. But since you asked, I will have no other choice but to answer that question. What exactly are you trying to say? Just like how I have Sakashita Heavy Industry behind me, I know that you have a patron behind you. Akira was taken aback and immediately raised his guard. He quickly picked up his rifle and aimed it at Shiro. Shiro was not able to react. But even after having the muzzle touch his forehead, he did not falter. Although his eyes were cold, he was still smiling flippantly at Akira. I hit the bullseye, didn't I? Akira immediately realized that he overreacted when Shiro asked him that question and squinted his eyes. Alpha, what should I do with him? Should I just kill him? Alpha stood in front of Akira. She made her usual smile and spoke to him, trying to calm him. Akira, calm down. There's no proof that he knows about me. Is that so? I will decide whether to let him live or to kill him here. You should just calm down for now. Be careful not to say anything unnecessary, okay? All right. Akira took a deep breath to help himself calm down. He breathed in deeply and let out a long foot to help him maintain his calm. He then continued his telepathic conversation with Alpha, while restarting his conversation with Shiro. That let's say that you are correct. In that case, my next move would be to make sure that you won't be able to tell anyone. In other words, to kill you here. If you have any reason why I shouldn't do that, this is your chance to tell me. I'm sure you have some since you decided to say that to me, right? Or is it that you believe I won't kill you if your guess is correct? Akira tried his best to make a grin. Just to make sure we're on the same page, you don't think that I won't kill you just because you're from Sakashita Heavy Industry, right? After all, as you said, I will fight Sakashita Heavy Industry too if I have to. That is, if I have a good reason for it. Shiro could feel cold sweat running down his back, but he somehow managed to maintain his flippant smile. Of course. So, what is it? If you won't say anything, I will just kill you here and now, you know? If you kill me, not only Sakashita but Tatsumori, Tsukasada? The moment Shiro said so, Alpha suddenly erased all her clothes. Akira, who inadvertently saw that, could not help but get bothered. Unfortunately, he could not hide his emotions and surprise was shown on his face. And even Senba too. Not only that, you will be picking fights against all the 5 biggest corporations, which means the whole corporate government. Alpha, why did you do that? Don't mind me. That's just impossible when you do that out of the blue, you know. Just focus on Shiro. Akira could not help but question why Alpha was doing this. She was distracting him. Nonetheless, he switched his focus back to Shiro while making a stern expression. That's a bluff. Like how the whole corporate government would move just because I killed you. Well, I wonder about that. Though, it might not be an exaggeration to say that the corporate government will react to my death. I'm sure Tsukasada will find it to be very displeasing. Shiro stared at Akira with a confident smile. At the same time, Alpha approached Akira's face, as if she was going to kiss him. Akira inadvertently pulled his head back and frowned. Alpha? What's wrong with you? I'll tell you later, just don't mind me. Don't ask me the impossible. Although he was not sure what was going on, since it was an order from Alpha, he tried his best to not react to him. However, because of that, his expression became even sterner. Seeing his reaction, Shiro thought that his guess was right. Thus, he asked as if he knew his hypothesis was right from the start. You are an agent from Tsukasada Construction. I bet you've been sent here disguised as a hunter to investigate Kuzusura ruin, right? Akira did not say anything back. Thus, Shiro interpreted it as confirmation. Picking a fight with the Lion Steel Company is nothing but a folly if you're just a regular hunter. But if it's some kind of strategy by Tsukasada, it all makes sense. I heard that the Lion Steel's representative is planning to visit this place. So, your actions might be some form of sabotage or warning to Lion Steel. Well, in the end it's just my guess. It's not like I had investigated it or anything. Shiro picked his words carefully, to emphasize the matter with Lion Steel. He stated that he had guessed that Akira was Tsukasada Construction's agent. However, it was a lie, something he made up. He was trying to trick Akira. He wanted Akira to assume he had investigated him beforehand. Akira still did not speak. His expression remained stern. He was worried he might say something he should not, which might result in Shiro realizing it to be a misunderstanding. However, Shiro simply presumed that Akira was too shocked for words since his guess was correct. I have investigated your past too. You caused a lot of commotion, which made people suspect you of faking your hunter rank, right? It might be fine if it's only once or twice, but you overdid it. You even tried to fake your track record by selling it. If you want to hide your true strength, I can't say that was a good move, you know. Akira frowned and clicked his tongue. Although he only did that because Alpha told him to do so, remembering his past bad luck still made him feel unpleasant. Seeing that, Shiro's smile deepened. Don't tell me that becoming a bounty target was also a mistake? Or is it some kind of strategy? That I have no reason to continue this pointless chatter. So, why would someone from Sakashita Heavy Industries seek help from someone from Tsukasada Construction? If you just need help, you can go ask someone else. If you need a lot of manpower, you can just ask Sakashita. So why come to me? Shiro was not sure how he should answer. However, he believed that lying would only come back to bite him later. Thus, he decided to tell the truth. Right now, I'm working for my own personal goal. In order to do that, I might need to go against Sakashita. I'm also in need of help to reach that goal. That's why I've come to you. What Shiro needed was someone powerful. Someone who was not afraid of fighting against Sakashita Heavy Industry. Naturally, those who satisfied his conditions were few. It had to be powerful hunters that even Sakashita Heavy Industry could not just ignore. But they would be working near the front line and would only accept chrome as payment. Unfortunately, Shiro had exhausted his chrome reserve. Even if he had chrome, he did not have the leeway to wait for frontline hunters to come all the way here. As such, Shiro had no other choice but to make a compromise. He had to look for someone strong, someone nearby, and someone who would accept Orum as a payment. It had to be someone who took their job seriously, someone who would face any danger if the reward was large enough. He was searching for someone who satisfied all these conditions. Eventually, he found a hunter by the name of Akira. Akira picked a fight with the Lion Steel Company and even became a bounty target. He even got designated as a monster by Kagomayama City. There was no question. He was a hunter with multiple screws loose. However, that made him likely to accept an illegal job that might turn the 5 largest corporations against him. When Shiro investigated Akira's past, leaving aside his morality, he was unquestionably someone who took his job extremely seriously. After weighing his options, Shiro finally decided to hire Akira. It was obvious that Shiro was being careful with his words. After hearing his explanation, Akira turned to Alpha. Alpha, do you think he's telling the truth? Well, he's being extra careful with his words. But it doesn't seem like he's lying. And I don't see any reason why he would lie about choosing you. It's likely that he really has no other choices. So, it's just because he's making a compromise, huh? Well, it's better than having malicious intentions behind his request. Akira heaved a big sigh. Alright, I get why you want to hire me. So, why should I just not kill you here and now? That my goal includes exploring a certain ruin. It is a special ruin that is very important to the Eastern District. If you accept my offer and can complete the job, I will tell you about that ruin. It's highly valuable information that you wouldn't normally get from a single job. That is even if you're an old world connector. If you return back with that information, they will definitely think highly of you. I'm sure you'll receive a good position inside Tsukisada Construction. Now that you know, I'm sure you can't just ignore this, right? I'm sure you want this information, and if you kill me, you won't be able to get it. Akira was uncertain of what to do next. Personally speaking, he could not care less about the information. However, in order to hide Alpha's involvement with him, he had to act as if he was an agent from Tsukisada. He had no clue how an agent from Tsukisada would react, what they would go through to obtain such information. Therefore, instead of answering, he asked a question to probe into the matter. Why are you so sure that I want a higher position? Shiro looked at Akira in pure bewilderment. That I don't mind saying it out loud, but promise me not to get angry, okay? That just shut up then. Akira thought that it must be a very sensitive subject for these agents. Therefore, he curtly told Shiro to just shut up. As he was getting worried if it was the correct reaction, he made a pose, acting as if he was hesitating before he finally agreed. Very well, I accept that job, but I have conditions. What is it? As Shiro started to tense up, waiting for Akira's answer, he could not help but frown after hearing his reply. Back in the camping vehicle, Carol did not go back to sleep and instead waited for Akira. She was hugging her legs on top of the bed, still without a piece of cloth on her body, as she waited for Akira to return. Welcome back, was it all right? Yeah. Carol, there's something we need to talk about. Can you put something on? HM? Sure. Judging from Akira's tone of voice, it did not seem like she was going to be in any danger and did not have to put on her augmented suit. Therefore, she judged it to be something minor, that he simply did not want to talk while she was naked. She thus reached for her indoor robe. Although it was not transparent, it was made for comfort, so her breasts were still in full view. So, what is it? Sorry, but can you put on something more proper? Even an augmented suit would do. Carol's augmented suit had an old-world design. In other words, it had a rather sexy design. Therefore, even if she put her augmented suit on, she would still not exactly look proper. Carol already knew that much and could tell Akira was basically asking her to at least cover herself. Thus, she left the living room to put on more proper wear before returning back. Will this be good enough? Yeah, sorry about that. Wait here for a bit. Akira then left the room and opened the vehicle door. Carol did not expect Shiro to be the one entering the vehicle. Excuse me for intruding, Akira, what's going on here? The confused Carol looked at Akira, and he frowned before briefly explaining. It seems like this guy wants to hire me for 50 billion orum. So, he's basically going to discuss it here. Shiro looked at Carol and smiled. Yep, it's exactly just as he said. Well, just take a seat for now. Shiro did not wait for an answer nor ask for permission. He simply went and sat on the sofa in the living room. He even signaled Carol to take a seat as well. Although Carol was still confused, since Akira was the one who invited Shiro in, she thought that he should be friendly and took a seat. Akira sat next to Carol as he thought about what he should say next. Carol, Can you at least listen to what he has to say for now and decide whether to take his offer or not after that? He basically made this offer with my current job as your bodyguard in mind. So, this is about accepting his offer along with my current job. He said he's fine with me accepting his offer while still focusing on my current job. Akira placed multiple conditions for Shiro, though they mostly stemmed from just one main condition: that he would continue to work as Carol's bodyguard, while the attached conditions were for Shiro to not say anything unnecessary to her. Also, he would only accept the job if Carol was fine with it. There were also additional conditions. However, Akira mentioned that if Shiro could not satisfy these conditions first, then he would refuse. Priority-wise, my bodyguard job comes first. If you are afraid that it will hinder my job to protect you, then you can just say so. After all, I accepted your request first. So, you can decide for me. If you can't decide, I will take it. Carol was extremely confused by the sudden turn of events. However, she at least understood, to an extent, what was going on. She replayed Akira's explanation inside her mind to analyze her current situation. Akira, what if I say no? First, I will kick him out of the camping vehicle. Then, we'll need to move away from this place. We can decide later whether to leave him alive or not. It would be great if you can just leave me alive. I'm not talking to you. I don't think it's a good idea to kill someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry, you know. In contrast to the serious Akira, Shiro was still as playful as ever. Both then looked at Carol. So, Akira, basically if I say no, you will refuse that 50 billion Orum job offer, right? Are you sure you are okay with that? You don't need to worry about it. Even if you say so. If it was only for a small amount that did not reach the billions, although she would feel bad for Akira, she would definitely refuse. After all, she did not want to have anything to do with the source of the incident back in Mihazono ruin. But 50 billion Orum was not a small amount. It could not be simply ignored. That was when Shiro interjected. Just to let you know, I'm here to offer a job to Akira. But if he's going to refuse because he is in the middle of another job, I don't mind changing the offer to both you and Akira. So do at least keep that in mind. Carol's eyes widened as she looked at Akira, who frowned and warned. I'm sure I already warned you to not say anything unnecessary. No, that one was not unnecessary, right? Then just keep your mouth shut except for the bare minimum. Even with Akira's warning, Shiro just exasperatedly shook his head. Geez, alright. In that case, I guess I should just keep the details and get straight to the point, huh? Shiro, who was acting playful up until now, suddenly turned serious. If you accept his job as your reward, I will tell you how Sakashita Heavy Industry and the other corporations treat old world connectors. Carol's jaws dropped. She had been using all kinds of means to investigate this exact thing. But in the end, she was unable to gather anything more than rumors. As an old world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry, I can tell you why they are looking for the other old world connectors and all kinds of secrets regarding the other companies. If you want to use it to hide from them or to manipulate them, the information I'm going to share will be extremely valuable. In exchange for the payment for her side job, she did try numerous times to seek this information. However, she was unable to find anyone knowledgeable about this subject. Of course, normally I would never tell anyone about it. After all, it's considered a corporate secret. But I don't have that leeway right now. So, I'm willing to make it an exception this time. With a nod, Carol would be able to obtain it. Highly valuable information that she would not be able to receive unless she was a part of the 5 biggest corporations. Standing in front of that very opportunity right now made her shiver. So, what do you think? I bet it intrigues you, right? Seeing Carol clearly react to his offer, Shiro thought that he had won. Chapter 273, A Small Display. Shiro was waiting with a smile on his face, believing that Carol would immediately say yes to his offer. But strangely enough, no reply came back. Shiro's expression gradually turned to bewilderment and eventually desperation. It would be great if you can give me an answer. Even after Shiro spoke, Carol still did not give a response. Her shocked expression showed how confused she was. "But is there anything you don't like about my offer? Or do you think it's too risky? Either way, I can't do anything unless you say something, you know?" Even so, Carol still did not respond. "Hello, are you there?" Carol's silent anxiety slowly infected Shiro as well. As both of them sat there, anxiously, the mood slowly grew tenser and stiffer with time. Carol went silent because she realized that Akira was an old-world connector. She always had her suspicion, but this time, it had more or less been confirmed. When Shiro said that he wanted to talk with a fellow old-world connector, he was referring to Akira, not her. Carol was too shocked to notice, but now that she had calmed down, it all made sense. Carol finally realized why Akira's reaction was so minute. Even after she told him of her past, to Akira, who was already an old-world connector, it just meant meeting someone like him, another old-world connector. Carol understood why an old-world connector would not want anyone else to know of their identity. Thus, she started to worry. She questioned if Akira would have told her of this, willingly. That worry started to fester in her mind, and she asked herself, "Wait, don't tell me that this is a test." Akira did leave Carol alone in the camping vehicle and went out alone. Although he said that he would be using camouflage, he did not activate it when he was still inside the camping vehicle. If he was being cautious, he would have done so while he was still inside. Was that only an excuse so that I won't follow him out? Or am I just overthinking? Akira then casually allowed Shiro in. It was obvious that they already had a discussion without her. At the very least, they must have already agreed on the reward for that job offer beforehand. For Akira, 50 billion orum is a huge amount of money. Even so, he told me not to worry about it. Was it so that I don't use it as an excuse to refuse the offer? In the first place, did Shiro really offer 50 billion orum? Or is this a fake setting that they had agreed on beforehand? If it was indeed a fake setting, then Shiro might be lying about Akira. If I ask how to find an old-world connector, right next to him, will he think of me as an enemy? He's hiding it after all. Is that what he's trying to confirm? That I know? Is that why Shiro is including that kind of information as payment? Carol understood that there was no end to her questions. Neither could she come up with sound arguments that could disprove her guesses. Thus, it mostly depended on what she believed in. She did not want Akira to turn hostile. She did not want to lose someone to whom she had opened up. But unfortunately, she did not know which choice would turn him hostile, to accept or to refuse. Carol was pushed into a corner, not really sure what she should do. Shiro tensed up, similarly, unsure of what he should do next. When Akira told Shiro of his conditions, the latter was confused. He expected everything could be done through negotiating. However, Akira's conditions were a wedge in his plans. Though he did not show it, he felt extremely disgruntled. In order to accomplish his goal, Shiro needed extra firepower. At the moment, his only option was Akira. If Akira refuses, the situation might take a turn for the worse. They might capture him and gift him to Sakashida. In order to prevent that, he was willing to pay 50 billion orum. Failure was not an option for him. Why is she hesitating? Is there any reason for her to refuse? Wait. In the first place, it is impossible to hire someone with a 50 billion orum bounty on their head. Is she conspiring together with him? Is she working to provide Akira with support? No, she was really caught by surprise. There's no way that's true. But wait. Is she a different person? Like a body double? As Shiro was gradually losing his cool, which also meant losing his rationality, this caused him to imagine all kinds of absurd possibilities. In the end, his skills laid in collecting information, not negotiation. Thus, Shiro found himself at an impasse. While Shiro and Carol sat there, diving deeper into their own anxieties, the mood grew tense. Akira suddenly interjected. Say, Shiro. About that information regarding old-world connectors. Although it's payment for Carol, is it okay for me to listen in too? As an old-world connector, I'm also interested. Shiro frowned and looked at Akira. He thought that Akira should already know everything since he worked as an agent from Tsukisada Construction. Sure, but you're interested too? You don't know all the details. I don't know how the other companies treat old world connectors. Although there might be differences, I think they're more or less the same. I don't mind telling you, but Carol-san's approval comes first. Akira and Shiro looked at Carol. Carol's eyes widened and she smiled. Sure, we'll accept. So, Akira, let's hear about it together. Shiro sighed in relief and mumbled. Good grief, what took you so long? He then raised his voice a bit to change the mood. All right then. We have a deal. If you want me to explain everything to you now, can you at least give me something to drink? My throat is all dried up. Sure. I'll be back in a moment, Akira said and quickly left to bring drinks. Carol stood up and said that she would help too. However, since Akira refused her offer, he left the living room alone. With Shiro and Carol left alone in the living room. With the tense mood getting dispelled just a moment ago, they sighed in relief. They reflected and concluded that they were just overthinking things earlier. Carol's worries were erased after Akira declared he was an old-world connector, and Shiro's worries were erased after seeing Carol's reaction. After they had confirmed that there was actually nothing to worry about, they wryly smiled. As Akira was preparing drinks from the refrigerator, he gave a curt glance at Alpha. Alpha, do I need to be that suspicious of them? Alpha replied with a solemn expression. You have to be extra careful. Although you admitted to being an old-world connector, we can't afford to let them know about me. Judging from their reaction, I'm sure Carol won't investigate you any further and Shiro would stick with his misunderstanding as well. We had to do that to make sure that our secret is safe. I see. Akira thought that it was overkill. But considering Alpha's situation, he thought that it was acceptable and did not pursue the subject any further. The next day, Carol woke up. Still lacking sleep, she yawned a few times as she had breakfast. Seeing that, Shiro, who was also there, also eating breakfast, smiled and comforted. You don't have to be that depressed, you know? It's not like all you've done up until now is unless. Even if your worries prove to not be true, there's nothing wrong with preparing for the worst. Even if it is unlikely, you know? Even if Carol knew that Shiro was not teasing her, it still annoyed her. She glared at him, but he simply continued his meal, unfazed by it. Although this is pretty good, it is still a bit disappointing to me. As I thought. I have gotten too used to living in luxury. It might be weird for me to say this since I ran away from them, but if you want them to capture you, I can help you with that, you know? Though, that would only be after I finish my business. Carol heaved another deep sigh. The information from Shiro about how companies treated old-world connectors could not be any further from what Carol had expected. One of them being how large corporations no longer used force to capture old-world connectors. It was true that they did that in the past. That was just how valuable the old-world connectors were. But as knowledge grew and technology advanced, that worth slowly diminished. In the past, using the old-world line was extremely expensive. People only used them for connection lines between cities. But now, although it was still not that cheap, anyone could access the old-world domain using top-class, still highly expensive, information-gathering devices. With the advent of information-gathering devices coupled with augmented reality, they were able to access the augmented reality system of old-world ruins. Once the option to use expensive equipment opened up, large corporations preferred to use them over old-world connectors. After all, the connection qualities differed from one old-world connector to another. Devices which helped to connect people to the old-world domain had made enough progress to turn those who were considered to be ordinary into mid-level old-world connectors. With the advancement of these technologies and the funds that the large corporations funneled into it, they had stopped hunting mid-level old-world connectors. After all, the expense did not justify the benefit, not anymore. Of course, this option was only open to large corporations. Some middle-sized corporations still sought old-world connectors and still resorted to force to capture them. But given that they were only small to medium-sized corporations, they were not that threatening. Even if they were able to somehow capture a rank 50 old-world connector hunter using force, it might still not be worth it. After all, that hunter might turn out to just be a mid-level old-world connector. As such, rather than capturing with force, they preferred to cajole them with benefits. Therefore, Carol's worries were mostly unnecessary. Naturally, Carol did not just believe everything Shiro said. Considering the commotion caused when hunters found a device that could connect to the Old World domain back in Higuraka Residence Ruin. There was also that colossal battle that took place in Mihazono Ruin, caused by Sakashita Heavy Industries' attempt to capture Shiro. It was rather obvious that corporations were still willing to use force. However, Shiro casually refuted her points. The commotion regarding that connection device originated from the Lion Steel Company. It was the huge sum of money they put up for it that caused the commotion. If the device only helped to connect to the Old World domain, the commotion would not have been that big. Meanwhile, in regards to the matter in Mihazono Ruin, it was mainly caused by Yanagisawa. He held great influence in Kagamayama City. He used all the resources that he had to retrieve him, a highly skilled staff member from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It was incomparable to a medium-sized company's hunt for Old World connectors. As such, those two incidents could not serve as counter-arguments. Shiro explained with such confidence that even Carol nodded and got convinced by it. They did not let this information get out of the inner wall because keeping this illusion up was more profitable for the large corporations. When small to medium-sized companies attempted to use force to capture Old World connectors, large corporations could swoop in and capture them instead. In the guise of capturing for the sake of their protection, these Old World connectors would feel thankful towards their captors. With such rumors floating around, they would be more likely to accept being taken under the wing of these large corporations. That was why such rumors were kept rampant, and why Carol was mistaken. It was only a matter of time before small and medium-sized companies got an affordable means to connect to the Old World domain. By that time, the worth of Old World connectors would plummet. When even normal people could connect to the Old World domain, the only benefit of being an Old World connector would be that they did not need any support device to connect. At the moment, they were in the middle of that transition. Shiro explained, ending the topic. As Carol recalled their conversation yesterday, it was obvious that she got a bit depressed. Of course, in the end, it was nothing more than Shiro's words. There was a chance that lies, misinterpretations, and exaggerations were mixed into it. But even so, Carol could not help but believe Shiro's words. Thus, she occasionally let out depressed sighs. That was when Akira suddenly interjected. "Carol, do you want to stop your bodyguard request? Considering what we've heard yesterday, I feel that coming with me would put you in more danger. So, feel free to put a stop to it anytime you want, okay?" Carol frowned. She understood his true intentions and was even happy that Akira worried for her. But at the same time, she also felt a bit offended. "Oh, I want you to keep working as my bodyguard until we find a good time to call it quits. Just like we've agreed on beforehand." "Are you sure?" "Well, it's nothing but beneficial for me though." Akira frowned and looked at Carol. She then smiled back, as if she had already completely placed this matter behind her. "Of course. As an apology for making you do a job without telling you anything, and as gratitude for accepting it, I will at least do this much, that I see. Thanks." Akira smiled back. Seeing them act in such a manner, Shiro once again got suspicious, and questioned if Akira and Carol were actually conspiring together. Meanwhile, Alpha looked over that exchange with caution. Although Akira and Carol were basically working for Shiro right now, they had nothing to do at the moment. To be more precise, Shiro was the one who stated they had nothing to do and Carol believed him. But in reality, it was simply because Shiro had still not satisfied all the conditions that Akira had placed. Therefore, he could not tell them to start working on his goal just yet. Akira had asked Shiro for one thing as advance payment. Akira made it a requirement for Shiro to explain his goal and the ruin that he wanted them to go to. Naturally, Shiro adamantly refused to do so. However, from Akira's point of view, a ruin exploration request without any details was just too dangerous. Shiro's strong refusal seemed to prove Akira's point and made the former seem suspicious. In the first place, there was no guarantee that the information Shiro had about the ruin was accurate. That was why he ultimately refused the job. Akira then pointed out an alternative, which was to get him to be indebted to Shiro. Indebted to the point he could not refuse Shiro's request. Akira only gave an alternative so as to open up space for discussion. However, even after knowing of his intention, Shiro quickly accepted his conditions. Shiro was afraid that with the slightest information shared, Akira might realize what he was trying to do. Therefore, with that deal in place, Shiro stayed in the camping vehicle instead of returning back to his hideout. He was looking for an opportunity to get Akira indebted to him. After all, it was easier to find that opportunity if the target was nearby. As to not allow Carol to eavesdrop on their conversation, Shiro asked Akira through telepathy, "Akira, can I just pay you more money instead? 10 billion orum, no, make it 15 billion. I'm willing to pay you that much in advance, you know?" "No. In that case, you can go do some investigations as an agent from Tsukisada. I will help you out. You do need to add something to your achievement list, right? You won't get any if you don't do any work, you know? This is a great opportunity for you. I'm willing to help you right now. With my 50 billion orum bounty and monster designation, I can't return back to Kagomayama City. Like hell I can do any investigation in this situation. Or more like, you should work with Sakashita to get rid of my bounty and monster designation. I will think of that as huge debt, you know?" Sure, except, since I'm currently on the run from Sakashita, I'm also not in a situation where I can do that right now. Shiro let out a sigh in secret. I thought that any old world connector agents around this area would jump at the smallest opportunity to get extra achievements. The 5 largest corporations had more old world connectors than they needed. Each old world connector had differences in relation to their skills and capabilities. A genius old world connector like Shiro would be assigned to a special facility, received special training to hone their skill, and get assigned a powerful bodyguard like Hammers. However, common old world connectors did not receive such privileges. If their connection to the old world domain did not reach a certain threshold, they would be assigned to do clerical jobs. Those whose connections were even worse than that could not even do any job related to the old world domain. Thus, some of them got assigned to do jobs outside the inner wall, while some were sent as agents to various places or companies. Even if they could not do any task related to the old world domain, if they could still communicate through the old world domain, they could work in remote areas without any communication equipment. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about communication failures or hijacking, etc. For reconnaissance, where connection failure could be fatal, they were highly valuable manpower. Shiro thought that Akira belonged to that category. He thought that Akira was ordered by his superior to disguise himself as a hunter. Fortunately, Akira had a knack for being a hunter. He also presumed that Akira had lived inside the inner wall before and wished to return. There were agents from Sakashita Heavy Industry who were in the same situation as Akira. They were familiar with the lifestyle inside the inner wall and had a strong desire to return. These types of agents could only do so once they piled enough achievements. Shiro knew many agents who acted in such a manner. That was why he was so certain Akira could not afford to kill him. But, strangely enough, Akira's reaction was rather mild. Shiro was even unconsciously trying to justify Akira's unexpected reaction. No, is he actually excited for the opportunity but just cannot trust me? Tsukisada could win some favors from Sakashita if he just handed me over to Sakashita. That should be a huge achievement for him. Or is he just holding back? If that is the case, this is a rather dangerous situation for me. I only have 1 month to do this. Although he did not have any other choice, Shiro felt Akira's conditions only served to make him waste what precious time he had left. Thus, his face turned grim. Suddenly, another notification reached Akira through his hunter code. Just like last time, it was a code to connect through an encrypted line. However, he was visibly flustered when he checked the sender. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He checked with Shiro and Carol if it was fine for him to go out for a bit. Once he gained their approval, he left the camping vehicle. Carol and Shiro both wondered what was going on with Akira. Outside the camping vehicle, Akira stared at his information terminal. He then made his resolve and opened the connection. It's Akira. Elena over here. Akira and Elena only stated their names, and the conversation came to halt. Elena already knew that he had turned into a bounty target. Akira noticed this from the fact that she had contacted him through an encrypted line. He endured the silence longer than he had imagined. He was quick to realize how much he cared about her perception of him. However, at the same time, he also realized that there were people who did not care about the labels imposed on him. This made his lips curve into a wry smile. As he was wondering why Elena called him and what should he say, the silence continued. It was Elena who broke the silence. Well, as much as I want to ask, how are you and what are you up to lately, I know that you're not in the situation for small talk. So, I'll leave that for some other time. So then, I actually have something I need to discuss, but before that, there are a few things that I need to tell you. Alright, what is it? We are your allies, or at least we want to stay as your ally. Will you believe me if I say so? Akira did not reply. The reason was simply because if he said yes, he might rope Elena and Sarah into his problems, and he was afraid of that. As Elena interpreted that silence as a no, her tone turned forlorn as she continued. But at the very least, we are not your enemy. We don't want to be your enemy. Will that work? If not, then it'll be pointless for me to continue. In that case, you can end the call. Hearing her voice leave traces of insecurity, Akira finally opened his mouth. Yes, that will be fine. Akira evaded having to make a clear statement, whether he was fine with them being allies or not being enemies. He did not mean to make it vague. He simply could not make up his mind. Thank you. So then, actually, there are people who hired us in order to speak with you. Although I do want to talk to you about smaller and simpler topics, I will pass the call. It's Hikaru, long time no see. Hikaru was trying to act friendly to sour Akira's mood. Although the plan was by no means wrong, it was obvious that Akira was displeased with hearing her talk. You can go ahead and tell me your excuse for roping Elena-san and Sarah-san into this. Hikaru immediately tensed up. However, she had already prepared an answer to this question beforehand. It is to convince you that we are your allies. We told them everything before they accepted my request to escort me. I'm sure you don't know what is going on inside the city. I believe you see all city officers as hostile. So, unless I do this much, I'm sure you'll just end the call before I can say anything. I am sorry if you find it unpleasant. Akira understood her reasoning, but that was not enough to completely overturn his soured mood. Wouldn't it be fine if you just ask for Kobayashi? If it's from him, I will at least listen to what you have to say, you know? Kobayashi is working as a staff member of the Hunter office at the moment. So, it would be improper for a city officer to ask him to do something. I'm sure that you can understand that too, right? If not, I don't mind explaining it to you. No, that is fine. Kobayashi did advise Akira to blow the city open. Therefore, Akira concluded that for Hikaru, who was an officer from the city management, it would be a bad move to contact such a person. As he was reminded of Kobayashi, he started to compare them. He believed that, at the very least, this conversation would not be as absurd as the conversation he had with Kobayashi. That thought alone helped him to calm down. Alright, so what is it? If it's possible, I want to solve the current situation peacefully. Would it be alright if we meet up somewhere and talk face to face? Peacefully, huh? If you really want to do so, go and annul my monster designation first before calling me. That's exactly why I want to talk with you. If they can see that you're willing to sit down and converse peacefully with us even in this situation, it would be easier for Inabe-san to convince city management that this is a matter solely between you and Lion Steel. The city has nothing to do with it. As I said, we are your allies. That's why we're also working hard over here to help you, you know. Since Akira was told that it was in order to remove his monster designation, it was not like he could refuse. Furthermore, it was suggested by someone claiming to be his ally. However, if they met up, there was a good chance that Sarah and Elena would be there too. That was why Akira was hesitating. Fine then, let's meet up. Thank you. So then, how are we going to meet? I'll pass the call for a bit. Hello, it's Sarah. Long time no see, Akira. Yes, long time no see. Sarah was obviously trying to act like usual. So, Akira was trying his best to do the same. But in the end he still sounded stiff. Sarah noticed it but just ignored it. Although it might sound weird, are you doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Do you have somewhere to sleep? Are you sleeping in an abandoned building somewhere? No, I'm living in a camping vehicle. Oh, I don't remember you have one. Is it an abandoned camping vehicle? Well, about that, it's a long story. Sarah was casually chatting with Akira about how he was doing. Judging from his tone of voice, it did not seem like his mental state had been gravely affected, which she had been worried about. Although she did not know all the details, she was relieved to hear Akira was still able to live in a relatively good condition considering his situation. It was to the point that he could maintain his calm. Being a bounty target on top of getting a monster designation. No normal person would be able to stay sane having to stay vigilant of hunters and monsters out in the wasteland for an extended period of time. But judging from his reply, Akira seemed to have adapted well to his situation. He did not sound panicked or desperate. Although he sounded stiff and nervous, even a little guilty, it was proof that he at least had the leeway to afford to be so. But still, it must be rough. Well, it seems like Hikaru is working hard so that you can return back to the city. So, I hope it goes well. If you need any help from us, feel free to ask. Don't hold back. We are also hunters. Depending on the reward, we would at least consider it. Thank you for the offer. But unfortunately, I just bought new equipment, so I don't have much money left to offer. Oh my, that's just too bad. Sarah jokingly said so, and Akira replied with another joke. At the very least, he understood that Sarah wanted him to ask them for help when he needed them. After that, the call returned back to Hikaru. They quickly decided on the time and the place before closing the call. Akira heaved a deep sigh. Seeing that, Alpha smiled and spoke to him, as if to console him. It's not your fault. Being designated as a bounty target is not your fault. Although, your decision did play a part in it. Regardless of whether you would do the same thing or not in the future, just give up and accept it. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I don't think they were lying to you. Elena and Sarah were being honest when they said that they want to stay as your allies. Did I see? Thanks. As expected, Akira could not simply change how he perceived his situation at the drop of a hat. Even so, he still smiled and thanked Alpha. You are welcome. Alpha smiled back at him. After they closed the call, Sarah seemed forlorn as she said, that it seems like we're no longer senior hunters that he can rely on anymore. It's rather disheartening. They thought that they could still do something to help Akira out. They wanted him to rely on them. That was why she stated, if you need any help from us, feel free to ask. Don't hold back. But today, that was no longer the case. Akira no longer relied on them. He was even worried about causing them trouble. The realization hit Sarah pretty hard. In contrast, Hikaru, who did not notice Sarah's feelings, was excited. After all, her first contact with Akira regarding this matter went well. Elena-san, Sarah-san. I know that this won't be easy, but as I said before, if things go well, we should be able to help him. So, I'll be counting on you again. Hikaru politely bowed. Sarah was surprised by this. Elena, who had been together with Sarah for such a long time, noticed her feelings and tried to cheer her up with a smile. Of course, we're planning on helping him from here on out. Right, Sarah? Sarah seemed to have been taken aback, but she quickly bloomed a smile. Yeah, you're right, let's do our best for the next step. It reminded Sarah that they were not trying to help him so that he would rely on them. She brightened up and smiled happily at her best friend, Elena. Chapter 274, The End of the Grace Period. It had been 1 full week since Akira had a bounty on his head. He still had not received his frontline equipment yet. Furthermore, at the moment, no one was trying to hunt him. He was talking with Alpha while waiting to meet Hikaru. At one point, Akira seemed rather confused as he shook his head. What can I say? I feel a bit disappointed. With 50 billion aurum on my head, I thought someone would already try to attack me. Is it because I'm hiding pretty well? But they did find Shiro though. Discovering that it was currently peaceful when it wouldn't be strange if all hell broke loose, was not good luck. Rather, it was borderline ominous. Such thought had been grafted deep into Akira's mind. Even so, Alpha was smiling as per usual at him and replied, well, He's a special agent from Sakashita Heavy Industry, so they might have some kind of special means to track him. The reason why they can't find you is probably because it's impossible to do that to normal hunters. It would be great if that really is the case though. Akira did try to ask Shiro once. How did he find him? However, Shiro simply stated that it was through secret means that no normal person could access. Telling Akira would mean owing him a huge favor. Therefore, in the end, Akira refused. Since Shiro was being hunted by Sakashita Heavy Industry and was traveling together with Akira, Akira believed that Shiro would tell him about it if he were to get discovered. In addition, there might be no effective way to deal with it. Akira's lack of interest in the matter made Shiro glad. Meanwhile, Alpha was telepathically conversing with Akira. He could have just told you and made you deeply indebted to him. I wonder if he is just being stubborn and not telling you. Or maybe he has another plan in mind. It is possible that he suspects such favors, no matter how many, even when piled together, would be judged by me as insufficient. So, he might just be waiting for an opportunity, one huge favor with which I can no longer refuse his request. That's why he is avoiding having me owe him smaller favors. Until he can get that one big opportunity. That does sound like a good strategy. But I don't think that's a good gambit against someone like you. While in the middle of their conversation, Akira noticed a vehicle heading in their direction from the wasteland. Akira quickly stopped conversing and picked up his rifle. Hikaru's group was heading to the meeting place on a vehicle with Kagomayama City's mark on it. It was a vehicle with a collapsible top. At the moment, it was completely open. Even so, thanks to a thin force field layer, they were protected from the wind and sand. Since it was completely transparent, Hikaru, Elena, and Sarah had good visibility of the surroundings. After what she experienced during the intercity transport escort mission, Hikaru preferred to stay within the inner wall. That incident took place somewhere as secured as the inner wall. Just thinking of it made her not want to step out of the inner wall. Therefore, since Inabe gave her a high-level authority pass, she hoped she could at least bring the city defense squad to escort her. However, considering that bringing unnecessary people could cause Akira to not trust her, she decided to not do so. In exchange, she gave Elena and Sarah, her escorts, expensive equipment, which was too much even as advanced payment. They were powerful equipment not suitable to be used around Kagomayama City and only sold to hunters above certain hunter ranks. Since she was in the middle of a special mission regarding the safety of the city, she managed to somehow get them for Sarah and Elena. She also roped in Kiryu and Tosan to get the best equipment that she could get for Elena and Sarah. Thanks to that, Elena and Sarah received powerful equipment, which had an old-world-like design. It would not be strange for others to mistake them for hunters from further east. Since Elena and Sarah were hunters, normally, they would be delighted to find themselves having such equipment. However, since they were going to meet a bounty target, they did not have the leeway to be delighted. Instead, they were distressed, and it was obvious from their expression. While they were driving through the wasteland, the vehicle lightly wobbled. Elena thought that it was unnatural, but the sensor did not show anything in particular. Thus, she presumed they must have rode over pieces of rubble. She then glanced at Hikaru to confirm if she was fine, before making sure that they were heading in the right direction. Hikaru-san. The meeting place is just ahead. Just to confirm, I need to leave the general communication frequency open, right? The vehicle was broadcasting a message. It was stating that it was containing a staff member of Kugiyama City to everyone in the area. Of course, the other hunters hunting for Akira would also receive it, which might lead them to Akira. Yes. Though I'm still unsure. Elena-san, do you think it's safer if we turn it off? I'm sorry. Although I'm the one who threw that question, I'm also not sure. If they went to meet Akira without broadcasting that message, hunters hunting for him might attack them in the middle of their negotiation. They could simply state that they did not know Hikaru was from Kagomayama City Management. The broadcast was to ward off such an excuse. Should they ensure Akira's safety by concealing themselves and do the negotiations, or should they keep broadcasting and protect him by using the influence of the city even if his location was made known? After Hikaru considered her two options, from the point of view of a city management staff member, she decided on the latter. As the negotiator of the team, Elena also thought about it. However, she concluded that her experience would not be of any use in this situation. Sarah, what do you think? Me? Not sure. If possible, I would rather have Akira choose what to do. I would prefer if you can just keep driving straight like this. Is that so? Well, in that case, Elena and Sarah frowned. Akira's voice then continued. Elena-san, please just keep on driving like this. There's no need to stop the vehicle. Just keep on driving as if we're heading to our agreed-upon meeting place. Elena smiled bitterly. Sure. So, just when did you get on the vehicle? Just a moment ago. Akira disengaged his camouflaging coat and showed himself. Hikaru, oblivious that he was sitting next to her, was thunderstruck that she could not hold back her voice. Whoa. What? Hikaru, keep your voice down. I'm trying to meet with you in secret, so stop making a commotion. After Akira gave his warning, Hikaru quickly shut her mouth. However, her whole face still could not contain the surprise she felt. Sarah smiled wryly. Elena, you didn't get him in the sensor? Nope, I didn't. Akira, how did you get in? Elena was also smiling wryly. But in contrast, Akira smiled amusedly and explained. I was waiting along the route to the meeting place with my camouflage coat on. Once you got close enough, I jumped in, while trying to make the least impact possible. After that, I sneaked into the back seat. I'm pretty sure we have the force field armor up though. If you sneak in slow enough, a weak force field armor meant for protection against the elements wouldn't give any trouble. If they're enhanced to detect trespassers, I would have been discovered though. But it doesn't seem that this vehicle has that type equipped. I'm sorry for surprising you. I need to be extra careful as well, so I hope you can understand. Akira said so with nonchalance. Elena's smile deepened, but it was a teasing one. I don't mind at all, but I can't say for my employer. Akira then turned to Hikaru. His casual attitude showed that he was reacting positively toward this meeting. It also indicated that he was not there to fight. Or at least, that was what Hikaru told herself to help her calm down. She then heaved a huge sigh, which was used to release all her pent-up complaints. I'm glad to see that you're doing pretty well even with that 50 billion bounty Orum on you. Thanks for the compliment. Hikaru said sarcastically. However, Akira simply shrugged it off and replied with a nonchalant smile. When Elena and Sarah saw their exchange, they found it to be amusing. The mood inside the vehicle had quickly relaxed. However, they could not afford to enjoy such a mood forever. Akira pulled himself together and went straight to the main subject. So then, Hikaru, I heard that you want to solve this problem peacefully. Hikaru also turned serious. She reminded herself that failure was not an option. Thus, her serious attitude became severe. That's right. First of all, can you tell me your side of the story? I want to understand what is going on after all. In the end, we are a third party in this matter. So, it would be great if you can tell me from your point of view what is going on. To be honest, it would be troublesome if you hide anything. So, please. Sure. Akira then honestly told his point of view of the current incident just like he had said before. But the more he spoke, the paler Hikaru became. She had an awkward smile on her face as she cursed. Psst. Just how in the world are we going to solve this matter peacefully? Considering that Lion Steel was a huge company, even if Akira was innocent, she wished that they could find some way to compromise. Although Akira might not find it to be pleasant, she still planned on convincing him. That picking a fight with Lion Steel was simply too reckless. She would push him to negotiate for peace as the best choice. But after listening to his story though, that thought was just an impossibility, a mere dream. Akira showed no desire to compromise. He was resolute about killing Chloe. The only reason why he did not do so right away and instead hid was simply because he was waiting for the frontline equipment from Kobayashi. There was no doubt he would do anything to eliminate her after he got those equipment. If she tried to stop him, he might see her as an enemy and there was a high chance Akira would eliminate her as well. Elena and Sarah, who were also listening in to his side of the story, smiled bitterly. However, at the same time, they thought that it was so like him to act in such a manner. They easily concluded that it was futile to try to convince him otherwise. After all, Akira once raided the headquarters of a large slum gang just to kill a single pickpocket. Although his opponent was on a different scale, his strength was already on a whole other level. He was basically doing the same thing as before. So, this came as no surprise to Elena and Sarah. Hikaru frowned. She was extremely perplexed. Even after wringing out everything she could from her brain, she could not think of any words to convince him. In the first place, Akira was not someone who would simply withdraw because he was facing a large company. If he was someone who would do that, or if he was someone who understood the idea of self-preservation, back in the intercity transport escort mission when Hikaru was mistaken as an old-world connector, he would have abandoned her. As she recalled that incident, she smiled bitterly. She thought to herself, "Well, I was saved only because he is like this." Akira silently waited for Hikaru's reply. However, after some time passed, with no reply, he started to think that it was as he had expected. There was no way they could solve this matter peacefully. Thus, he believed that it was about time he left. But that was when Hikaru suddenly showed a reaction. "Akira, wait for a bit." Hikaru then pulled out her information terminal and called Inabe. After she gave a quick rundown of the situation, she then turned the information terminal toward Akira. Inabe's voice could be heard from the information terminal. "Long time no see, Akira." Hikaru's conclusion of what she had to do was to call her superior. She knew that trying to solve this situation herself was futile. She would be just wasting time. Therefore, she thought of consulting someone else that might find a way out of this predicament. "Normally, I would go to meet you myself, but I'm a bit busy over here, you see. So, I sent Hikaru in my stead. I hope you can understand." Well, putting that aside, I've heard the gist of what is going on from Hikaru. I have a suggestion on how to solve this incident peacefully. "Oh, what is it?" Inabe's words gave hope to Hikaru. But his next words completely caught her off guard. "What are the chances of you accepting a job to kill Chloe?" Director Inabe. It was an outrageous suggestion that completely left Hikaru at a loss for words. But since it was the second time for Akira, he was not that surprised. "Why would you ask me to do something like that?" "It's simply because I think we can reach a more peaceful resolution by doing so. I will be honest here, this time, I can't be your ally. In all honesty, you've really done something stupid." As Hikaru was still flusteredly reacting to what Inabe just said, he simply ignored her and continued. "Being your ally means there will be a full-blown war between the Kagomayama City Management and the Lion Steel Company. I'm not talking about an economic war, but a real war with ammunition. So, I'm sorry, but I can't do that." "Well, I already expected as much." Akira lightly nodded. It was obvious that he did not find it to be surprising at all. However, Hikaru was flabbergasted for some reason. "And so, we need to take the next best option. I can't be your friend, but I won't be your enemy. But if I just leave this situation alone, it's only a matter of time before you go for Chloe's throat with frontline weapons. So, we need to interfere." Elena, Sarah and Hikaru were listening anxiously to their conversation. A high-ranking city officer was offering an assassination job. This was not a matter that could simply be brushed aside. For Elena and Sarah, although they were employed by the city management through Hikaru, in the end, they were outsiders. They were uncertain if it was fine for them to listen to this conversation. However, it was way too late to back out now. So, they continued listening in. But as the conversation continued, the weight of it only became heavier and heavier. That is exactly where the problem lies. As I thought about how to solve this peacefully, the answer is simple. It's for either you to die or for Chloe to die. Considering our relationship, I think having Chloe die is the better choice. "Well, thank you. Nah, don't mention it. But our next problem here is how to kill her. I can help you if it's only for a tiny bit. Either you need to sneak inside the inner wall or bait her out of the city. Personally speaking, to suppress the damage, I would rather choose the latter. In the first place, it's between you and Chloe. So, it would be great if you keep Kagomayama City out of this. I bet Kobayashi is encouraging you to make this problem as big as possible. But that only serves to amuse him, so don't." Well, I wouldn't need to deal with the city defense squad outside the city, and I don't think I can sneak into the city anyway. That's great to hear. Akira and Inabe were talking casually. However, the contents were enough to send a shiver through Hikaru's whole body. Her superior was asking Akira to assassinate someone from a large company. He was even offering to help as well. If this plan went through and this conversation got leaked to Lion Steel, a war would no doubt break out. A mere low-level city officer like her would be blown to bits if she got involved. But she was no longer able to say that she was not involved in this. Hikaru was panicking, having to face a situation that was already more than what she could handle. However, that was not the end of it. Akira's next words brought on even more surprise to her. Just to let you know though, I won't accept that job. Why? Actually, someone offered me the same job before. But I will kill Chloe purely by my own will. Even if the job only acts as a cover, I don't want anyone else's will to taint it. And since I refused their offer, it would be stupid of me to accept this one. But it would be of great help if you can help me sneak into the inner wall or to lure Chloe out of the city. I just won't accept the job. But I will still kill Chloe though. I see. Although, offering it to you means that I'm willing to share the crime with you. Well, if you're going to take full responsibility for killing her, it actually saves me a lot of trouble. So, I'm completely fine with that. But can you tell me the details of the fact that Akira refused and openly stated that someone else already requested him to do the same exact job had Hikaru in utter shock. As if to hammer the nail into the coffin, there was a sudden change of event. Akira suddenly received a telepathic message from Shiro. Akira! Get away from there. Right now. You'll get surrounded. Akira immediately scanned his surroundings. But he did not catch anything suspicious. Alpha. There's nothing inside my detection range. So, it should be from outside my detection range. Be careful, Akira. The very next moment, warheads suddenly rained down a little bit further from where they were. More warheads followed afterwards, creating explosions around the moving vehicle. Smokes and dust spread through the area, accompanied by echoes of fiery explosions. The accuracy of the barrage was low. It was as if they were shot randomly. However, the quality of explosives was by no means small, as if to compensate for their lack of accuracy. Furthermore, they came from all directions. Sarah. I know. Elena scanned the surroundings and accurately calculated the trajectories of the incoming warheads. Sarah then shot them down one by one with terrifying accuracy based on the data from Elena. In her right hand, Sarah held a gun, which was fitted with a lens on its muzzle. The concentrated energy projected from that lens reacted with the colorless mist to draw a straight line. It pierced through the incoming warheads and made them explode. Meanwhile, the gun on her left hand spewed out bullets, destroying the rest of the warheads. Akira also quickly started shooting as well. He worked flawlessly with Sarah to make sure that the area around the vehicle was completely safe. As the warheads kept raining down, explosions echoed all around. Flames devoured the surrounding areas with a veil of dirt and smoke. This finally broke Hikaru. Please. What is going on here? Give me a break, already. Shiro? Where are they? Send me their positions. Just get away from there for now. They'll completely surround you if you stay there. Akira glanced at the image of the enemy locations that were sent by Shiro through telepathy and frowned. The enemies were forming an encirclement 3 kilometers in radius, with him in the middle. Well, I'm a bounty target, after all, it's no surprise they'd come at me in teams. Back when they were hunting the tank tarantula, Shikarabi did gather hunters and formed a team before challenging it. Akira joined their team during that time. He smiled bitterly as he finally noticed the reason why no one came at him after some time. It was simply because they needed time to organize a hunting party. During the hunt for the tank tarantula, they also did the same. For the sake of safety, they bombarded their target from afar. And this time, that target was him. They sacrificed accuracy for the sake of keeping their distance. They would not get too close nor too far. They would just keep bombarding him. According to the image sent by Shiro, Akira could see the enemies were actively moving in order to keep him in the middle of the encirclement. However, because of the scale of the operation, it was difficult to keep the formation perfectly circular. Very quickly, some clumps started to form in the encirclement. Alpha then pointed out that part of the encirclement was relatively thin and told him to go in that direction. Elena-san, please go in that direction. Elena quickly turned the vehicle toward the direction Akira pointed to. The high-speed sharp turn caused Hikaru to yelp. The sound of the explosions was of course transmitted to Inabe through the information terminal. An ambush, huh? Akira, let's continue this talk some other time. Hikaru-kun, head back to the city as soon as possible. Be back to the city? But Akira is also with us here. Hikaru inadvertently asked. After all, they could not afford to bring someone designated as a monster back to the city. However, Inabe quickly replied with no hesitation. Leave him behind. What dash? That heartless suggestion shocked Hikaru. Elena and Sarah were obviously unhappy with it as well. However, Akira then nonchalantly said to them, Elena-san, just keep driving like this and don't stop. Of course. Let's get out of here together. Elena had no plans to leave Akira behind. She smiled confidently and looked back at him. However, she was shocked to find that he had already jumped off the vehicle. Akira? What do you dash? If not for Akira telling her not to stop beforehand, Elena would have stomped on the brakes right there and then. She could not decide whether to turn back and pick him up. After all, Akira jumped off the vehicle himself. It was doubtful that he would jump back, and even if she turned back. Before she could make her decision, Akira's voice could be heard through Hikaru's information terminal. Elena-san, once again, keep heading in that direction and don't stop. Elena frowned and bitterly asked, Akira, are you sure you're fine with it? Elena-san and Sarah-san are here to make sure that Hikaru is safe, right? In that case, it's only right for you to prioritize it. As hunters, it's important to do our job perfectly. Akira's voice was calm and somehow sounded happy. Elena, who was always presented with difficult decisions as the team leader, smiled bitterly. A smile directed at herself. So, in her place, her best friend, Sarah smiled confidently and gave a firm reply. All right, Akira. Just leave Hikaru to us. Sorry and thank you. If Hikaru dies, I would lose one of my negotiation routes with city management after all. That would be really troublesome. The encirclement should be weakest in that direction. But considering I am a 50 billion Aurum bounty target, I bet it still won't be easy, so be careful. Hearing Akira's apologetic tone of voice, Sarah replied with an upbeat one. Don't worry. We are really exceptionally well equipped for taking this job. So, we should be able to handle it just fine. In reaction to that attempt to cheer him up, Akira also replied with a more upbeat tone. Is that so? I'm actually scheduled to get new equipment too. Really? Then we should show our equipment to one another soon. We can have a good, relaxed talk next time. Yeah. Well then, until next time. After making a promise to meet up again, they closed the call. While at the same time, Elena trembled in sorrow and stepped on the gas. Elena, we should do our job. If we don't, I'm sure Akira would be disappointed in us. That you're right, Sarah. Thanks to her best friend's cheer, Elena somehow managed to regain her cool. She smiled confidently to convey that to Sarah. Sarah smiled back softly. So yeah, Elena. Anyway, rather than hold back, how about we bring out our trump card? Without even waiting for a reply, Sarah pulled out a seemingly ordinary gun from the back. When she activated it, it automatically unfolded and expanded itself. Its barrel got longer and thicker, and its overall shape changed. The total length of the gun was now even longer than that of the vehicle. In its folded state, it was using the same technology for the extended magazine. Thus, it greatly expanded when it was undone. Although it had the shape of a gun, once it was fully unfolded, it was impossible to fold it back to its original form. They would need to pay a specialist to do that for them. However, all the trouble was worth it for its firepower. Elena expanded her scanning range to its maximum. Due to the distance, she was still unaware of the enemy's formation. Naturally, it was difficult to ascertain their position with such limited information. Nonetheless, she was able to infer their general position from the incoming barrage. Although it was still far from accurate, after she did more calculations and narrowed down as much as she could, she smiled amusedly and ordered Sarah, "Fire away." The large-sized gun, suitable to be used by a powered suit instead of a human, immediately started spewing out bullets. It was only thanks to Sarah's enhanced body and augmented suit that she was able to use such a weapon. It sucked the energy packs attached to it dry in an instant. All the energy was compressed into energy bullets and shot out of its muzzle. The barrage of the energy bullets rampaged through like a storm, leaving trails of light while they headed to their targets. The gun spewed out bullets as if the expense was non-existent. The powerful bullet storm lashed out as if Elena and Sarah were venting out their emotions. It completely devoured everything in its way, leaving destruction and annihilation in its wake. Chapter 275, Tamed Monsters. After Akira jumped off the vehicle, he immediately started running toward the direction where the encirclement was the thickest. As expected, the enemies were still far from his reach. Furthermore, with obstacles in between them, it was impossible for Akira to directly aim his shot. He kept running while calling for his bike. Meanwhile, he shot down some of the incoming warheads. He even used the LEO multi-rifle on his right hand to shoot down some of the warheads that were not heading towards him. It created a flurry of firework-like explosions up in the air. Those explosions alerted his attackers, informing them that he was heading in a different direction, away from the vehicle. While he was doing all of this, he was about to end his call with Elena and Sarah, which was hosted through Alpha. Of course, until next time then. Alpha, the bike is heading this way, right? I'm driving it right now, so don't worry. But before that, let's clean those up first. Alpha then pointed at the signals that were heading toward him. With his vision augmented to see as far as it could, Akira could not help but frown. Monsters? What's going on? These signals were coming from large-sized carnivorous monsters. Their bodies were half-mechanical, as if they got turned into cyborgs. They were covered in bluish armor plates as if they were born with metallic hard skin. In between their armor plates, 4 limbs were extending out. They were moving nimbly, as if their 6-meter-long body did not impede them at all. The wreckage and the rubble were helplessly crushed under their large legs. It was obvious that the monsters were not from around Kagomayama City. It would not be strange to find such monsters way out to the east, maybe around Ziegelt City. That was the first thing that shocked Akira. The next thing was that they were heading toward him. It could only be described as unfortunate for monsters if they were escaping from a hail of warheads. However, the current situation was far too strange. These monsters were running straight to where those warheads were landing. If they wanted to destroy the source of bombardment, they would head in the same direction Akira was heading, not towards him. As Akira was still uncertain as to what to do with those monsters, they suddenly stopped midway. It was as if they thought it was a bad idea to get too close to him and started to move around him. Akira was even more confused. However, his confusion got completely annihilated as suddenly, the bombardment got even more intense. That was rather sudden. Up until this point, the bombardment was aimed at the general area around Akira. Therefore, some of the warheads landed a bit far away from him. However, suddenly, the target area narrowed down. The intense bombardment was not due to the increase in total number but because the targeting area got narrowed down. This showed that they got a better grasp of his location. Monsters that were behaving strangely and the sudden increase in accuracy. Alpha immediately noticed their connection. Akira, those monsters are working as reconnaissance for the enemy. Shoot them down immediately. Akira raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that at all. Reconnaissance? But they are monsters, no? Why are monsters helping the hunters who are after me? I bet they captured and modified them. Modifying a mechanical monster is relatively easy after all. It was not rare to capture a powerful monster and tame it to help hunters. Biological monsters had the embedded instinct to attack people, so it was extremely difficult to tame a biological monster. However, for mechanical monsters, depending on its biological and mechanical structure, hunters might be able to interfere with its programming. For example, rewriting the control device or even replacing it altogether, especially for mechanical monsters that imitate biological creatures. Sometimes, it was easier to manipulate their programmed instinct compared to complete drones. After all, most of the time, their brain was connected to a nervous system. Even if it was impossible to manipulate the control device, they could simply replace it with another control device. Most of the time, control devices for powered suits were used as the replacement. Afterwards, they could let it run some machine learning program to study how to control the monster's body and over time, if lucky, take full control of it. There were cases where the new control device caused the biological portion of the monster to go berserk. Naturally, this happened because the new control device was made with the current era's technology. It was easier than having to analyze the monster's control device, which was made of an unknown substance and unknown technology. Moreover, this process, using familiar technology, made it easier to analyze and control the captured monster. If they were able to do well manipulating the captured monster, they might be able to use the old-world mechanical monster's parts. Although these parts were made of metallic materials, they were able to be repaired as if they were biological parts. Some even had the weird capability to fix themselves in an instant if induced with certain medicine. Some could work even without an energy pack or a generator. In order to study those parts, many mechanical monsters were captured. The monsters that Akira was facing were called Blue Saber. The hunters hunting him tamed them. The reason why the bombardment accuracy suddenly increased was because their blue monsters were conveying all kinds of information to them, like the contours of the region and the general coordinate of where Akira was. Akira, you already did very well as a decoy, can we get serious now? Alright. The reason why Akira was deliberately shooting down more warheads than needed was simply to act as a decoy. This was so that they were more focused on him instead of Elena and Sarah. Akira knew that shooting randomly upwards would expose his location. They just needed to retrace the bullet's trajectory, but he still did so. However, now he could stop. He quickly hid his presence using his camouflaging coat and stopped shooting down the warheads. He then quickly turned toward one of the blue monsters. This blue monster was constantly keeping a distance. It was as far away as it could be, while keeping Akira barely within its sensor's range. However, once he activated his camouflaging coat, the monster was no longer able to detect where he was. Because of that, the bombardment had lost its target. They started shooting randomly around the area, prioritizing coverage over accuracy. After all, they concluded that Akira should be around the area. Since Alpha could accurately predict the trajectories of the warheads, this random bombardment did not cause any trouble for Akira. Meanwhile, the boy was calmly running toward that one blue monster, closing the distance between them. The monster immediately went to the area where Akira suddenly vanished. It was trying to once again ascertain his location. However, with the constant explosions from the warheads, dust and smoke veiled the area. This caused it to be even more difficult to find Akira, who had his camouflaging coat on along with Alpha's support. Even so, the blue monster increased its scanner power. Therefore, it eventually detected Akira's signal again. However, that was only after he had decided to move quickly. Although he knew that he was jeopardizing his position, it was worth the risk. Akira knew that he did not have to get that close if he used his rifle. However, he still chose to use a blade. It was to avoid having the enemies locking down on his position from the sound of the gunshot. If he could take down this monster, it would greatly reduce the accuracy of the bombardment. He was prioritizing hiding his presence. At least, until his bike came so that he could quickly close the distance to those surrounding him. The blade handle was connected to an energy tank on his back through a tube. That way, he could transfer energy to the blade. Increasing the sharpness of the blade through the strengthened force field armor increased the risk of it crumbling to dust. It was thanks to Alpha keeping a very subtle balance that the blade's sharpness could be pushed to its limit without destroying the blade. She was even able to control the minute detail of the blade's output as it was swung toward the blue monster's head. The time between the monster detecting Akira and the blade reaching its head was minuscule. If it was a biological monster, that opening was only barely enough to make a surprised expression. However, a mechanical monster was not subjected to such pointless emotions. It did not even waste its time. It immediately obeyed its programming to attack Akira. It opened its jaw wide, which was filled with electric needles instead of teeth. The electric needles created a bluish flame that gathered in the middle of its mouth. It was creating a ball of energy. It aimed that energy ball at Akira, which fired to transform into a burning blue ray of light. At the next moment, Akira sliced through the beam and even past the blue beast. He swung the blade from a low stance, releasing a sharp wave of light that split the blue beam into two. It scorched the terrain to his left and right, leaving two clear charred lines on the ground. Akira increased the speed of his body using his suit, which added to his initial inertia to quicken his swing. With masterful execution, the blade cut through the heavily armored head and pierced through the torso of the monster. As the blue light died out and the monster was split cleanly into two, Akira stood in the middle of its carcass. He then looked back at the scorch marks on the ground and frowned. That was dangerous. That is not something that I can just take on and walk off fine, right? Yep. It would have killed you if you had taken it head-on. They even have these kinds of monsters, huh? Just who the heck is hunting me right now? Whoever they are, I bet their hunter rank is high enough to hunt a 50 billion Aurum bounty target. I already know that, but still. Even in the Eastern District, where guns reigned supreme, there were still those who forewent blades and fought with their fists. Those who had survived for so long, even after making such a foolish decision, were powerful hunters. It was the same for taming monsters. Doing such a thing with the goal to increase one's fighting power was considered foolish. If it was only for the sake of increasing firepower, it was safer and cheaper to get a tank or better equipment. Therefore, those who tamed monsters not for the sake of research or business, mostly did so for the sake of their hobby. This meant that those hunting him right now were the people with enough money or power to indulge in such an ineffective activity. It could even be both. With such people attacking him, it reaffirmed his identity as a 50 billion Aurum bounty target. Thus, Akira let out a sigh. He then changed gear. He once again slipped into the noise created by the raging battle and moved away from this place. Since he had killed a recon unit, he believed it would be easier for him to hide his presence now. He jumped off the dead monster and continued heading forward. However, the next surprise caused him to frown. There were two more blue sabers heading in his direction. There are still more this close, huh? It seems like they're heading here from another location. Since they approximately know where you are, they no longer have to search the other areas. From his last encounter, he knew that these monsters had the ability to shoot from afar. Therefore, this time, he chose to use his LEO multi-rifles and aimed each of them toward a different blue monster. The rifles released a barrage of sea bullets toward their targets with pinpoint accuracy. But before they hit their targets, they suddenly got deflected. Instead, a bluish spark was left in their stead. Once the sparks cleared up, there was a translucent bluish-white glass-like layer, cracked and almost close to shattering. It was now clear that the monsters had used a force field shield to deflect his barrage. Akira knitted his brows and then raised them the very next moment. From behind the force field shield, the monsters had already opened their jaws. They were about to release their laser attacks. Akira quickly jumped behind the dead monster that he just killed. A few milliseconds later, the area was completely devoured by blue. Since the ray attack was focused more on area coverage instead of firepower, it did not inflict that much damage on Akira. Even so, with two of them shooting at the same time, it had enough power to blast the carcass of their dead friend away, leaving Akira exposed. Although he was also blown away, since he had focused on his defense, he was able to avoid any injury. Akira quickly reaffirmed his footing right away once he landed. Now that he was once again exposed, he thought that he should at least shoot down one of them. Thus, he was aiming both of his rifles at one target. Alpha, which one should I take out first? We need to kill them both. Even if you manage to get one, the other one would still be able to relay your location. You know that I can't do it. That's why I'm thinking of taking one of them out first. I'm asking which one I should take out first. If you're not going to answer, I will decide on my own. Don't worry, it'll be fine. What do you mean? It was a telepathic conversation through his compressed time perception. Therefore, even a long conversation would only take a short time. Even so, Akira did not have the leeway to have a long conversation. Even in that situation, Alpha was smiling like usual. She was returning replies that did not mesh well with the situation, causing him to be even more bewildered. Right at the next moment, the two monsters had their heads pierced through by a single laser each. The first monster had its control device on its head accurately pierced by a concentrated beam, while the second monster had a hole drilled through its head. Seeing that, Akira was completely flabbergasted and glanced at Alpha. Seeing that, Alpha just smiled back with her usual smile. See, it's fine, isn't it? Why yeah. Akira agreed and gave a nod. He then frowned and looked toward the source of the lasers. He could see a bike heading in his direction with an AF anti-material cannon perched on its back. He quickly realized that it was his bike and Alpha was controlling it. However, he did not know where the other laser came from. As the bike came to view through the smoke, Akira finally realized where the other laser came from. At the same time, he was caught by surprise. Carol was on his bike with a large cannon in her hand. Even with that huge thing, the bike did not even seem to slow down as it approached him. As the bike passed him, Akira grabbed Carol's hand and jumped on board. As Akira took the back seat, Carol glanced and smiled at him. Sorry for the wait, was I late? Though, from my point of view, it seems like I just came right on time. Yeah, thanks. But why are you here? Even without you on it, the bike should be able to get here just fine. Oh my. I didn't expect you to say that when I came all the way here to rescue you. Just like you saw earlier. I'm not going to slow you down, you know. Toward Carol, who was voicing her honest complaint, Akira frowned and replied. It's safer for you to remain inside the camping vehicle. Just so you know, I'm still in the middle of my bodyguard job duty as well. As your bodyguard, I wish to protect my target. I don't want you endangering yourself just to help me out. Just like earlier, I do not have a lot of leeway to protect another person, you know? Then, it was the right decision for me to come here. I will fight together with you and help you as much as I can. Isn't that what we agreed on when you accepted my bodyguard request? If you're that cornered right now, then let me help you. That was the deal and that is just how deals work, no? You're not wrong, but... Seeing Akira sheepishly try to deny her, Carol became a little obstinate as she firmly stated. Just so you know, even if you say you want to cancel your bodyguard job because of this, I will still come to help you, okay? This is also partly instruction from Shiro, after all. Since I'm also basically working for him, this is also part of my job, so I won't back down. Alright. Although Carol made such a claim, they were actually not formally working under Shiro. As he had thought, Shiro intentionally manipulated Carol using her misunderstanding. He quickly connected to Shiro through telepathy and asked him, Shiro, what do you think you're doing? It would be bad for me if you die, you see. So, I asked Carol to rescue you. Although you're not working for me at the moment, I can still employ Carol as an individual and separate her employment from you. So, I don't see why I should be criticized by you for that. Just so you know, I don't owe you anything for this. Sure. Your condition doesn't really matter if you die, after all. But well, if this is enough to kill you, it's meaningless to hire you in the first place. So, make sure to get back here alive. They then went silent, but behind that silence, their wills were clashing against each other. Thanks to telepathy, their emotions were being conveyed to one another even without any words spoken. After a short moment, Shiro was the first one to break the silence. But still, how did you manage to tame someone like her? What are you trying to say? Though it might be weird coming from me since I'm the one who sent her to help you. But when I did so, she did not utter a single complaint and just went to you, you know. No matter how you look at it, between leaving the safety of the camping vehicle or going out straight to where it rained warheads and having to fight against hunters who were strong enough to hunt a 50 billion bounty target, normally, I would expect her to say 1 or 2 complaints. I can understand it if she's a veteran soldier, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Are you guys dating or something? Shiro casually threw that question, believing if that was indeed the case, he might be able to use it for his goal. However, Akira did not answer except for a telepathic sigh. Shiro, make sure to protect the camping vehicle. All my reserve ammo is over there. If I lose it now, it would be really bad. So, make sure to protect it. I will owe you one if you do that. Sure. Good luck out there. Yeah. Akira then closed the telepathic connection, heaved a long sigh, and became solemn. Carol, like I said before, I can't guarantee your safety in this situation. So, you might get killed if you stay with me. To be honest, I would prefer to have you head back to the camping vehicle. You know this already and still want to help me here, right? Yep, isn't that what I said back then? Are you really sure? This is your last chance to withdraw. Geez, you're so stubborn, you know. Carol pouted. As expected, with Akira's numerous warnings, she started to wonder if Akira saw her as nothing but a burden. Someone who would only serve to slow him down. I see. But after hearing her confirmation once again, Akira lightly smiled, which quickly escalated into laughter. All right, help me out then. Carol was taken aback by Akira's sudden change in mood. However, he ignored how surprised she was and continued. First of all, we need to swap places, so get to the back seat. Wait. As the bike was moving haphazardly to avoid the pouring warheads, Akira forcefully swapped places with Carol. He did not hold back and grabbed her chest and legs as he casually took the front seat. Although it was slightly rough, Carol was frozen in disbelief since Akira never treated her like that before. All right then. Let's get serious. As I said, I don't have the leeway to protect you. So, I will be making pretty extreme moves. Hold on tight and make sure not to get thrown overboard. Okay. Carol coiled one of her arms around his chest, sticking close to his back. Compared to the first time we met, you've grown quite a lot. Wouldn't it be fine to graduate from being a boy soon? I'll think about it. Now we are going. Although it was just for a split second, Akira responded back positively, which he had never done before. Even Carol did not expect that. However, the one surprise after another event was not over. The bike suddenly made a sharp turn. However, it was neither to the right nor to the left. The bike suddenly went up with the help of invisible platforms under its wheels. Whoa! Wadash! Akira? Carol yelped. Akira heard her, but he simply smiled in amusement and ignored it. After they got to about 300 meters above the ground, although they were still facing a storm of warheads, Akira saw it as positive. They no longer had to worry about the shock wave when the warheads hit the ground. Even the explosions could no longer reach them. Compared to the ground, the sky was a relatively calm place. Though, Carol looked a bit frightened, being at that height with no visible footing. She tried to calm herself down as she asked, Akira, I don't think our situation changed that much though. So, what's next? Well, although they have a better view of us from down there, that is also true for us from up here. It would be difficult to shoot when on the ground with everything in our way. So, this is much better. Carol, I'll send data of their location to you. Feel free to shoot them the moment they get in your range. Carol added the information she received to her display. She could see several enemy signals coming from the front. Due to the contour of the terrain, it was impossible to snipe them from afar. However, from up here, it was no longer a problem. Moreover, Akira was moving toward them, thus closing the distance. Although the enemies were trying to move away and keep their distance, thanks to the clear sky with no obstacles, Akira and Carol were moving much faster. Alright, let's get started. First one. Carol fixed her aim and Akira also did the same. Even the bike took aim as well. Akira and Carol lightly smiled and zeroed in on their targets. Without even exchanging a signal, they pulled the trigger at the same time. Akira, Carol, and the weapons on the bike's arm all shot at the same time. The 3 LEO multi-rifles released a barrage of fully charged C bullets. Meanwhile, the AF anti-material cannon released a high-intensity laser beam. It was focused more on firepower than spread. Carol's cannon released a stream of condensed energy in the direction it was aiming. All shots pierced through the air, drawing long lines in the sky. They headed straight toward their respective targets. The nearest tank took the full brunt of that attack. Its force field armor was torn down from such an assault. There was no doubt that everyone inside the tank got either turned to ash or were full of holes. Akira did not waste a single second as he quickly turned his bike toward the next target. It was a scene of him laying waste to everything in his wake. The cries and screams from the battlefield seemed to say that 50 billion orum was far too low for someone like him. Chapter 276, The Hunter's Motive. The hunters that gathered to hunt the 50 billion orum bounty target were centered around the team led by a hunter by the name of Gelgus. They brought their own vehicles, tanks, and powered suits to form a powerful hunting party. Among the vehicles, there was a single gigantic vehicle. It was as tall as a two-story building. It was large enough to house powered suit weaponry, serve as lodging, and could easily be used as a mobile HQ. This vehicle had the Lion Steel's logo adorned on it. A large meeting room inside it was used as a command center. A table-type display was placed in the middle of that room. At the moment, it was mostly used to oversee the situation of the ongoing battle. All information sent by the information-gathering devices of the powered suits and vehicles on the battlefield were collated and displayed here. Gelgus looked anxiously at the display as he saw friendly signals vanishing from the map one by one. Damn it! One more gone. Their original plan was to keep their distance from Akira. They were one-sidedly bombarding from a distance. However, Akira slipped through in between the explosions and closed the distance. He even managed to break through the encirclement. At this point, the hunting team had already lost half of its firepower. Tell those on the opposite side to hurry up. Order them to open fire right away. He's a bounty target. So why are they hesitating? As Gelgus was filled with frustration, Tact, who was a hunter from the same team, frowned and explained. They said that they can't allow any more friendly fire. When that guy got close, the information accuracy for his position should have got better too. To think they would miss even with such accurate data. Are they stupid or something? I bet the target is also moving to increase the chance of friendly fire. To top it off, the ones suffering friendly fire are not from the same team. If it only ends with broken equipment, they can solve it with money. But that's not the case if someone gets killed. Gelgus knitted his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. That argument was proof of his lack of skill. The hunters hunting for a 50 billion orum bounty target were all veterans. Their resolve when they decided to join the hunting party was not the same as those of common hunters. To some extent, they were ready to lose lives during the operation. However, Gelgus' team prowess was way above those hunters. This allowed his team to completely suppress the infighting between the hunters. Even when they formed the encirclement, they could release the bombardment without the worry of friendly fire. After all, they believed Gelgus' team could remedy any infighting if they struck their ally. The fact that one team refused to shoot because of the worry of friendly fire showed how uneasy they were. They now believed Gelgus' team no longer had the capability to suppress infighting. On top of that, stating it was a clear indication of their thoughts. Gelgus-san, what next? Should I take some of our men and surround the target? If Gelgus' men went out to restrain Akira's movement instead of shooting him down, they could then leave the bombardment to the other team. That should resolve the friendly fire problem. Even if there were sacrifices, the ones they would lose would be from their own team. Therefore, the responsibility could be directly handled by him, and there should no longer be any worry of friendly fire for the other teams. Naturally, that in turn would increase the possibility of friendly fire for their own team. Tact already knew of the outcome when he offered to take the lead. However, Gelgus could not send his team out for such a thing. He had a grim expression on his face as he shook his head and ordered. Order them to restart the bombardment. But alright, if you change your mind, tell me. Yeah. Gelgus shifted his gaze once again to the display, and another blimp signal vanished. Another friendly unit was annihilated. Akira raced his bike through the wasteland with Carol in the back. He was moving at a disorientingly high speed, where up and down no longer had any meaning. Under the wheels was a projected force field armor, which formed its platform. When accelerating, making sharp turns, or braking, the translucent platform would create minute glows of light. It was energy conversion from the impact. Akira turned the bike following Alpha's instruction, blocking the enemy's line of fire using another enemy, causing stray bullets to be more likely to hit their own team. He actively evaded and slipped in between the storm of bullets as if playing with his enemies. The enemy tanks were proactively aiming at him. Given that they were tanks used to hunt a 50 billion hunter, they were powerful. Their caterpillar tracks made easy work of the uneven terrain. They even had enough horsepower to overcome obstacles like rubble and wreckage in their way. Moreover, they had a similar function to Akira's bike. They could create a platform under their caterpillar tracks and elevate the whole tank. It could be used to angle the tanks up, to aim at the sky. They had thick force field armor powered by a powerful generator installed inside their chassis, protected by armor tiles. Furthermore, they could use force field shields as well, thus protecting their weapons and ammunition like missile pods, which were prone to exploding. The main cannon was supported by a powerful scanner, which was extremely accurate. They shared information among themselves to further increase their accuracy. The cannon itself had enough firepower to easily blow apart monsters found around Ziegelt City. Those tanks were working together to shoot Akira down. If Akira got too far, they would use their main cannons. However, if Akira got too close, he would have to face the countless mini-missiles. Akira was fending off their assault, evading some that he could while shooting or cutting down those that he could not. The warhead flew straight and went for his bike. It caused powerful turbulence in the air. The laser cannon released pillars of light that heated the sky. In the face of such an intense assault, Akira moved with precision, as if he could predict their trajectories while slowly closing in. The bullets released from their machine guns spread out to create a wall of bullets instead of focusing on one point. Meanwhile, each mini-missiles launched from their missile pods drew a long parabolic arc. Each angle was unique to each missile, as they went after Akira. Akira shot some of them down to drill a way out from that assault. As bullets clashed with another from their barrage, due to how dense the bullet wall was, they ricocheted and triggered chain reactions. It threw them off target. Missiles were shot and detonated before they made contact, creating clouds of dust and smoke. This reduced the accuracy of the information-gathering devices, which in turn caused the other missiles to veer off their original trajectories. Akira used these clouds to hide his presence as he further closed the distance. That was when the main cannons once again shot at him. Warheads, shells, and lasers were released at a distance, making it impossible to evade. Akira then used his silvery blade to cut open a way forward. Using the high-capacity energy tank of the bike, the liquid metal that formed the blade part was hardened and sharpened using force field armor, increasing its range and cutting power temporarily as he swung it with all his might. As the warhead hit the silvery blade, it was cut into two and veered off its original trajectory. At the same time, laser beams also got deflected, causing all of them to miss their target. Using that opening made from that slash, Akira charged forward, toward the enemy tanks. He kept shooting at the enemy tanks while closing in. As he passed beside one tank, he swung his blade again. The blade, made of an extreme concentration of energy, slowly disintegrated as it glowed with anti-force field effect applied to it. The blade pierced into the tank's force field armor and sliced its body cleanly into two. It was a powerful attack designed to be only used once. Even so, normally, it did not have enough power to cleanly slice through the tank Akira was facing. After all, it was a tank that was normally used to hunt monsters further to the east. It was a given that it was abnormally robust. Its control device even automatically adjusted the energy distribution of its force field armor. It was able to reactively focus its defensive force field to certain locations depending on the incoming attacks. This ability boosted the tank's overall defense even further. However, Alpha utilized that function to execute that attack. Right before Akira swung his blade, he released a barrage of bullets to different locations. This caused the force field armor to focus on those locations. Akira then aimed his swing precisely at the locations where its force field armor was weakened. The area of weakened force field armor was invisible to the naked eyes. Additionally, it was only there for a split second. Furthermore, there were armored tiles underneath which also had their own layer of force field armor. Even so, with an opening as small as a bullet, Akira managed to jam in his blade and swing. With that masterful slash, the tank was sliced cleanly into two. The energy conversion of the force field armor released a flash of light. Even the armor tiles were not spared. A moment later, the upper portion of the tank slid off and fell over. What was left from the lower half of the tank was the remains of its passengers, with their upper half missing. Akira did not stop there. He quickly aimed his rifle at another tank together with Carol. Akira with his LEO multi-rifles while Carol with her mobile laser cannon. Meanwhile, the bike's AF anti-material cannon released its shots at the same time as the other two. To be more precise, Akira pulled the trigger a split second faster than the rest of the group. Akira's bullets reached its target first, causing the force field armor of the tank to once again focus on those impact locations. This caused another part of the tank to get weakened. With Alpha's help, the barrage was adjusted so that the weakened part was right where Carol was aiming at. A moment later, Carol's laser and AF anti-material cannon's laser hit the tank. They pierced through the armor tile and force field armor, sending in a huge amount of raw energy into the tank, causing it to blow up. Although they just shot down two tanks, they did not have the leeway to take a break. Akira immediately accelerated the bike toward their next target. That was when Carol pushed her chest to Akira's back and placed her face close to his face. Akira, if it's only to escape the encirclement, shouldn't this be enough? Or are we going to continue? In the middle of battle, Akira did not have the leeway to be bothered either by the sensation on his back or by Carol's face. The only thing that was registered in his mind was that question. Although they had already broken through one side of the encirclement, it still did not change the fact that they were highly outnumbered. It was not a bad decision to use this chance to escape while they still could. However, they were fighting pretty well. It could be said that they were on a roll. Thus, there was an option for them to continue this momentum and push to gain the upper hand. As Akira was uncertain of which to choose, he then thought of something and asked Carol a question. "Carol, do you want me to get away now while we still have the chance?" Akira was the reason why Carol got involved in this battle. Therefore, if she wanted to escape, he was fine with it. However, she replied with a bright smile and jovial tone. "HM? Nope. I was just suggesting. If you're forcing yourself to fight because you got a bit too emotional, it might be a good idea to withdraw. But if that is not the case and you decide to fight with a calm mind, then I don't mind continuing. I will help you go all the way until the end." Akira's lips curved. He seemed happy at how Carol answered easily. Her answer implied that she did not mind staying on this deadly battlefield, where she could be killed anytime, for him. Therefore, he cheerfully replied, "I see. In that case, help me out a bit more. I have no plans to go as far as to kill everyone here. But at the very least, I want to force them to withdraw. I'm sure some of them would conclude that this isn't worth the danger. If we run away now, they might get motivated instead. Roger that. Let's get them to regret ever choosing to go after you." As they were smiling confidently at each other, Alpha suddenly interjected. "Akira, before we do that, let's resupply first. Your ammo and energy reserve are running low." "Already? But I did use them quite aggressively back there." "All right then." Before they approached any tanks, they always released a barrage to weaken its force field armor as much as possible. At the same time, the bike was continuously consuming its energy to maintain its balance while it was racing at such a high speed. It was also constantly expanding its force field armor with maximum hardness. Furthermore, the energy that was used to sharpen the blade as well. It was no surprise that he was quickly going through his extended magazines and energy reserve. However, that was also only because he could not afford to be frugal in front of the opponents he was facing. If he could not get a chance to resupply, it was only a matter of time before he lost the fight. "Carol, we'll head back to the camping vehicle to resupply." "Hold on. It's not like you're planning to leave me behind there, right?" Carol pouted as she said so. In reaction to that, Akira lightly smiled and joked. "Well, if you are scared, I'm okay if you want to stay behind, though. That's not even funny. Once he heard her reply, Akira smiled bitterly as he exasperatedly said, "It might be weird to hear this from me, but you're having it rough too, huh?" "Well, it's not easy on me too, you know." While in the middle of that deadly battlefield, Akira and Carol raced through the wasteland on his bike in a good mood. Shiro, who was driving the camping vehicle, was already outside the encirclement. He managed to do so not only because Akira attracted all their attention. It was also due to his own skills. Although he was already outside the encirclement, it was not like he could simply run away from the premise. However, if he got too close, he would only get involved in that battle. Therefore, he was only driving around while keeping his distance from the encirclement. That was when Akira suddenly contacted him through telepathy. "Shiro, we're heading there to resupply. Can you meet up with us?" "Sure, but make sure to be careful. I'm not good at fighting. Incapable even. Although this camping vehicle is designed to be used out in the wasteland, it's not well equipped enough to fight those guys. I will send the route to get here. Make sure to follow it. Also, you're only coming here to resupply, right? We are not running away? Are you sure about that?" Personally speaking, Shiro did not want Akira to get killed. However, if he was allowed to be greedy, he hoped Akira would repel the hunters that came after him, a 50 billion bounty target. It would show Akira's fighting capability, which would help to accomplish his goal. Though, as someone who wants to employ Akira, if he decides to withdraw, Shiro was completely fine with that decision. Akira replied with a rather jovial tone. "If we run away now, they will get too confident, which will only turn into more trouble later, you know." "I see. Well, good luck." Shiro then sent Akira the route through telepathy and lightly smiled. So, although he's not that good of an agent from Tsukisada Construction, he's exceptional at fighting. I guess this means I can place my hopes on him later. Even in this situation, judging from Akira's reaction, it sounded like he was still not that hard-pressed. As Shiro thought as much, it seems like he still had a bit of good luck left. He cracked up a soft smile from his expectation of Akira. While Akira was heading to meet up with the camping vehicle, the bombardment intensified. Since he was now moving away from the group, there was no fear of friendly fire anymore. Therefore, they stopped holding back and the bombardment grew even more intense. However, Akira found something weird. The explosive warheads from the bombardment threw dust and rubbles up into the air. The lasers coming from behind him blew wreckage and rubble that were in their way high up into the sky. As they were thrown above Akira and Carol, they started to obey gravity and fell back down. It was intense, to the point that it would be impossible for him to force his way through if it was not for the bike's force field armor that could be projected outside. That was just how intense the bombardment had become. But unlike before, Akira did not make zigzag movements or bother to shoot or slash the warheads. He found this rather worrying. "Alpha, we're not even trying to evade now, right? Did you do something?" "I'm not doing anything. It was Shiro who picked this route, so he might be doing something." Akira turned his telepathy back to Shiro. "Shiro, is there any reason why you picked this route?" "Yep. It's dangerous, so make sure to keep strictly on the route I specified. I'm doing my best adjusting it." Jelga's team was using information from the whole squad to adjust the aiming of their tanks and powered suits. However, Shiro managed to hack into their information stream to send in fake information. This caused the aiming devices to register Akira's position a bit away from his real position. Thanks to that, even in the middle of that intense bombardment, Akira did not get hit. This allowed him to just keep driving forward without any issues. Naturally, if Shiro shifted the location data a bit more, there was no need for Akira to slip in between the explosions. However, Jelga's team would definitely notice that they were being hacked. By keeping the fake information feed to a bare minimum, they would simply believe that Akira was exceptional at evading their shots. Other than that, I'm also sending data that might cause friendly fire as well. I'm working quite hard to support you from here, you know? You better be thankful for it, yeah? Sure, I owe you one. Akira only said so and approached the camping vehicle before jumping into it from the back door. At the same time, he pushed his time perception compression to its maximum as he finished resupplying as fast as he could. Akira stopped his bike and reloaded new magazines and energy packs into his LEO multi-rifles. He ejected the bike's energy tank and loaded a new one. After that, he quickly reloaded a new magazine and energy pack for his AF anti-material cannon. He did all of this at high speed. It was to the point where Carol, who was also doing the same, felt slow. Shiro, who came to check up on them, did say something. However, due to the huge difference in their time perception, even telepathy did not work. Akira only asked Shiro to save it for later as he exchanged the liquid metal tank for his blade. Although they were only resupplying, they were moving so fast inside the camping vehicle that it caused gusts of wind. Once they were done, they quickly jumped back on the bike and went out to continue the fight. The bike's wheel moved in reverse as it jumped out of the back door. It made a 180-degree turn and shot into the sky. Akira then reached for his rifle and immediately started shooting at the closest enemy. With the invigorated firepower fresh from their resupply, it was enough to blow another tank, which had been prepared to hunt a 50 billion Aurum bounty target. That was when Shiro's telepathy message finally reached Akira. Is it okay now? I found something when I was hacking through their information network. It seems like amongst them, there's one vehicle owned by the Lion Steel Company. If this hunting party is led by someone from Lion Steel, then the rest might just disband and run away if you destroy that one vehicle. I'll leave it to you on how you want to do that. Just in case you're interested, I'll send you the data. Okay, thanks. And also, just one more thing. Did you do something to annoy those hunters? Well, I've been killing their friends during battle. So, it's only to be expected that they hold a grudge against me, no? So basically, you have no particular guess, huh? Yes, but why are you asking me that? If it's really just to hunt a 50 billion bounty target, they should have already retreated after suffering this many losses. But since they haven't, I simply thought that they must have some other reason other than money. If I were to guess, it should be some kind of personal grudge. Akira frowned after hearing that. It seems like they had another reason for gathering this many people to attack him. Although it was nothing but Shiro's guess, Akira still could not help but find it pretty annoying. Gelgus was extremely frustrated by the situation, which was only getting worse with time. If they were talking about the success or failure of the hunting party, even if they managed to take Akira down later, from their current losses, they had no choice but to recognize this hunting expedition as a failure. It was even doubtful whether the bounty prize was enough to recoup the loss of the destroyed tanks and power suits. The loss of men was already irreparable. Normally, Gelgus had the choice of retreating before the situation got this bad. If his goal was purely the bounty, he would have ordered a retreat by now. After all, the ability to decide when to retreat in order to cut off losses was an important skill for hunters, and Gelgus did not lack such a skill. Even so, while he understood that he had gotten too obsessed with this operation, he turned to one of the reasons why he did not call for a retreat yet. Hey, didn't you say that his 50 billion Aurum bounty was only to make an example out of him? Just what is this? Those words were directed at Pamela and Lottie's, who were standing not too far from Gelgus. Even in the face of the pressure from an enraged high-ranking hunter, they were still unfazed. Pamela calmly answered his question. It's not only the 50 billion Aurum bounty. We also had him recognized as a monster. As we said before, it is enough to make a lesson out of him. Or am I mistaken? Gelgus annoyedly grunted and asked, Is Lion Steel in trouble with money? Or is it that your master only has that much for her allowance? This time, it was Lottie's who answered with the same calm demeanor as Pamela. If there's anything else to add, it would be because Milady is rather obsessed in this conflict with that hunter. Yeah. Gelgus looked obviously irritated as he clicked his tongue. The price and the strength of a bounty target did not always match up. If it was a bounty monster, there was still a level of correlation between the bounty reward and the strength of the bounty monster. After all, the size of the reward was proportional to how fast they wanted that monster to be taken down. It became a bounty monster since it was too powerful to be defeated through normal means. However, that was not the same when the bounty target was a human. Things like grudge and intention caused the bounty prize to vary. Because of that, Gelgus thought that Akira's original bounty was about 30 billion aurum. Or at most, 35 billion aurum. He has estimated this difference because of those human factors. After all, Akira did try to kill someone from the founder family of the Lion Steel Company. Therefore, it was to be given that a huge bounty was to be placed on his head. However, Akira's true strength was way above what Gelgus had expected. Though, that disparity was not bad enough to drive Gelgus into a corner. Thus, he still believed that Akira was fairly stronger than a simple 30 billion aurum human bounty target. It was not impossible to kill him if Gelgus put in some more effort. That was the reason why he did not call for a retreat. Thus, Gelgus decided to ask that question, to confirm if Akira actually had that much bounty on him because of his true strength. It was also his way of sarcastically asking if their master was not that important to the Lion Steel Company. How come she did not increase the bounty prize for that hunter? As a result, they did not fully deny that Akira had that price tag because of his skill. Even so, Gelgus still decided not to withdraw. He estimated that even after all the losses, even if he was risking more to lose by continuing, there was a good chance it would be worth the trouble. Gelgus was not only offered the bounty prize, he was also offered a connection to the Lion Steel Company. It was not a simple connection to a branch office. It was a connection to the main HQ. With Lion Steel representative, Alice, scheduled to come there soon, Gelgus hypothesized that this bounty hunt had something to do with it. As a veteran hunter, Gelgus had at least checked what was going on behind the scenes. Since information about Alice coming to Kagomayama City was kept a secret, only known to the inner circle of Lion Steel, Gelgus managed to at least find out that someone important from Lion Steel was scheduled to visit the area. Though he did not know who it was. A connection to someone important to a company slightly beneath the 5 biggest companies. There was no question that it was a priceless opportunity. Therefore, Gelgus could not afford to let this opportunity slip past him. Hey, let me ask you again. Your master, Chloe, was it again? She'll really provide me with a connection to Lion Steel HQ if this operation goes well, right? Pamela smiled confidently and replied, "There's a good chance that is indeed the case. Or at least that's all I can tell you. Milady has the 3rd Ward branch under her. Even this vehicle is originally from the Lion Steel 3rd Ward branch. So, you at least know how much we're invested in this, that I see, alright then." For Gelgus' party, it was essential to form a connection with Alice even if they had to sacrifice something. It would definitely profit the team as a whole. However, only Gelgus' team knew about it, which meant that the other teams might decide to retreat from battle if the situation got worse. With that in mind, Gelgus made his decision. Tact, let's change our approach. We'll try to stop him even if we get some of our men under friendly fire. And then, we'll kill him with long-range bombardment. Tell the other teams to keep firing and don't worry about hitting allies. Of course, right away. No, you take your men with the bombardment team. Tact frowned. He thought that his team would be responsible for stopping Akira's movement. Gelgus-san, then who will try to stop him? The other team would not do that fearing they'd get shot by their own allies, you know. I'll do that alone. Tact could not hide his surprise. After all, Gelgus was saying that he would stop them alone. The two have been doing exceptionally well fighting against their whole team. Near the large-sized wasteland vehicle, a large red-powered suit with its equally large cannon was running on autopilot. It was continuously shooting at Akira. That powered suit then stopped shooting and approached the vehicle. It was sprinting towards the back door. Just as it was running, Gelgus exited from the top of the vehicle and jumped down without any hesitation. Without any devices to aid him, Gelgus managed to land on the powered suit and got inside. This showed just how skilled he was as a veteran hunter. The power suit entered the vehicle. There, Gelgus placed its large cannon back inside the vehicle and picked up a blade as its replacement. He then finished charging its energy before jumping out of the vehicle. Inside that powered suit, Gelgus had a rather solemn expression as he spoke to himself. I made the decision. If we can win this, then the decision is a correct one. Zealous, just you watch. Zealous was the captain of Gelgus' team. Meanwhile, Gelgus was actually the vice-captain. The current leader was still Zealous, but due to the information leak by Babylod, he had temporarily lost his influence inside the team. Therefore, if Gelgus could show worthwhile achievement, he might be able to take over Zealous' leadership position. Of course, at first, Gelgus had no plan to take over the leader position. However, for some reason, they ended up having opposite opinions regarding the operation to hunt Akira. It was so serious that the team was split into two, the Gelgus faction and the Zealous faction. The 50 billion Aurum bounty prize and a connection to Lion Steel HQ were definitely extremely beneficial for the team. It was the perfect opportunity to get both money and connection. Although they both agreed on the benefits, their conversation always broke down to the risks. No matter how hard Gelgus tried to convince Zealous, the latter always shook his head. Zealous gave his evaluation of Akira when he met him as his counterargument. This caused the team to completely break into two factions. Zealous, we are hunters, you know? If we don't have the guts to bet on this, then what's left for us is to just rot and die. It's stupid to get scared at this point. He locked on Akira's position from his radar. I'll kill you and prove to Zealous that I'm right. The red-powered suit flew. It had a gun that could decimate monsters near Kagomayama City in just one shot. Its muzzle spewed out a huge shell that tore through the air and straight toward its target. Die. In order not to let him or his friends fall out of grace as hunters, Gelgus decided to take a step forward. A step toward death. Chapter 277, Danger. During the battle, Akira noticed the sudden change in the enemy movement. He was a bit bewildered by it. The bombardment momentarily stopped and the enemies around him rapidly retreated. After he broke through their encirclement, they now shifted to a fan formation, which was actively adapting to his moves. This also increased the effectiveness of their long-range bombardment. Therefore, Akira was confused as to why they suddenly stopped their bombardment. Alpha. It's not like they're retreating, right? Probably not. But if they're changing to form a defensive formation, it might be a good idea for us to leave. There's no need to continue fighting them when they have the advantages. Well, I think we've already done some damage to them anyway. In the first place, Akira was not planning to fight them until the last man. Even if the survivors regrouped and once again went after him, they would need some time before they could do so. If Akira could get his new equipment from Sakashita during that time, he could fight the next battle in a much better state. Therefore, he thought that it was a good idea to call it a day. However, someone prevented Akira from doing so. A red-powered suit suddenly came chasing after him. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're planning to let you get away just yet. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Though, it seems like it's coming alone. Akira found that to be strange. However, it did not stop him from shooting at the powered suit. Carol and Akira were both shooting back at it while evading its shots. Even with most of their shots hitting their marks, the powered suit did not seem to slow down at all. It kept closing in on them. This guy is just too tough. Well, since it's charging at me alone, I guess that's just how much faith it has in its defenses, Akira, it seems like the others are going to resume the bombardment. So be careful. Sure. If they do that, won't they hit that unit too? From Akira's position, the red-powered suit's position, and the shooting angle of the fan-shaped formation, it was impossible to hit him without hitting the red-powered suit. That was why Akira did not expect them to continue their bombardment. He could not help but frown. Even after receiving Alpha's warning, he still showed surprise once the bombardment did resume. The warheads were shot in parabolic trajectories, traveling high up before falling down. Meanwhile, laser beams that could only go in a straight line were shot from the sides. Instead of aiming properly at him, they were targeting the general area around him. Akira shot, evaded, and sliced at them to defend himself. They really opened fire. Alpha, what about that red-powered suit? The red-powered suit was covered in smoke. However, the smoke was not produced by it. They came from the shells and warheads that hit it. The powered suit was unscathed as it still charged toward Akira. It was as if it wanted to show how the bombardment had no effect on it. It did get hit, but it is still up and running. It seems like it temporarily raised its force field armor to the limit before the bombardment hit it. I see. So, it's exchanging information with the rest of the group, huh? Yep. So, be careful. This means that the powered suit has resolved itself to take some shots if it is to kill you. Judging from how it is moving, I bet it's trying to keep you in place. Pin you down with a close-range fight and then take you down using the bombardment from the rest of the team. The red-powered suit that kept Akira inside its effective shooting range started shooting more accurately at him. As if to confirm Alpha's guess, those shots were obviously meant to stop him from maneuvering around instead of killing him. I see. So, he's prepared to take some damage himself, huh? Alpha, give me your full support. Leave it to me. But this will place your body under immense stress. So, make sure that you're ready. Against Alpha's smile of challenge, Akira smiled in excitement, firing up his spirit. But of course, that part is my responsibility, after all. At the same time he gave his reply, the bikes suddenly made a sharp turn. It charged right toward the red-powered suit. The closer they got, the more hits the red-powered suit would have to take. It was between Akira and Carol evading the bombardment and the red-powered suit taking it with its superb defense. It was a battle of attrition between them. Just which one of them would be crushed under the storm of warhead first. Carol was watching closely from his back. It was an abnormal scene where a full-sized powered suit was duking out intensely with someone on a bike. They were exchanging bullets and slashes, pushing and pulling. But instead of feeling fear, all she felt was exhilaration. I always thought that he was extremely strong, but I never thought he was this strong. The area that was enveloped in smoke was muddled further with the dust particles that were thrown around during their intense exchange. The red-powered suit kept shooting as the continuous explosions that enveloped the area kept even the rocks and rubbles from reaching the ground. The powered suit's gun was spewing out large bullets that tore the air as they sought after their target. Akira dexterously controlled his bike to evade the bullets. With its ability to ride freely in the air, he made erratic moves. Sharp turns, sudden stops, quick acceleration, and vertical climb. All these to prevent the red-powered suit from getting a good hit. On top of that, Akira also kept its rifle in check by shooting at it from time to time to throw off its aim. He would also shoot at the unavoidable bullets and redirect them away from him. To nullify Akira's technique, the red-powered suit used its blade to attack. Its powerful generator fed the blade, encasing it in a layer of energy that could release sharp energy waves. Once swung, the blade released a wave of energy that dissipated in all directions. It seemed able to cut everything in its way. Even smoke and dust from their surroundings got separated into two from its slash. In the face of this strike, Akira extended out his liquid metal blade. He then swung at the energy wave. It was impossible to slice nor redirect the energy wave as it did not have substance. However, by pumping a huge amount of energy into his blade and increasing the might of its force field armor to its limit, it could make contact with the energy wave, dampening it, causing it to break down and safely disperse into the air. Moreover, with Alpha's help, the liquid metal was adjusted to turn into the most effective shape. They managed to almost completely neutralize the energy wave, which could have sliced Akira and his bike cleanly into two. The remaining energy that did not get dispersed hit a few of the bike's armor tiles and sliced them into two. While Akira was busy defending from the attacks, Carol was focused on the offensive. She kept using her laser cannon. While trying to not get thrown off by the erratic moves of the bike, she somehow found an opening. The moment she fired, the AF anti-material rifle also released a shot aimed at the exact same place. The anti-material bullet was siphoning energy from its surroundings, increasing its firepower. When it found itself surrounded by high-energy laser beams, it increased the bullet's firepower manyfold. The shots traveled towards the powered suit, which was also moving around as fast as the bike. However, before they struck the red-powered suit, they got blocked by its force field armor. The red-powered suit had temporarily hardened its force field armor to its utmost limit. It spared no expense, using the energy that it had charged up from the mobile HQ. Moreover, it had used information from its scanner to predict the trajectory of the attacks and only focused its defense on the impact areas. As the battle continued, locked in an impasse, they still managed to throw attacks at one another even when under the intense bombardment. This demonstrated their skill as a 50 billion bounty hunter and a hunter who was after him. Gelgus once again found himself surprised by how powerful Akira was. He quickly felt that something was not right. To think that he's this powerful. That 50 billion Aurum bounty from Lion Steel is really based on his real strength, huh? No, this is already way past the 50 billion bounty mark. What the heck is with those moves? I'm fighting this guy with information support sent from the other units around here, you know? I should be able to hit him with my weapons easily. How the heck is he managing to avoid everything I throw at him? Having been locked in a melee fight with him while avoiding the non-ceasing bombardment, it seemed impossible to survive no matter how much Gelgus thought about it. He could not help but get suspicious that there was something more going on behind the scene. Wait, don't tell me. As he was thinking of the impossible, he tried to clear his doubt. He compared the data that his information-gathering device acquired with the information that he was receiving from the other units. His fear was proven to be true. There was a small difference in the data used to refine his aim. Gelgus was frozen for a split second. However, he quickly returned to himself and opened a line toward the whole hunting party. Everyone, cut off the information sharing system. We're being hacked. The data has been tampered. The information that Babalod leaked also included the security code to connect to the information sharing system. Naturally, once they knew of the leak, they had changed the access code to a new one. However, the fact that it had leaked once meant that other things might have been leaked too. Gelgus was shocked that his suspicion was right. He did not want to think further. There might be someone who was betraying the group from the inside. Otherwise, it might have leaked from another route. Nonetheless, they could not afford to do a witch hunt right now. With his mind muddled with many thoughts, Gelgus decided to cleanse everything up and focus on one thing for now. With the information sharing system hacked, he could no longer use the data from the sharing system. Without it, his accuracy would greatly fall. It was not like the data got completely forged. It was only slightly changed to throw off his aim. Enough not to hit Akira. Gelgus then placed another assumption on top of his train of thought. It is not like the information sharing system has been fully rewritten. There was only a slight information tampering. There's a good chance that it's being done in real time. Although the tampered information is in regards to our target, it cannot be done by him. After all, the target shouldn't be able to do that while fighting me. If it is being sent from a far-off location, it should not be fast enough to throw off my aim. So, whoever is helping him should be somewhere nearby. Gelgus kept his optimistic guesses and assumptions. That no one leaked the access code from the inside. As he kept searching the area, he eventually found one place. There was a nearby camping vehicle where Shiro was. Considering the amount of information being tampered, it should have required a large computing device. It would make sense if such a machine was housed inside that camping vehicle. Gelgus immediately moved away from Akira and raced toward the camping vehicle at full speed. Shiro, who was tapping into Gelgus' information sharing system, panicked. Pikes. They noticed me. The red-powered suit and the team now had their sights on a new target. Cannons were now pointed towards the camping vehicle. Meanwhile, the red-powered suit was racing towards it. Shiro's panic increased twofold. The bombardment now continued towards him but was no longer using the information sharing system. Therefore, it was not that accurate. However, if he could feed them false information to throw off their aim, he could guarantee none would hit him. Now, even if the chance was small due to their low accuracy, some of their warheads could hit him. To prepare in case Akira needed to return back again to resupply, Shiro kept rather close. But, now that he got discovered, he quickly turned the camping vehicle the other way and raced away from this place as fast as he could. Akira! They noticed the hacking and they're aiming for me right now. Do something. Just try to get away. I will take care of the red-powered suit. How about the bombardment? Run like your life depends on it. Damn it. All right. Shiro spat out and put his full weight on the gas pedal. He had a grave expression as explosives and warheads rained down around him. With Gelgus prioritizing the destruction of the camping vehicle, his situation with Akira had been reversed. The red-powered suit was trying to get to the camping vehicle while Akira and Carol were trying to stop him. Although they were now on the offensive, they were also the ones pushed into a corner. This time, they had to destroy the red-powered suit before it could destroy the camping vehicle. Damn it. Alpha, this is bad. That powered suit just won't go down. Stop complaining and keep shooting. It must strain its force field armor to withstand our assault, which is quickly depleting its energy reserve. For now, we can only pin our hopes on exhausting its energy. I know. While escaping, Shiro was also firing at the red-powered suit using the camping vehicle's machine gun. Unfortunately, it barely had any effect. Or at least, it was not able to push the red-powered suit back. The red-powered suit kept charging forward, taking all the incoming bullets. It did not even make an effort to evade. It was closing its distance to the camping vehicle with the shortest route possible. Eventually, the camping vehicle entered the red-powered suit shooting range. The red-powered suit started spewing out bullets, which were abnormally large when compared to normal bullets. Some managed to hit the camping vehicle, peeling off some of its armor tiles and shaking it violently. Shiro's desperate voice reached Akira through telepathy. Akira, it's coming closer. Closer. It has even started shooting at me. I'm also being bombarded. Weren't you going to take care of that? If they manage to get the camping vehicle, you'll have no place to sleep in the middle of the wasteland, you know? Are you sure you're fine with that? I'm working on it right now. Just wait for a bit. In reality, Akira was indeed working on it. However, if he focused too much on trying to shoot the red-powered suit down, it would create an opening where he might get killed instead. Compared to the red-powered suit, Akira's bike defenses were negligible. A single clean hit at the bike would immediately spell his death. Meanwhile, even if he used his most potent shot, it would not be able to immediately take down the red-powered suit. Fortunately, the camping vehicle was prepared by Carol. It was fitted to be proficient at escaping. It was protected by resilient armor tiles. Thus, was still able to withstand the assault. It was still fine even after getting hit by the bombardment and a few of the red-powered suit's shots. Basically, it could maintain this situation for some time. However, the closer the red-powered suit was, the more damaging its hit would be. The melee weapon that it had was way stronger than its gun. One hit was enough to destroy the camping vehicle. As the pursuing red-powered suit got close enough to the camping vehicle, it also started taking hits from the bombardment. It reached for its blade instead of its gun and attacked the camping vehicle. It was a clear indication that Akira was running out of time. It swung and the released energy wave sliced the ground apart, all the way past the camping vehicle. However, it did not manage to hit its target. That miss was not intentional. The moment the red-powered suit swung its blade, Akira and Carol shot its arm. This slightly shifted the direction of its swing. Nonetheless, even after being spared, Akira was still getting more anxious. The powered suit was already close enough to release such a powerful attack at the camping vehicle. Alpha, this is getting really bad. Can you do something about it? Alpha frowned. It can't be helped then. This will get a bit dangerous, but let's take that powered suit down right away. Akira was surprised by her reply. He then pouted and asked, if you knew of a way to take it down, couldn't we have done it sooner? However, Alpha replied with a grave expression. That's just how dangerous it is. Are you sure you want to do this? All the intense exchange of close-range blows under continuous bombardment up until now was still on the safe side according to Alpha. By that standard, the next move would certainly be extremely dangerous. Akira understood this. Thus, he pulled himself together and firmly replied, let's do this. Now that he had decided on it, Alpha had no reason to refuse. She smugly smiled and said, I see. In that case, let's get this over with. Alpha then shared her plan with Akira, who then informed Shiro through telepathy about what he needed to do. However, Shiro could not begin to comprehend what Akira was trying to do. Is there any reason why I should do something like that? Just do it. If you don't, that camping vehicle will be sliced into two by the next attack. I somehow managed to make it miss the last time. But I have no guarantee I can do it again for the next one. As Shiro glanced at the energy blade through the camera, he decided to shut up and do as he was told to. Alright, when should I do it? I can go anytime, just hurry up. You owe me one for this, you hear me? Just do it already. Akira shut off the telepathic connection and was honestly impressed by how Shiro still had the guts to bring that up in his current situation. Though, that thought deviated from the main task at hand, so Akira quickly shook it off his mind. He informed Carol of what she should do next. In contrast to Shiro, Carol lightly smiled and asked, "Are you sure you want to do that?" "Well, I guess it's pointless to ask you that question, huh? But do we really have no other choice? If you're worried about destroying the camping vehicle, I can buy a new one later. So, you don't have to worry about that, you know." "Oh, I'm worried about it. I don't want to sleep out in the open wasteland." Carol lightly giggled. It seemed that for Akira, that was what most mattered to him. For the sake of it, he was willing to do something extremely dangerous. But good luck then. You too. Akira made his resolve and readied himself. While chasing the camping vehicle, Gelgus noticed a change in Akria's movement. He was certain that his guess was correct. Although some parts of his guess were not wrong, it did not change the fact that the hacking would stop if he killed Shiro, who was inside that camping vehicle. In other words, Akira was in a hard-pressed situation. Although the bombardment continued to hit the red-powered suit, he continued to solely focus on catching up to the camping vehicle. He could opt for his rifle. However, the camping vehicle was well armored, and his rifle would not be enough to destroy it. Thus, his choice was to come close. Enough to use his blade to cut it apart. Since his first swing got interrupted and was made to miss, he swore that the next one would land. He quickly gathered energy into his blade to prepare for the next strike. Suddenly, the back door of the camping vehicle opened up and an enormous amount of explosives rolled out from it. Each one of them blew up, making a trail of black smog. Gelgus quickly realized that it was jamming smoke. However, what bothered him the most was why his opponent did that. Raising that much smoke out in the open like this is pointless. It will get dispersed in no time. In this high-speed pursuit, we will pass through the jamming area in no time. What exactly are they planning? It puzzled him. This was something that someone helping a 50 billion bounty target did. Therefore, there must be some kind of meaning behind it. He judged Shiro's action as something planned, not an action taken out of desperation. Naturally, his thoughts led him to suspect they were staging an attack. It must be the moment I enter the jamming smoke. The powered suit's force field armor was an adaptive type, which adjusted its strength automatically depending on the incoming attack. Naturally, it would be meaningless if the adjustment came late and only activated once the attack had already hit it. Thus, it was essential for its information-gathering device to predict where the incoming attack would land, to adjust in time. Gelgus was certain that they were planning to nullify his adaptive force field armor. They were trying to weaken his information-gathering device using the jamming smoke and break through the powered suit's defenses. Therefore, he prepared the powered suit. Before entering the jamming smoke, he manually set the force field armor to output its maximum. By doing so, it would consume a huge amount of energy. However, it would also strengthen the force field armor to the point where it would prevent its information-gathering device from scanning its surroundings. This further worsened his accuracy. Gelgus understood the risks but still decided on doing so. After all, he believed it to only be temporary and could set it back once he got out of the jamming smoke. Right before the powered suit entered the jamming smoke, Akira swung his blade with one hand. He did so while still on top of his flying bike. Gelgus had already anticipated this attack. Though, he was slightly surprised by the fact that Akira did not use his rifle. Nonetheless, it was still a reasonable move and was still within his expectations. After all, there was an anti-force field armor function on the blade. Therefore, Gelgus was still able to react calmly to Akira's attack. Both Akira's bike and the red-powered suit plunged into the jamming smoke. The powered suit reacted against Akira's slash with a slash of its own. Two blades, extremely different in size, passed each other. The large blade just went and sliced through the air, while on the other hand, the small blade got deflected by a powerful force field armor. The bike was the first one to get out of the jamming smoke, while the red-powered suit followed behind it a moment later. With the effect of the jamming smoke gone, the information-gathering devices were back in action. This allowed the powered suit's adaptive force field armor to once again be able to function. Believing that his powered suit was able to withstand Akira's attack, Gelgus aimed his rifle at the bike. But for some reason, there was only Carol on top of it, aiming back at the powered suit. Gelgus raised his eyebrows. Akira was nowhere to be found. He's gone. Where is he? Did he fall off the sensor? Gelgus quickly used his information-gathering device to scan the surrounding area. However, he could not find Akira. The unexpected turn of events shocked and greatly confused him. Right at the next moment, a barrage struck the powered suit. The force field armor automatically adjusted its power to the area where the barrage landed. This caused the power output towards the remaining locations to wane. It created a weak spot in the force field armor right opposite of where the barrage hit. Unfortunately, that was the exact position where Carol was aiming her energy cannon. Damn it. Gelgus quickly tried to reroute the energy to the weakened side of the force field armor. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Carol's laser combined with AF anti-material cannon pierced the weakened force field armor. It went past and obliterated the front portion of the powered suit. When Akira and the red-powered suit exchanged slashes, Akira jumped off the bike and activated his camouflaging defensive coat. The main goal of the jamming smoke was to hide him when he did that. Even with Alpha's help, there was a high chance the red-powered suit would still be able to notice him when he got that close. Thus, Akira only dared to do this under the veil of the jamming smoke. After Akira jumped off, he used the soles of his augmented suit to stick onto the red-powered suit. Alpha then adjusted the output and control of the camouflaging coat, masking it to the powered suit's force field armor. This completely erased his presence. Akira then crawled to the back of the powered suit and emptied the magazine in his rifle. It was to reduce the defense on the front as much as possible. Even with a barrage of fully charged C bullets, released point-blank, it was not enough to leave a scratch on its armor tiles. Rather, it did not even manage to break through its force field armor. Though, Akira's barrage at least managed to force all its energy to focus on its back. That was exactly when Carol made the best use of that opening. Akira, hurry up. I know. If Akira missed this opportunity, he would have to pay it with his life. Therefore, in order to take full advantage of this small opening, he compressed his time perception to the limit. The powered suit was actively moving at a high speed. Therefore, clinging on to it was like bracing against a storm. Running across its surface was equivalent to trying to run up a mountain while enduring a natural disaster. That was why Akira relied heavily on the might of his augmented suit. Although he felt like he was walking slowly, in reality, he was running extremely quickly. Every single move was impeded by the wind, preventing him from moving forward. But even so, he still forced his way through. Thanks to that, he was able to get to the opposite side of the powered suit in less than a second. He then shoved his LEO multi-rifle into the opening that was created from Carol's attack and held down the trigger. The number of bullets that he released was enough to create a wall of them. Although there was a bit of space between the muzzle and the powered suit, he had basically shoved everything that was left in his gun inside the powered suit. In the midst of his attack, the force field armor had returned back. However, due to the damage to the force field device, the power output got greatly reduced. Furthermore, Akira's point-blank barrage damaged the force field device even more. The randomly flashing light from the barrage showed just how badly damaged it was. The bullets drilled through the inner part of the powered suit. But even so, it was still not enough to kill Gelgus. The red-powered suit swung its hand, trying to get Akira off of it. Akira dexterously evaded its hand, and the only way to do that was to get away from the powered suit. Thus, he leapt into the air. This meant that he would not be able to evade its next attack. Although he could create a force field platform under his soul to do another jump, it would not be fast enough to get away if the powered suit tried to attack him again. But the next attack did not come. Carol, with the help of the AF anti-material cannon, shot again. It was at the same spot as before. After Akira's point-blank barrage, that location was no longer protected by force field armor. With that much energy focused at that one point, it pierced, fried, melted, and wrecked the red-powered suit. Before the unit broke down, Gelgus smiled wryly, accepting his defeat. As a high-ranking hunter, he was able to keep up with everything that just happened. He knew well what Akira did that led to this conclusion. So, he was sticking on me when we were in the jamming smoke, huh? What a crazy bastard. With the generator completely destroyed, Gelgus was no longer able to control the powered suit. He was at the mercy of inertia as he flew straight and crashed. Without the force field armor to protect the suit, impact crushed the powered suit. To think that he's this powerful? Zealous was right. Gelgus accepted his mistake and mocked himself. He realized that it was too foolish to disagree with Zealous' decision. In actuality, it was a hard decision for Zealous as well. In terms of the ability to make decisions, both of them were almost on the same level. The only thing that caused them to end up making different decisions was the fact that one of them had met Akira beforehand and witnessed his might. Good grief. Those damn bastards from Lion Steel. They should have put more money on that bounty. 50 billion aurum is far from good enough. The explosion from the inside of the powered suit had already burned half of his body. The crash quickened the half-dying Gelgus to reach his end. At the end of his life, he smiled and uttered a complaint before taking his final breath. Carol accelerated the bike upwards to catch the falling Akira. She grabbed Akira from the front and tightly held him, making sure that he would not fall off. Akira, that was amazing. We did it. Yeah, somehow. You don't look that excited after defeating a powered suit without using one ourselves. This is not my first time after all. Just how many times have you done this then? Are you sure you're all right in the head? That I will take that as a compliment. I did mean it as a compliment. Unlike Carol, who was thrilled after defeating such a big and strong opponent, all that Akira gave was a bitter smile. That was when Shiro's sudden telepathic message reached him. Akira, give me a break already. We're retreating this instant, right? Yeah, we're leaving now. All right, let's go. Full speed away from here. Akira and Carol caught up with the camping vehicle on the bike and parked it on the rooftop. They then quickly shifted their focus to shooting down the ongoing bombardment. After some time, the bombardment finally stopped. Akira sighed. That they've stopped. I guess they have given up on us, huh? Man, that was tiring. Let's take a good rest inside. We protected the camping vehicle for that, right? Yeah. Akira smiled at her and turned around to head into the camping vehicle. But Alpha suddenly shouted at him. Akira, watch out. Akira, who had already relaxed, quickly tensed up. Everything around him immediately came to a halt due to his time perception compression. He directed all his senses, including the extrasensory sense that he had obtained for being an old-world connector, to all directions, steeling himself for an attack. Alpha, what's wrong? To your right. Akira quickly reached for the LEO multi-rifle that he did not fix on the bike's arm and looked to the right. He scanned around, but there was nothing at all. It was either that the enemy was too far away to be seen with the naked eye or someone who was hiding using an extremely advanced camouflaging device. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere from where Akira felt a slight disturbance from. Alpha quickly focused Akira's information-gathering device to check that particular location and displayed the result in Akira's enhanced vision. However, everything was already too late. Right before Akira was able to align the muzzle towards his target, the opponent quickly closed the distance between them. The enemy released a powerful punch, launching Akira off from the top of the vehicle like a rag doll. He landed hard on the ground, enough to create a crater. It was so powerful that Akira's augmented suit was not able to neutralize the impact. It all happened in a blink of an eye. Akira was not able to react at all. Of course, Alpha did try to control his augmented suit, but neither attempts to block nor evade made it on time. Right after Akira crashed, the opponent did not grant him any opportunity to act as a rifle was immediately pointed at his head. Nice to meet you. I am Yanagisawa from Kagamayama City Management. Can I have a bit of your time? Akira was on the ground with a rifle pointed toward his forehead. His stern gaze was directed at the person in front of him, Yanagisawa, a man who was smiling with his usual flippant attitude at Akira. Chapter 278 Humane Treatment. Right after Yanagisawa knocked Akira overboard, Hammers suddenly appeared in front of the running camping vehicle. He simply put his hand forward and lifted it up, forcing it to a complete halt. With his superhuman strength, he slowly placed it back on the ground, but sideways. When he had suddenly stopped the camping vehicle, Carol was thrown off due to the inertia. Fortunately, she was able to land safely and quickly fired her laser cannon at Hammers. Hammers immediately deflected it with his arm. Carol froze from shock and did not have time to react. Hammers then suddenly appeared in front of her and grabbed her by her face. You'll die the next time you do that. She was glaring at him, even when her eyes were filled with amazement and fear. What do you mean? You're not here for our lives. No, I am from Sakashita Heavy Industry. And the other one is from Kagamayama City. We are here for something different. Not for the bounty. So, I'll warn you not to do anything unnecessary. You don't want to die, right? And you don't want to get others killed, right? Hammers then released Carol. He turned and walked toward the camping vehicle. Carol lowered her rifle. She could do nothing but stand and watch. Although Hammers was showing his back to her, she knew that he could kill her anytime he wanted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yanagisawa was smiling politely at Akira with his rifle still pointed at that youth. Shirokan, you know this name, right? I'm actually looking for this guy. Can you tell me where he is? No. Akira replied instantly, rejecting him. Beside Akira was Alpha, who was completely flustered. However, Yanagisawa could not see her. Yanagisawa put more force on his rifle. He started to smile intimidatingly at Akira. If he had been just another normal hunter, Akira would have been scared to death by now. He would have already leaked Shiro's location. However, Akira was completely unfrazzled. As a matter of fact, he was glaring straight at Yanagisawa. His death stare was desperately looking for an opportunity to turn the table, to find a chance to retaliate against Yanagisawa. Seeing that, Yanagisawa clicked his tongue and thought, what a pain. Well, I guess that's just the kind of person who would pick a fight with Lion Steel. He even became a bounty target. If he was planning to throw away his life, there would have been a trace of resignation in Akira's glare. If he was looking for an opening, he would have not made a flat-out rejection. Instead, he would have tried to buy some time. However, Akira did not do anything like that. Basically, Akira did not try to compromise. He showed no concern for his own life. There was not even a single shred of regret. Yanagisawa could tell just how difficult it was to extract information from such a person. Yanagisawa could just easily kill him, but that would mean not getting any information. This was the only reason Akira was still alive. Yanagisawa lightly chuckled and spoke, as if to scold a selfish kid. Let's do this instead then. If you promise not to try anything after I lower my rifle, I will lower my rifle. So, Akira did not reply. He simply glared at Yanagisawa in silence. Yanagisawa immediately stopped smiling. He was gazing coldly at Akira. It was as if he was not looking at a human but an animal. If you can't do that, then I will just kill you this instant. Discussion, understanding each other, and negotiations. These are all important aspects of being a human since they connect people. If you can't at least do that, I have no other choice but to treat you as a monster. After all, there's no understanding between humans and monsters. It was not a threat to murder him if he did not reply. Instead, it was a threat to kill him if he was not willing to behave like a human. It was not so much the threat by the meaning behind it that finally moved Akira. If he asked himself, "Do I want to be treated like a human?" then, as expected, Akira had only one answer, fine. Yanagisawa's smile returned and he finally lowered his rifle. He then offered Akira a hand. Akira did not even bother to reach for that hand. He pushed himself back up. He took out his medicine and gulped down a huge dose of it. Yanagisawa was only watching him with a wry smile. Akira then sighed and asked, "That's so then, what is it with you? You're not here to kill me, huh?" Yanagisawa awkwardly laughed. No, it's not at all. Like I said before, I just want to ask you some questions. So, Shiro-kun, you know him, right? Yeah. It would be great if you can tell me where he is. No. Yanagisawa laughed. Akira sulked. Meanwhile, Alpha was still as flustered as before. There's no need to be that annoyed, you know? I'm sorry for being a bit violent there. But you're a bounty target now. If I don't do that, I don't think you would even listen to what I have to say, right? Not my problem. And also, just because I know him, that doesn't mean I also know where he is. But you did meet him recently, right? Yeah, back then during the intercity escort mission. Not that one, you must have met him on another occasion, no? Yeah, back in Mihazono Ruin. That incident was really troublesome. No, there must be more, no. This isn't a negotiation if I'm just answering all your questions. I've answered 3 of your questions. I've repaid what I owe since you lowered your rifle. Now leave. Yanagisawa pouted with his usual flippant attitude. Akira looked at him with contempt. Don't give me that. In the first place, it is Kagomayama City that declared me to be a monster. If you're working for them, I have no reason to help you. Like hell with treating me like a monster. You guys already recognize me formally as a monster. It's all your fault that I have to spend my days out here in the middle of the wasteland like this. Whoa, you really hit where it hurts. But in reality, I have nothing to do with that though. Again, not my problem. So just leave. Seeing that Akira did not show any willingness to negotiate, Yanagisawa playfully shook his head and came up with a suggestion. Alright. In that case, I will take back your monster designation. How about that? Akira could not hide his surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Yanagisawa. Yanagisawa realized he finally found something that interested Akira once he saw his reaction. However, Akira's eyes were quickly filled with doubt. Can you even do that? Of course. As a matter of fact, although I look like this, I'm a high-ranking officer in city management. Though, it should be a given that hunters of your caliber already know of me. I am Yanagisawa, the Yanagisawa, you know? Yanagisawa said so and made some boisterous poses while pointing at himself. Akira felt like he had heard that name before as he hummed and searched through his memory. Finally, that name came up. Yanagisawa? So, you're the guy that Kobayashi was talking about. He said something like no one in Kagomayama City can go against you or something like that. Yep. That's me. Do you believe me now? That I can cancel your monster designation. Akira was convinced that Yanagisawa was indeed able to do something like that. But for some reason he still did not want to say anything. In that case, you can come back to me once you have done that. What? Now is not okay. Yeah. Yanagisawa secretly sighed inside his heart while silently scolding Akira, who was as troublesome as he had expected. Although he was certain that he could convince Akira if he had enough time, unfortunately, he did not have the luxury of time at the moment. He needed information about Shiro's whereabouts, and he needed it fast. The more time he wasted, the further Shiro would get away from him. Fortunately, he still had a good chance to find Shiro right now. It was true that he only knew of the general location where Shiro might be. Fortunately, he had the power to completely search the area. Therefore, Yanagisawa showed an attitude as if he was backing down. How about this then? You basically don't like to live out here in the wasteland. That's because you can't go back to the city, right? Although I can't cancel your monster designation right away, I can at least let you get into the slums of the city right now. You have a gang down in the slums that you're supporting, right? You can sleep there for now. So, what do you think? Wait a second. Akira evaluated his options before finally pulling out his information terminal and calling Inabe. Akira? I'm glad to see you're okay. But if you call me from a public line like this, people will be able to track your location. It might even leak the contents of this conversation. Call me again through the encrypted line. Nah, that is not necessary. I just have a small question that I want to ask you. Inabe's interest was piqued. Akira then explained what was going on to Inabe. As expected, even Inabe could not hide his surprise. That I don't really fully understand what is going on over there. Especially if you only explain this little. But it's true that Yanagisawa can do that. Personally speaking, I hope you would accept his offer. I will tell you why. Even if it was someone as powerful as Akira, if someone with monster designation entered the city, the defense squad would have no other choice but to remove them from the premise. This was one thing that even Yanagisawa could not stop. However, if it was only until somewhere close to the city, he could do that. Technically speaking, the slums were located outside of the inner wall and city management also treated it the same as the wasteland. Kagomayama City only considered a limited area under the inner wall as a part of the city. As for the lower district, city management worked together and formed contracts with various security contractors to maintain the security in this area. Therefore, for the sake of convenience, the city treated this area as a part of the city. The reason why city management would do something as cruel as periodically pruning the slums was exactly because the city treated it as a part of the wasteland. Of course, even in the slums, hunters who want to get his bounty would still attack him. Though, they could not simply bombard a part of the slums. Doing something like that so close to the city would only invite retaliation from the city defense squad. At the very least, his enemies would lower the intensity of their attacks to hand rifles, which would grant Akira the upper hand. Moreover, due to the connection between Inabe and Cheryl, there was a continuous stream of relics from the area under Tsubaki to Cheryl's base. To ensure that no one would rob those relics, a considerable level of security was put in place. Although it was far from enough to face an assault from those after a 50 billion bounty target, it would at least provide some level of support to Akira. At the very least, it would be safer compared to the camping vehicle. Inabe quickly completed his explanation and then advised Akira with a serious tone. Honestly speaking, I don't want you to die. For the sake of your safety, I want you to accept Yanagisawa's offer. Also, I can at least guarantee that guy has no interest in your bounty. After all, if a city officer takes down a 50 billion Orum bounty target that those high-rank hunters are after, it would only cause a fight to break out between us and them. Moreover, he's not someone a mere 50 billion Orum would move. That's why I can guarantee that he won't kill you solely because of the money that I see. But I didn't expect he would go that far for you. To be honest, I didn't see this coming at all. I wonder what he asked of you. Sorry, but I can't tell you anything. Of course. Or more like, don't tell me anything. It has something to do with Sakashita Heavy Industry, right? Unfortunately, I have no desire to get involved with them. The reason why the hunters, who were attacking Akira, suddenly stopped, was not because they had given up. It was because Yanagisawa stopped them. As he came here accompanied by hammers, he broadcasted through the general frequency that Akira was in the middle of negotiations with Sakashita Heavy Industry. Although those hunters ambushed Akira while he was in the middle of negotiating with Kagomayama City Management, they did not dare do so with Sakashita Heavy Industry. If they did that, Sakashita would perceive them as hostile. For the hunter in that area, it was nothing short of suicide. This meant that once they were done with their negotiation, there was a good chance that the bombardment would recommence. Therefore, it was better if Akira accepted that offer and had Yanagisawa escort him back to the slums. After Inabe made his suggestion, he then concluded, "This is all. I will end the call here. For my own sake, I hope that you will continue to survive. So, make sure you make the right choice." Inabe then closed the call. Akira glanced back at Yanagisawa, who was smiling at him. "I hope you believe me now. That I can do that much. So, let me ask you again, where is Shiro-kun?" "That I can't tell you." That answer caused Yanagisawa's smile to vanish. But, at the very least, the answer changed from a simple no to can't say. This showed that there was some room for negotiations. Why can't you tell me? I'm a hunter. So, I can't just freely give information to everyone who asks me. That's why, instead of that, Akira then operated his information terminal and turned it to face Yanagisawa. Go ahead and ask him yourself. In Akira's information terminal, Shiro's frightened face was on full display. Shiro flusteredly connected to Akira through telepathy and screamed, "What do you think you're doing? It's originally your problem, so at least try to do something about it yourself." Even Yanagisawa was surprised by Akira's action. However, it did not change the fact that it was still beneficial for him. He extended his hand and took that information terminal from Akira and smiled at Shiro. "Nice to meet you. I am Yanagisawa. I was hoping to meet you inside that intercity transport vehicle. Still, I'm glad that we can finally meet each other, albeit not directly." Yeah, right, sorry about that. I suddenly wanted to get some fresh air. You see." As Shiro was laughing awkwardly, he could not help but to make a stern expression. Seeing that, Yanagisawa was certain that the on the call was really Shiro. Although the background was set to complete white, which prevented Yanagisawa from guessing where Shiro might be, he believed that would not pose an issue. He quickly tried to retrace the call. "Is that so? I can totally understand that. I sometimes feel like that too, you know? But wouldn't it be fine for you to return back already? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I actually have something that requires your help. It would be great if you return back sometime soon." Sorry, but I'm rather busy as well over here, you see." Yanagisawa's tracing had already narrowed down from the whole Orem economical area, to around Kagamayama City, to the wasteland around where he was right now. He smiled as he thought, as expected, he's close by. "I see. If you need extra help, I can send someone, you know? Though I don't know what you're working on, it seems like you can't ask Sakashita for help. In that case, how about I help you instead?" "Well, I don't think I would be able to accept that offer of yours either." Yanagisawa thought that he could go further and continued tracing Shiro's location. "How about money then? I'm sorry if I sound rushed here, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, you see. That's why I hope you can help me out soon. I can give you up to 20 billion chrome, you know?" Shiro could not hide his surprise. "So, what do you think?" Shiro seemed to hesitate, but he still did not accept the offer. "Thank you, but I have to refuse. I don't think we're that close that you would just lend me that much money. There's no need to be modest, you know." At that point, Yanagisawa already deduced Shiro was around 200 meters from where he was standing. He inadvertently smiled and nonchalantly scanned his surroundings. Naturally, his eyes went to the camping vehicle. Since he suspected Shiro to be there, he quickly narrowed his search area to that location before Shiro noticed his backtracking. As it finally narrowed down to the millimeters, Yanagisawa frowned and looked a bit confused. The location of the backtracking pointed right to where Akira was standing. "Shiro-kun, where might you be right now?" "Where, you ask?" "I'm over there, no?" Shiro smiled smugly, signaling that he was playing some kind of trick. "You're the one who found me in Mihazono ruin, right? Like hell I would fall for the same trick again." Yanagisawa finally understood that Shiro was well aware he was currently backtracking the call. Furthermore, Shiro deliberately allowed the conversation to continue. "I bet Hammers is over there too, right? Tell him that I apologize for wasting his time." This indicated he was guessing. Therefore, Shiro was not in a position where he could confirm if Hammers was really there or not. "And also, I don't recommend picking a fight with that hunter, Akira. You might have Sakashita Heavy Industry behind you, but it is still a bad idea to pick a fight with Tsukisada Construction, right?" Seeing Shiro stated with such a level of smugness, Yanagisawa believed his words. With this, both Yanagisawa and Shiro misunderstood Akira as an agent from Tsukisada Construction. Yanagisawa inadvertently turned toward Akira. "And here I thought he is an old world connector. So, he is an agent from Tsukisada Construction, huh? No wonder his story doesn't make sense. That is unless he had their support. And right now, Shiro is using him as a proxy. Is Shiro using him to intervene with the hunters?" In the past, Yanagisawa did something similar for the same exact reason too. Thus, it all made sense to him. He then glanced at Hammers, who was close to the camping vehicle. Hammers, who noticed his gaze, lightly shook his head. So, he's really not around, huh? Even if he is, searching the inside of that vehicle is meaningless at this point. If Shiro was inside the vehicle, then it meant Hammers was lying. That would mean Sakashita Heavy Industry had no wish to let Yanagisawa have Shiro. At least, not here and not now. Back when they failed to capture Shiro in the Miyazono ruin, Yanagisawa was curious and did ask Hammers about that. However, judging from Hammers' answer, it seemed like Hammers was entirely serious when trying to capture Shiro. Everything led to one conclusion. Shiro was unlikely to be around here. Even if Yanagisawa bet on that small possibility, went to search the vehicle, and found Shiro there, he might have to fight Hammers afterwards. Even if he survives, he might need to take on the whole Sakashita Heavy Industry later. It was not worth the trouble. Therefore, Yanagisawa had no other choice but to stop his search. He then turned back to Shiro. I see. Well, it's not like I have that much time to chat with you. I guess I will end the call here. Feel free to call me if you change your mind. You have my number, right? Yeah. After that, Shiro closed the call. Yanagisawa returned the information terminal back to Akira and asked him a question just to be safe. But still, if you don't know where Shiro-kun is, you could have answered with I don't know instead of a no, right? Akira looked at Yanagisawa with contempt and mocked. There's nothing I have to say to someone using the threat of force just to ask me something. Yanagisawa smiled bitterly with a mix of exasperation. He wouldn't even tell me that he doesn't know, huh? To think that he would go that far for his pride. Though, I'm not in the position to criticize someone else. That part of him is really troublesome though. But on the other side, it explained why Akira did not falter against Lion Steel's threat and still dared to murder a member of its founding family. He even managed to get a 50 billion Orum bounty on him and got designated as a monster. Judging from how Akira did not falter in the slightest, Yanagisawa believed Akira's words. He really did not know. Thus, he smiled in amusement. Is that so? If that's really the case, I guess I will just leave then. As thanks for giving me a chance to talk with Shiro-kun, I'll arrange for you to be able to enter the slums of the city. Though, I won't cancel the monster designation. After all, you basically told me nothing about Shiro-kun whereabouts. Yeah. Also, if you know where he is, do call me. If possible, please turn him over to me. If you do that for me, not only will I cancel your monster designation, but I will also do something about your bounty as well. Later then. I will be waiting for your call. Yanagisawa smiled at him and left. Akira heaved a huge sigh and frowned. Sorry. Alpha smiled wryly. You're safe now and that is all that matters. Moreover, it is way too late to be complaining about that side of your personality. Let's just change gears and get ready before those hunters start their bombardment again. Seeing Alpha's smile as if she really did not mind, Akira lowered his tense shoulders. You're right, let's get moving. Akira pulled up his bike, which was lying nearby, and rode it toward the camping vehicle. Hammers, who received a long-range message from Yanagisawa, lightly sighed and mumbled. So, it ends up with nothing, huh? He then turned the camping vehicle, which he had laid on its side, back on its wheels. He casually apologized to Carol. We're leaving now, sorry for the trouble, but if you really feel bad about it, how about leaving something behind as compensation? Watching her ask so daringly while looking straight at him, Hammers was a little taken aback. He then changed his attitude to show some respect for her courage. I'm sorry I came here empty-handed. But well, I will try to arrange something for you later. Hammers smiled cheerfully and left with those parting words. After Hammers was too far to be seen with the naked eye, Carol sighed in relief. Good grief. Just what is the deal with that guy? Hammers was a powerful opponent. It was for the best if he would just leave without causing any more trouble. Once she calmed down, she smiled wryly. I should not have said that. I gave him a reason to come back to look for me. That was when Akira returned. Carol, are you all right? Yes, somehow. I'm glad to see that you're also okay. Now then, Let's immediately leave this place. Akira and Carol returned to the camping vehicle. Since it was lying on its side just now, the insides were a huge mess. Shiro, who was there, also looked like a mess. Akira, how is it? They left. Shiro sighed in relief. Thank goodness that worked. It was dangerous, but that aside. Akira suddenly interjected through telepathy. Carol is here, so don't say anything unnecessary. I know. I didn't expect you would even be able to fool someone like Yanagisawa. Was that some kind of secret technique from Tsukisada Construction? Just shut up. Yeah. Shiro lightly joked and decided not to say anything more. Shiro was not the one who changed his location to where Akira was. That was Alpha's doing. Alpha only did that because Akira asked her to do so. He also asked Shiro to collaborate with his story. Akira and Carol then hurried off from that location. They were rushing to leave before the hunters started shooting at them again. However, even after some time, no bombardment came. Akira found that to be very strange. This is strange. Have they really given up on us? Shiro sulked for some reason. What are you talking about? You just made some kind of deal with Yanagisawa, you know? The Yanagisawa. He said he won't help retract the bounty though. That's not it. Even right now, the broadcast is still saying that you are negotiating. That's why they haven't started firing again. Didn't you ask them to do that? While Akira and Shiro were looking at each other confused, Carol, who was standing next to them, guessed that it must be Hammer's compensation. She smiled bitterly, now thinking that it was worth it, saying those words that she thought she should not have to Hammer's. Their difference in power was simply overwhelming. If they had fought, the ending was obvious. Akira and Carol somehow managed to get through that situation with their pride, hard work, and a pinch of good luck. However, the reason why those hunters stopped attacking Akira was not because of Hammers. Tact, who took over the leadership position after Jelga's death, was furious. He wished he had offered himself to take over such a dangerous task in place of Jelga's. His motivation had already changed. He no longer wanted to kill Akira for the sake of money. He wanted to do it for the sake of revenge. He was about to proceed forward despite the losses due to his rage. But suddenly he received a message from Sakashita Heavy Industry. If he was only after money, he would have stopped. However, since vengeance filled his mind, he could not. His face was emotionless as he turned at Lottie's and Pamela, seeming to bottle up the inferno churning inside of him. I have a question. If we keep attacking Akira in this situation, can you use the influence of Lion Steel to evacuate us out of the territory under Sakashita Heavy Industry? If yes, can you add that as an extra reward on top of the bounty? That request was not solely for Tack's sake. It was also to acquire help from the other hunters. Lottie's could understand that from Tack's gaze as he lightly nodded, that I will make the arrangements. All right then. But when Tact was about to give the command to restart the bombardment, the alarms suddenly blared. It was followed by a voice that echoed through the vehicle. Tact, we are being attacked. They're already inside the vehicle. What? Who are they and where are they from? Tact immediately suspected it to be another team who were also after Akira's bounty. After Jelga's death, they found an opportunity to take down their competitor. However, the scream took him by surprise. His enemy was not the one he had imagined it to be. They're from the Lion Steel Company. Tact immediately turned toward Lottie's and Pamela, but seeing that they were equally surprised, Tact understood that they had nothing to do with this attack. Suddenly, a canister exploded that filled the room with nanoparticles. These particles had a powerful speed filter effect. Now, rifles were useless inside that room. From another point of view, it also protected the people inside the room from bullets. At the same time, it forced anyone inside that room to only resort to close combat. Two women who specialized in close-range combat quickly jumped inside the room. One of them swung her blade at Lottie's while the other one launched a powerful punch at Pamela. They rapidly closed the distance between them in a blink of an eye. The face of the one with the blade was filled with killing intent and a sense of loyalty. Meanwhile, the other one had a similar face. one filled with the same killing intent but with insanity in her smile. Lotties evaded that slash and frowned. "You dash. Long time no see." Pamela blocked the punch, deflecting it to the side and frowned. "You. We meet again." It was Shiori and Kane. Lotties deflected Shiori's next attack with a knife. Sparks flew from the contact point between the blade and the knife. They were glaring at each other as they forced their weapon forward, toward their opponent. "What is the meaning of this? What are you scheming this time?" "Scheming? You endangered my master's life. Isn't that enough of a reason?" "Did I see? Then, it was indeed stupid of me to ask." Lotties extended the blade of his knife, negating the advantage of Shiori's reach. As they jumped backwards, opening space between them, they swung at each other. They released a flurry of strikes before they even landed. The floor and wall in between them were filled with countless slash marks. Although Lotties and Shiori were mostly even, Kane was pushing Pamela back. Since her speciality was commanding a group of maids using long-range control, she was unable to match Kane's ferocity. It was a mistake not to take your beloved long-range control terminal with you here. "Oh, shut up. Well, I have no plans on wasting my time with pointless chatter too." "So." Kane's presence suddenly changed. She pushed aside the part of her that wanted to savor the fight, even in this situation. "Just die." As her usual smile vanished, Kane's single strike broke through Pamela's defense and blew her body away like a rag doll. Chapter 279, Revenge Target? Tact was shocked by the sudden attack. Nonetheless, even amid the chaos, he was able to quickly identify those that were hostile and his allies. Although both Shiori's side and Lottie's side were from the Lion Steel Company, he quickly recognized that the aggressor was the enemy. He quickly provided support to Lottie's and Pamela. After all, Lottie's and Pamela were the ones who offered his group the extra reward on top of the bounty. Therefore, if they got killed, he might not be able to claim that extra reward. But soon, more people entered the fight. They were Reina and Togami. Both were wearing maid and butler uniforms, which were augmented powered suits. They were equipped with rifles, specifically adjusted for close combat, able to function in the speed filter. Those two approached Tact. More enemies? And they're only children? What's going on? Tact quickly jumped away to evade the bullets by pure reflex. He tried to shoot back. However, Togame quickly closed the distance between them, as if acting as Reina's shield. While Togami was acting as the decoy, Reina jumped to the side and fired at Tact. Although the speed filter greatly reduced the speed of the bullets, it was still impossible to follow them with the naked eye. However, with the combination of great effort and the effects of accelerator drugs, they were able to track the trajectory of each bullet. They were artificially compressing their time perception as they exchanged shots mere meters apart. Even when it was 2 against 1, skill-wise, Tact had the upper hand. However, the situation that they were in closed their gap in skill. Since they had prepared tanks, powered suits, and large weapons to hunt Akira down, Tact was not that well equipped for a man-to-man fight. Moreover, he was safely staying inside the mobile HQ borrowed from Lion Steel. Thus, was currently not well equipped to fight outside the vehicle. In contrast to Tact, Reina and Togami were fully equipped with Lion Steel equipment, specialized for man-to-man fights. Furthermore, they were using equipment that was normally not allowed, unless approved by a branch head. This difference allowed the bullets to hit Tact, stopping him in his tracks. Although it was still far from being lethal, Tact was skilled enough to understand that a temporary pause could be the deciding factor between the loser and the victor. The speed filter greatly reduced the range of the bullets. Reina and Togame dealt with that by shooting at Tact from close range. Tact's wealth of experience in battle told him that he would not be able to avoid the bullets. Likewise, he did not have enough protection to block the bullets. "I can't die here. Not when I haven't avenged Jelga-san." As his mind had abandoned the thought of survival, he changed his goal to take down the attackers together with him. Tact immediately aimed his rifle back at Reina and Togami. However, due to his regret taking over his train of thoughts, he completely missed his opportunity. Reina and Togami simultaneously shot at Tact right when it was impossible to evade. Tact got riddled with bullets. He was not killed immediately, but even until his last breath, he failed to do anything. Kane sent Pamela flying with a kick. Pamela glanced at Reina and Togami and quickly understood their goal. It was to separate Tact from Pamela and Lottie's. However, it was already too late for her to change anything. Tact was already dead. Without the head to lead the hunting team, they would not be able to restart their assault on Akira. Especially when no one else had the authority to lead the hunting team. This meant that there was no longer any reason for Lottie's and Pamela to stay there. Without even needing to communicate, they both knew it was time to leave. But since their hands were tied with Shiori and Kane, they were unable to immediately leave this place. Pamela had been trying to call the maid-type automaton from the other room. However, the automaton was still nowhere to be seen. When she tried to peek through their visual sharing, she could see a group of maids and butlers attacking the automaton unit. She immediately understood who was behind this attack. Lottie's also quickly noticed the presence of Togami and Reina. He immediately frowned and sent a glare of reproach toward Shiori. "You changed sides to the 4th Ward, huh? You even leaked the security code of the 3rd Ward to them." The attackers were from the Lion Steel Company Eastern District 4th Ward branch. The reason why they were able to slip into the vehicles under the 3rd branch was because Shiori leaked the security code to them. Shiori, of course, did not stop her attacks, as she calmly stated. "Yeah, that took you some time to notice." For Lottie's, it was unethical no matter what the reason was. With rage welling up inside him, his gaze naturally turned solemn. Where has your loyalty toward the company run off to? In the end, this is what a faulty 4th rank maid does, huh? The 3rd branch has decided to give its utmost support to Chloe-sama, who is trying to hurt Reina-sama. As such, this doesn't count as a betrayal toward the 3rd branch. Empty arguments. Leaking secret information is against the rules. It is treason against the company. Even in the middle of their conversation, they had exchanged countless shots, which left their marks on their surroundings. You're only using your loyalty as a reason to justify your betrayal. Both you and your master should just die as traitors. Lottie's had always admired Shiori's loyalty. Even if their loyalties were directed at different people. That act sullied that admiration he had and enraged him. However, Shiori stayed calm even in the face of his threats. "Don't worry. Though it is true that I have betrayed the 3rd branch, I still have not betrayed the company." "What do you mean?" "The fact that the 4th branch is helping us is the proof. Although they are from a different branch, there is no way they would help me if I betrayed the company." Flip-sama, the head of the 4th branch, also agreed that this is not against the will of Representative Alisama. Lottie's was too surprised for words. He inadvertently jumped back to open up space between them. Although they were still in the midst of battle, his attention was no longer there. He immediately decided to put the fight on halt. Nonetheless, he was still probing for an opening to strike at any time. "Just how far have you noticed?" Shiori also did the same. She was also carefully looking for an opening to strike. "I have no reason to answer your question. You were reproaching me for my betrayal toward the company just a moment ago. I will at least say this right now. Killing Chloe-sama, even causing some damage to the 3rd branch, these are all a display of my loyalty toward the company." She basically hinted to Lottie's that she already knew about everything. Because of that, the rage that was bottled up immediately simmered down. It was gone from his gaze, which was not filled with anxiety. Unlike Lottie's, who was fighting evenly against Shiori, Pamela was completely overwhelmed by Kane. There was no chance for Pamela to win. As a matter of fact, Pamela would do really well if she could survive for another minute. Once Pamela got killed, it would be 2 against 1. In that scenario, Lottie's would not have any chance of surviving. Knowing how things would play out, Shiori was not in a rush to fight. She was even willing to calmly chat with Lottie's. Aware of the dire situation that he was in, Lottie's made his decision. Reina and Togami were receiving support from the 4th branch. There was a good chance that they had noticed Representative Alice's true will. He had to let Chloe know about it. However, in this situation with no chance of winning, it was only a matter of time before both he and Pamela got killed. Therefore, he had only one choice. It required him to throw his life away. He injected his body with all the battle stimulants he had. Although he would be dead in 10 seconds, it allowed him to temporarily attain superhuman strength. Shiori noticed the slight change in her opponent. She took a step back and made a defensive stance. Kane also did not miss this change. She quickly kicked Pamela in Lottie's direction and jumped back to Shiori to provide support. Kane intentionally kicked Pamela toward Lottie's simply because Pamela was an inch away from death. Her aim was to disturb Lottie's by tossing his dying teammate in his direction. Therefore, instead of finishing Pamela off, Kane decided that it was more important to provide support to Shiori. If both of them could stop Lottie's upcoming rampage, they would win the fight. Shiori and Kane focused their all to prepare themselves to nullify Lottie's final strike. As they wished, in the end, Lottie's died while Shiori's team sustained no injuries. However, it did not end the way Shiori had planned. Instead of attacking them, Lottie's turned back and tore a hole through the vehicle. He kicked the flying Pamela out of the vehicle, giving her an opportunity to get away. As he was standing on the death door, Lottie's perception of time slowed down. He saw Pamela's look at him with eyes full of disbelief. Lottie's gave her a soft smile, wishing for her safety. In the next moment, Shiori's blade sliced off his head. The energy blade scorched his brain, killing him instantly with no hope of recovery. After she swung her blade, Shiori jumped back without lowering her guard. She did not vertically split Lottie's in two since she had a close call before due to trying to do something unnecessary. Thus, Lottie's was completely unharmed except for his head. There was still some lingering fear that he might still manage to attack them even in that state. Lottie's body simply fell limp and rolled into the wasteland. Seeing that, Shiori was a bit confused. Kane also did not expect that. Insan, did he just trick us? Maybe. Though, if I was given the choice to save someone in that situation, I would have picked Lottie's. But it seems like he didn't share that sentiment. Ah, I see. In that case, it was a mistake. Kicking Pamela back to him. Sorry about that. It was unlike Kane to honestly apologize like this. Nonetheless, Shiori simply lightly shook her head and told her, "It's fine. No one saw that coming. We were still able to kill one of them. The result is decent." Reina and Togami moved to group up with Shiori and Kane. After killing Tact, they left the room so as not to get in the way of their fight. "Shiori, is it done yet? Are you all right?" "I'm all right. No problems. Thank you for your concern, milady." Reina smiled in relief. Beside her, Togami sighed in relief. Shiori then slightly bowed to him. "Togami-sama, thank you for cooperating. I'm grateful you protected milady." "Don't mention it, I'm also grateful to you. Inviting me to such a big job. This will add one more notch to my achievements. There is also this powerful equipment that you allowed me to borrow." Hearing his reply, Reina made a rather troubled expression. "It might be weird to hear this from me since I'm the one who invited you. But, are you really fine taking this job? You must fight against a Lion Steel branch. In the worst-case scenario, you might have to fight against the whole Lion Steel company, you know?" Toward those words which showed worry toward his well-being, Togami just lightly chuckled and reassured. "It's fine. We don't really get to work together that much lately. So, at least let me do this much. Listen, you might get killed, you know? What are you even talking about? Isn't that what it means to be a hunter? There's not that much of a difference. Moreover, if I don't want to do it or if I think it wasn't worth the trouble, I would have refused right from the start. I accepted this job knowing fully well what I'm getting myself into. It would be great if you can stop asking me that question." Togami smiled and spoke while looking straight at Reina. Reina blushed a little. Togami's words could be interpreted as being willing to die for her sake. "That I see, well, you have my thanks." Shiori was seriously contemplating whether it was a good idea to disturb the mood between them. Kane, who was standing beside her, was grinning as she casually teased. "Milady, it seems like you even have the leeway to flirt in this situation, huh? Togami boy too, we're in the middle of a mission, you know? We're not flirting. Sorry. I'll get back to my task. One replied with a rebuttal while the other did not deny it. Either way, since they had already calmed down, Shirori explained the situation to Reina and Togami. A moment later, a report reached Shirori. It stated the fourth branch had successfully taken control of the vehicle. The head of the fourth branch, Flip, contacted Reina. It's me. How is the situation over there? Everyone is safe. But Chloe is not here. I see. Considering that those two were here, I was certain that Chloe-sama would also be here. But it seems like that is not the case. This means she must be either in the Higuraka facility or still inside the city. What do you think? I don't have any good guesses. If she's still inside the city, we won't be able to kill her just yet. In that case, let's pin our hopes on Akira-kun. Reina lightly sighed. It is him after all. I don't think he's dead yet, but I wonder if he's really going to attack Kagamayama City. It is just my guess, but I think he's serious about attacking the city. Well, you can do anything as you see fit. Let's work hard to answer Representative Alice's will. Yeah, let's just do that. Reina was talking with Flip, acting as a proper master for Shirori and Ken. Watching her, Shirori got deeply moved. Meanwhile, Ken was smiling like usual. Togami, on the other hand, felt conflicted. He felt like Reina was living in a completely different world from him. After she was forcibly evacuated from the moving vehicle, Pamela hid in the middle of the wasteland. She wore a shaken and pained expression. That was when Lottie's appeared. To be more precise, it was Lottie's corpse. Just like the maids under Pamela, it was set so that in the case of death, Pamela would be able to control their bodies. Therefore, Pamela managed to take control of Lottie's body and moved it here. The authority to control his body could be transferred under certain conditions. It was possible for her to control his body if he was unconscious and in danger. Because of that, she still had hope. Pamela prayed for the slim chance Lottie's was still alive. But after she saw him up close, she knew that Lottie's was already dead. Pamela sobbed as she hugged his corpse. She then put medicinal balm on his outer wound. The expensive medicine quickly closed the wounds, but that was all. It could not bring back the dead. Afterwards, Pamela kept hugging Lottie's for some time. It was as if she was trying to suppress the anger welling up inside her. Once she recovered some of her composure, all her rage was concentrated on a single goal. I'll definitely kill you. Those words were proof that Pamela's hatred toward Shirori had exceeded her loyalty toward Chloe and the Lion Steel Company. As Akira was driving the camping vehicle toward Kagamayama City, a team from the city defense led by Goodall approached him. Naturally, it was not to repel him. Inabe had contacted them beforehand. Thus, Akira did not panic when Goodall's team appeared on the sensor. It's Goodall. We're here to escort you to the slums. Follow us. Roger that. But are you sure you want to escort someone recognized as a monster? Well, I wonder about that. Either way, I'm just following what my boss told me. If someone tries to attack you, just leave it to us. By the way, there were hunters who attacked you when you were in the middle of negotiations with city management, right? As a part of city management, that really hurt our pride, you know? So, I'll make sure to show them if they try to do that again. Seeing the fully armed powered suit squad, Akira thought that it was reassuring to have them on his side. He also analyzed what Goodall had said. He was relieved that he did not have to fight them, nor did he have to turn around and leave. While on the other hand, Goodall was relieved that his squad did not have to fight against Akira. He already heard that using only his bike, Akira managed to repel an assault group equipped with tanks and powered suits. A team of hunters fully prepared to hunt him, a 50 billion bounty target. He shuddered at the thought. What if we had fought back when we first met? Let me warn you again, your monster designation is still active. So watch yourself. Be careful once you enter the slums. I'll also send you a map. Akira looked at the map of Kagamayama City's lower district that was sent to his information terminal. The locations colored in red are treated as part of the city. So, if you enter those locations, we will have no other choice but to remove you. Make sure not to go there. As for the orange areas, you'll at least get a warning shot if you enter those areas. If you enter those areas by mistake, make sure to get out as soon as possible. Alright, I'll be careful. I'm really counting on you, alright? We are giving you special treatment already. Normally, we would attack you the moment you approach the city. Is that so? Even Enabe can't change that. Impossible. Making this much of an exception already caused some dissent from inside the inner wall. I really have no idea why the guys at the top are allowing you to get so close to the city. I see. Akira thought back on his encounter with Yanagisawa. It was a dangerous encounter, but it was not a fruitless one. While they were heading to the city, Akira thought of something and contacted Shiro through telepathy. By the way, Shiro, are you sure you want to come with us to Kagemayama City? Shiro sighed in exasperation. But if you ask me personally, it would be a straight no. But it's not like I can just leave right now. With a 50 billion Orum bounty target in the camping vehicle, it would be placed under close watch. Not only from Goodhole's squad, but also from others, using long-range surveillance devices. There was a good chance that he would be discovered if he tried to leave. He might be able to elude those who were watching him from the network, but that was a Herculean task to do when there were people directly watching him. Although his camouflage coat was excellent, there was no guarantee that he would not be discovered. Only 2 individuals are supposed to be inside the camping vehicle right now. You and Carol. I have no desire to make them want to question the real number of people inside. To let me leave, you would have to stop the vehicle and open the door. They would definitely question why you would do that. I'm sorry, but make sure to be careful. Alright. Wait, does that mean it was a bad decision to use all our jamming smoke back then? Yeah, it was. Still, the powered suit which knew of my presence already got destroyed. It also managed to cut off its information sharing system, so the others after you most likely didn't notice my presence. If someone had noticed, Hammers and Yanagisawa would not have asked you about my whereabouts back then. They would have quickly gone straight for the camping vehicle. In reality, it was nothing more than Shiro's hopeful guess. Each sentence he worded out also served to convince him of it. He was unaware that Hammers got ordered by Shugadome to let him off the hook for some time. Though I'm sure I don't even have to tell you this, but once you enter the slums, I'm sure watchful eyes would shift from the vehicle to you alone. At that point, I can slip into the slums. Depending on the situation, I might choose to return to my hideout. I see. Well, feel free to do whichever you think is best. Since it was now safe, they took the opportunity to tidy up the place. After Hammers placed the vehicle on its side, almost everything inside got displaced. It was a mess. While they were cleaning, Goodhole suddenly contacted Akira. This is as far as we will escort you. We will be standing guard here to make sure that you don't try to enter the city. Just to remind you, make sure to never enter the red areas, understand? That if Chloe gets out of the city, I won't do something like that. As expected, Goodhole sighed and said, That I see, I hope that is indeed the case. Goodhole's call ended. His parting words made Akira imagine him adorning a bitter smile. The powered suits then left the vehicle alone. That was when Alpha smiled at Akira. He only responded back with a bitter smile. I also hope that I won't have to do that. I will put in more effort so that we won't have to attack the city. I really hope that you will keep those words, alright? Alpha smiled like usual at Akira. After they entered the slums of Kagemayama City, they once stopped the vehicle. As Akira stepped out, someone came to welcome him. Welcome back, I've been waiting for you. It was Cheryl. In a part of the slums that seemed to be devoid of people, Akira strolled with Cheryl next to him. Behind them were Ario and the other children, who came as Cheryl's bodyguards. Further back was the camping vehicle. Akira was a bit surprised at how silent the slums were, especially when he compared it to how rowdy it used to be. It's so quiet here. It's the first time I see the slums this quiet. When they heard that you're coming back, everyone left. The only ones remaining are us. Cheryl was the one who disseminated this piece of information. Thanks to that, except for those living close to Cheryl's HQ, everyone evacuated the area. Any area with Akira inside was considered to be dangerous. After all, they might get involved in a battle between a 50 billion Orum bounty target and the hunters after him. So, you're staying behind? Although everyone left. Of course. Though, to be more precise, not everyone left. But only about 10% remained. I didn't expect there to be this many willing to stay behind. The ones who stayed were those who did not have anywhere else to go. After all, most could not survive alone in the slums without a gang. They also did not want to transfer to another gang. Ultimately, those that remained had enough of living under the shadows, fearful for their lives all the time. For such sentiments to sprout, it showed just how healthy and prosperous Cheryl's gang had become. Moreover, many of those that remained were veteran members. Most were those who were already in the gang right from the start and had become officers. They saw Akira survive time and time again. Despite acting recklessly and doing so many absurd stunts, he survived after going to Shijima's gang, dragging a member's corpse with him. He survived after he raided the Izant family's HQ. Even now, he was still alive. Those who were wise. Those who did not have anywhere else to go. Those who placed their bets on Akira. Finally, the girl who made Akira her world. They all stayed behind and decided to pick him up. They did so, knowing they might get involved in a battle that could easily destroy the slums. Akira glanced at Ario and the other children behind him before turning his gaze back to Cheryl. I heard that Inabe has contacted you beforehand. Just how much has Inabe told you? We heard that you've picked a fight with the Lion Steel Company. You got a 50 billion Orum bounty on you. Furthermore, you got designation as a monster. You've also just got attacked by a large group of hunters, and there's a good chance that this won't be the last time. Well, I think that is good enough. Just to let you know, I don't have the leeway to help your gang right now. Wouldn't it be better if you also leave the area? I was planning to borrow your HQ, believing everyone would have left by now. I was expecting it to be completely empty, you know? It's all right. We will watch over ourselves. If we can't, then it just means our time has come. But still, Akira understood that he was basically causing them trouble. That this was all due to his own selfishness. As such, he could not help but make a troubled expression. As a matter of fact, if Cheryl had refused after Inabe contacted her, he was planning on staying in a random abandoned building. However, Cheryl simply smiled and accepted Akira back into the base. We are greatly indebted to you. Though it might be weird to say this, I see this as our chance to repay you. We are weak. If a fight breaks out, we know we cannot hope to aid you. So, please, at least let us help you with the other things like providing a place for you to rest. Whatever their reason was, they had made their resolve and stayed behind. Akira thought that it would be rude if he kept asking them to leave. Thus, he gave a gentle smile and said, "That I see. Well, I will be in your care for the time being." Of course. Cheryl presented him with her best smile. It was a smile worthy enough to leave her with no regret, even if it was her last smile. As the shroud of twilight slowly crept in, her smile was shining beautifully under the dusk. When they arrived at Cheryl's HQ, they parked the camping vehicle inside the garage. They then closed the shutter, which was as robust as a portable wall. It was installed to protect the relics gathered from the area managed by Tsubaki. Thus, they could even withstand tank shells. Cheryl was explaining the defensive capabilities of the HQ. She made sure to end her speech with a recommendation for Akira to stay and rest here. However, Akira simply replied, "I would do that later." He promptly returned to the camping vehicle. He then gathered Carol and Shiro to talk about their plans from here on out. Akira was planning to stay here until his new equipment arrived. Carol was planning to stay with him. The only issue was Shiro. "Shiro, what will you do? It would be terrible if someone from Cheryl's gang found you, right? That means you could either continue to hide inside the camping vehicle in secret or sneak out. I will be staying here for the time being. Even if I sneak out later, I must first ensure that the outside is safe. If it's possible, I want to be able to access the security inside this building. I don't mind hacking into the security, but, if possible, I'd rather gain access the proper way. After all, it will be less likely for me to be found if I don't hack." Alright. I will ask Cheryl for access. Well then, I'll be going upstairs. Just call me if you need anything. Akira only said as much and left the vehicle with Carol next to him. Cheryl was already standing there, waiting for them. It seemed like she was the only one left, while the others had already gone upstairs. Cheryl, I'm sorry to ask you this right away, but if it's about a bath, you can go in anytime. You want to go in now? Although the camping vehicle was also equipped with a bath, it was a relatively small one. When Akira heard her offer, his desire simply burst out. He had been living out in the wasteland for a few days. Though he could bathe, it was greatly limited in size. He could not fully relax and stretch out all his limbs. The desire to do so had piled up and it finally erupted. Thus, there was no stopping him any longer. Even Shiro's request had taken a back seat as something that was to be dealt with later. Yeah. Okay, let's go then. This way. Without even stating that she would go in as well, Cheryl led Akira to the bath, as if it was the natural thing to do. Strangely enough, Carol was silently following behind them. HM? Carol, are you going in as well? It's fine, isn't it? I can at least help you wash your body, you know? Well, that's fine by me, I guess. Akira nonchalantly approved her suggestion. This made Carol smile rather smugly. But in contrast to her, Cheryl, who was witnessing their exchange, was utterly stupefied. In the end, the three of them went to enjoy the bath together. Chapter 280, Growing Out of the Poor Shell? After spending days out in the wasteland, Akira was finally in the slums of Kagamayama City. More specifically, he was in Cheryl's HQ, completely reveling in his time in their wide, spacious bath. After the huge fight in the afternoon, he was physically and psychically drained. He could tell if he let his guard down, his consciousness would melt into the warm water. Nonetheless, his body gradually sunk into the water. Watching him, Alpha, who was also in the bath albeit only as a hologram, warned him. Akira, if you fall asleep, you will drown. Whoops. Akira pushed his body back up. He fixed his posture. Unfortunately, his drowsiness continued to pervade him. As he was bobbing his head, having a hard time holding it up, Carol, who was physically present, prompted him. Akira, if you're too sleepy, you can just sleep here. I'll hold your body up. Akira had his eyelids already half closed as he turned toward Carol. Seeing his exhausted face, Carol gave a soft smile. If it's too much to handle, I'll be there to help you. I did say something like that, remember? That's right. Believe to you then. While in his hazy conscious state, Akira believed that it should be fine. Thus, he left everything else to Carol. As his consciousness turned dark, his eyelids slowly closed. He gradually lost control of his body as the exhaustion crept in. Eventually, he laid his body on her. Carol received him and hugged him. Since Carol now had full control of Akira's body, she moved Akira in front of her and hugged him from behind. Thanks to Carol's plentiful chest, which she nurtured to seduce men, Akira was lulled to sleep until he finally closed his eyes. Carol was looking at him with a gentle smile on her face. It was obvious she was enjoying this. Cheryl stared at Carol and Akira as it happened. You two are pretty close. Well, we did entrust our lives to each other back in the wasteland, after all. So, this much is nothing. I see. Cheryl pouted. That was not something that she could do. Even if she made her resolve and went out to the wasteland together with Akira, she would be nothing but a burden. She would basically be an amateur hunter after all. Thus, she was doing her best to support and help Akira. She wanted to help him with everything but knew her own limitations when it came to fighting. As I thought, everything else is not as meaningful as being able to fight side by side with him. Cheryl sighed inside her heart and said, Carol-san, I'm sure that you're exhausted as well. So, I can take your place if you want. It's fine. I have a nanomachine-enhanced body, after all. I see. They both stayed close, next to the sleeping Akira. They both wished to stay beside him in the future as well. One was smiling brightly while the other was smiling wryly. After the bath, Due to Cheryl's suggestion, Akira decided to sleep in Cheryl's room. Carol simply smiled and did not say anything. Back in the wasteland, in the Lion Steel facility in Higuraka residence ruin, Pamela gave a full report to Chloe, who was still inside the inner wall. Chloe was reflected on a display. Although she seemed calm after hearing Pamela's report, there was no smile on her face. That I see, so, Lottie's is gone. Yes, but he still can move. I'm controlling his body right now. Behind Pamela was Lottie's corpse. It had gone through a simple medical procedure and was standing. Unfortunately, it was impossible to control his expression. Thus, Lottie's was simply staring blankly, expressionless. His corpse had been turned into a remote biological automaton. Chloe-sama, to continue my duty, I wish to be granted permission to use rank 9 equipment. Chloe looked at Pamela in confusion. I don't have the authority to grant you that. I'm sure you are aware, no? I am aware. My hope is for Chloe-sama to convey this request to the branch head, Beltram-sama. What are you planning to do with this equipment? Of course, I will hunt Akira and Reina down with it. Unfortunately, the hunters could not take Akira down even when they prepared equipment and tools worthy of a 50 billion Aurum bounty hunt. We could increase Akira's bounty. But at this point, it would be more efficient to hunt him down ourselves. We've also confirmed intervention from the 4th Ward. So, I am sure that Beltram-sama would understand this as a necessity. I'm sure he doesn't want you to kill Reina's group though. What's more, if a battle between wards breaks out, I'm sure that the branch heads would have to make their moves as well. I think we can deal with Reina's group when that happens. Considering that they attacked us with such precise timing, it is likely they are already working with Akira. We've also received a report that the head of the 4th Ward, Flip-sama, had made contact with Akira as well. I'm certain Beltram-sama will not keep quiet for long. Thus, I believe this is a good opportunity to take care of Reina's group, along with Akira. Chloe frowned. She noticed how Pamela kept coming up with counterarguments. This was no longer a matter of a servant presenting her master with options. Instead, she was pushing Chloe to make a specific decision. The authority to make a decision laid on the master, not the servant. Chloe glared at Pamela through the display. She placed a unique pressure on her, as a member of the founding family of Lion Steel. Even so, Pamela did not step back. Her eyes were filled with emotions as she stared back at Chloe. Chloe gave a light sigh and disengaged from the staring contest. Fine. I will ask the branch head. Well then, it's already pretty late. I will end the call here. Pamela, take a good rest and prepare for your next task. Thank you very much. Pamela gave a deep bow and closed the call. After Chloe disappeared from the display, Lottie's walked and stood beside her. Pamela smiled at him. Although this was still his real body, he was already dead and got turned into an automaton. Lottie's, let's do our best. Pamela's smile was tainted by the insanity stirring inside her. After Pamela closed the call, Chloe sighed once again and looked up at the ceiling. So, Lottie's is gone. Chloe was still quite young. It would still feel natural to call her a little girl. For such a young girl, it was natural for her to hold feelings toward him, a loyal servant, who had served and supported her for years. As a member of the founder family of Lion Steel, she never revealed her longing for him. Even if she had to hide how she felt, it did not mean such emotions went away. She had always thought that one day, when she had enough influence and power, she would convey her feelings to Lottie's. A day when someone she loved got taken as hostage would be trivial to resolve with her power and influence. But that day would never come. Beads of tears formed and ran down her cheek. Chloe kept wiping them off with her finger and flicking them away. It was indeed depressing to lose someone important to her. However, she could not allow it to affect her. As a member of the Lawrence family, it was something that she was not allowed to do. That was just how she was brought up, and that was what she had decided to do. Being unable to express her sorrow except with tears, only showed her immaturity. She shed her last tear and wiped it away. It was as if she had declared that final teardrop to suffice as a representation of her sorrow and that she had overcome Lottie's death. She then sighed once more. But this time, she had a sorrowful look on her face. But still, losing 2 servants really hurts. Chloe already knew that Pamela's goal had shifted to taking revenge. However, she was completely fine with it. The only thing that bothered her was Pamela's overwhelming desire for revenge, which had taken priority over her loyalty toward the company. A servant who prioritized their own desires over their master was no servant at all. With Lottie's gone and Pamela's change in attitude, Chloe had effectively lost 2 of her retinues. Up until now, I've been using both of them as my extension outside the inner wall. I must now think of another way. Since Chloe no longer recognized Pamela as her servant, she had no other choice but to abandon her. The next day, Akira woke up in Cheryl's room. As he was about to push his body up from the bed, he felt something obstruct him. He turned his head and noticed Cheryl was using him as a pillow. Therefore, he carefully moved her aside so as not to wake her up and left the bed. That was when Alpha greeted him. "Morning, Akira. How was your sleep?" "Alpha, this morning. I think I slept pretty well. Carol's camping vehicle is comfortable, but it's just that as I thought, I can sleep much better on a proper bed," Akira stated. Alpha smiled wryly and said to him, "Well, from what you said, it seems like you really did have an amazing sleep. Why are you emphasizing that? Unlike when you slept in the middle of the wasteland, everyone basically now knows where you are. Don't you feel anxious at all?" You have a point." Akira broke out a smile. It did make sense now that Alpha mentioned it. "Well, it should be fine. If something happens, I'm sure you'll wake me up, right? I will at least have enough time to put on my augmented suit, right?" "Of course. You can leave that to me." Alpha smiled confidently and proclaimed. Akira also smiled back at her with confidence. Cheryl suddenly woke up and looked around, confused. "Akira, good morning. Who are you talking to?" "Nah, I was just talking to myself." "Is that so?" Akira replied so nonchalantly that Cheryl did not find it suspicious at all. Thus, she dropped the subject. Noticing that he escaped from scrutiny, Akira exhaled in relief. He still maintained his expression as he telepathically spoke to Alpha. "That was dangerous. I should be more careful." "Well, I guess that just means that you were really able to relax here." Seeing Alpha smiling teasingly at him, Akira made a bitter smile. He reminded himself to be extra careful. Around the same time, Katsuragi was driving his trailer through the slums, which were not normally empty. As usual, Darius was sitting on the seat beside him. However, for some reason he was frowning. He was looking at Katsuragi with a stern gaze. "Say, Katsuragi, are you sure we will be okay? Don't you think this is a little too dangerous?" Even Katsuragi seemed to be as equally worried as Darius. However, since he had made his decision, there was no hesitation in his voice. "I know. But if this goes well, it will be massively profitable. This is a golden opportunity. You know that, right?" "Of course I know. If it doesn't go well, they will hunt us like fugitives, you know." Katsuragi laughed heartily as if to push aside his doubts and worries. "Don't worry. Compared to that time when we went to the front line like a couple of madmen, this is basically nothing." "Is that so? I honestly think this time is more or less as dangerous as that time, though. We almost got killed back then too, remember? If we hadn't met Akira, we would have been dead by now, you know. But that doesn't change the fact that we're still alive and kicking now. Also, what Akira did back then was basically hold off a whole monster swarm. He did it with just a single assault rifle, right? So, if all of us have better equipment, he'll do just fine. That's where I'll place my bets." The trailer was filled to the brim. It was filled with powerful equipment that no normal hunters around Kagemayama City would be able to afford. Naturally, Katsuragi would normally not deal with these kinds of equipment. However, he did this only for one person. He was betting everything on Akira. And if we can sell everything to him, it can be chalked up as a single favor from us. We can also get even more money. We can't afford to let this chance slip by. Darius, you should get yourself fired up too. Darius had been together with Katsuragi for a long time. As he recalled all the crazy things that they did together out in the wasteland, Darius smiled and agreed. Geez, it can't be helped then. Good grief. Here we are, running through the slums, but it feels as tense as the frontline wasteland. At the moment, a 50 billion bounty target was hiding inside the slums. Thus, there was a high chance high-ranking hunters after Akira would attack the slums. Darius was aware of this and was keeping his eyes on the scanner, which kept close watch of his surroundings. Katsuragi, I'm basically helping you go through this dangerous place. So, make sure to pay me handsomely if this goes well, yeah? Of course. So, make sure that you do your job properly, okay? Katsuragi and Darius were laughing. Everything out of their mouth was spoken at the top of their lungs as they were heading toward Cheryl's HQ, where Akira was. As Akira was checking his equipment inside the camping vehicle, he received a message from Katsuragi. Thus, he decided to go out of HQ to greet him. He opened up the robust shutter to allow Katsuragi in. Once Katsuragi moved the trailer inside, the shutter closed once again. Akira stared at Katsuragi, who was in the driver's seat with a solemn expression. Katsuragi, let me confirm this first. It's only you and Darius in that trailer, right? Yeah, I came here with powerful equipment specifically for you. After all, you got a 50 billion bounty on your head. Feel free to thank me. As Katsuragi spoke in a good mood, Akira's gaze turned cold. All right then. In that case, you don't mind if I kill anyone else inside that trailer, right? What? Katsuragi was obviously confused. Darius, on the other hand, quickly understood what was going on and reached for his rifle. He quickly aimed it inside the trailer. Meanwhile, he used his information-gathering device to check for anyone else inside. However, he did not find anyone else. He still had his rifle aimed inside the trailer as he glanced at Akira and asked, Akira, there should be no one else other than us here. Is there someone else? Akira lowered his shoulders and shook his head. Nope, sorry. It was just to be safe. Katsuragi and Darius sighed in relief at the exact same time. Good grief, don't scare me like that. Sorry, I had to at least be this cautious. I'm sure you can understand that too, right? Well, yeah. But if you would go this far, I'm sure you know just how dangerous it is for us to do this, right? Yeah, and I'm thankful for it. That's good to hear. Come in then. Katsuragi changed gear and invited Akira in from the back door of the trailer. He and Darius also moved to the back of the trailer. He had the weapons he was so proud of behind him. Katsuragi looked at Akira with the serious expression of a merchant. Let me tell you this beforehand. I will give you a tour of my goods, but the price would be the wasteland price. You might accuse me of greatly jacking up the price. However, from my perspective, I'm basically selling weapons, ammo, and medicine to a 50 billion bounty target set by Lion Steel. This price reflects the risk we are taking. So I won't accept any complaints, or it's... I know. Don't worry. Kobayashi also warned me about that before. All right then. Let's start. By the way, I'm fine if you want to bargain, so feel free to do so. Katsuragi's smile was one typical of a merchant. He wore it as he started giving Akira a tour inside his trailer. Akira was listening to Katsuragi while looking around together with Carol and Cheryl. Cheryl's eyes popped out when she found out that most of the goods here could easily cost above 100 million orum. However, watching how Carol and Akira were so calm about it, she felt this huge gap between them. She could not help but feel a bit discouraged by it. Carol thought that they were indeed rather expensive, but considering the situation that Akira was in, it was understandable to some extent. Thus, she bitterly smiled. She then casually asked Akira about his budget. Akira, do you think you can buy some? If it's too expensive, I don't mind helping you with the bargaining if you want me to. Akira pondered over it for a moment. He believed Carol would include her side job into the bargain, so he shook his head and said, No, it's fine. You don't need to hold back, you know. You can do whatever you want with the ones that you're going to buy. As for me, I'll just buy mine normally. Hearing that, Carol's smile turned rather stiff. Akira, are you bothered by that kind of thing? 10 billion orum per night, right? Even I have no desire to owe you that big of a debt. So, I'll thank you for your offer but still refuse. Thank you for the offer. Carol was relieved after Akira expressed himself. She then continued browsing the other items available. I see. In that case, I guess I will also just buy them normally. Akira also continued browsing the items. But since all of them were extremely expensive, he was having a hard time adjusting his budget. As he was pondering over his choices, no good idea came up. Suddenly, a telepathic call from Shiro reached him. Akira, you need money, right? Yep. I have some here, you know? Of course, you have to pay it back later. So, you're planning to make me take on your request as repayment, huh? Exactly. I helped you back then during that fight against those hunters as well. Adding that into the equation, you should owe me enough to take my request, no. In order to encourage Akira to take his request, Shiro had to help Akira first. That was the reason why he was traveling with Akira in the first place. Though, because he was so close, he got involved in the hunt for Akira. Nonetheless, that was an opportunity to provide support to Akira. With his previous support and the sum he was going to lend Akira, he thought that it should be sufficient to make Akira accept his request. However, Akira rejected his offer. I see. But unfortunately, it is not enough. What? You might have gotten killed back there if it wasn't for my help, you know? That's just how valuable my help is, no. Yeah, I do think so. Then why? Wouldn't it be enough already? Because I evened it out when I didn't tell Yanagisawa of your location. As a matter of fact, considering how strong those two were, I would even say you owe me one. After all, those two were even more powerful than those hunters, and you know it. Furthermore, Yanagisawa said that he would kill me if I don't tell them your location. Even so, I still refuse to tell them. That one is a huge favor from me, don't you think? Shiro went silent. Since he knew just how powerful Hammers was, he could not refute Akira's words. He only thought that Akira refused to leak his location because of pride. However, it does not change the fact that it would have been the end of him if Akira had told them his location. As he thought it over and really could not bring himself to say that it was not counted since he never asked him to do so. Akira then continued. And also, if you're seriously thinking of employing me for firepower, you should pay for all my equipment instead of just a part of it. That way, I will get better equipment, which is also a good thing for you, right? That's true, but still. I can promise you that I will use all the money you give me for equipment. Well, I won't tell you to believe me or anything. And I won't force you either. It's completely up to you. Shiro hesitated. It was a promise offered by someone who would not confess even when faced with Yanagisawa. Therefore, Akira's promise was something he could rely on. Judging from Akira's battle against the hunters, there was no denying Akira was indeed a powerful hunter. Furthermore, it would be awful for him as well if Akira died. Overall, it was not a bad idea to increase Akira's upfront payment. Even so, with no chrome left, if Shiro also lost all his aurum, it would really be the end if Akira died or betrayed him. Thus, he could not make his decision. He could not decide whether to place all his bets on Akira or not. As such, he chose to make a compromise. How about this instead? As a form of upfront payment, I will pay for everything this time. How much will you owe me if I do that? I know that your situation is not that good right now, but I can say the same for me as well. Depending on my situation after I got my new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry, I at least will be willing to prioritize your request. And when will that equipment arrive? In about a week if I'm lucky, a month if nothing bad happens, and 3 months if I'm really unlucky. Or so I was told about a week ago. What the heck, it's already been a week since then. The time window that Shugadome gave to Shiro was only 1 month, of which he had already used 1 week. It was a bit doubtful if he could wait until Akira's new equipment arrived. Akira, do you need that equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry no matter what? Like I said, it would depend on the situation. If Chloe dies before it arrives, I have no reason to break through the inner wall. Depending on how much I owe you, I don't mind doing your request first while waiting for my new equipment. Though, I can get much stronger if you are willing to wait. Unless there's something important. To be honest, I would rather wait for my new equipment. Shiro was in a pickle. Though it depended on his luck, waiting was not completely out of the question. Thus, he decided to try to increase that possibility as much as possible with his own effort. All right then. That's good enough for me. I know I'm the one who suggested it, but are you really fine with that? Yeah. I don't want you to die after all. I will handle the account transfer from here. Later then. Shiro then closed the call. That was right when Katsuragi finished the tour. Akira, that would be all the items that I have today. I know that your budget is not unlimited. It would all be in vain if you are too frugal now and end up getting yourself killed, yeah? I think it's better if you spend as much as you can here. Katsuragi believed that Akira's budget this time was tighter than usual. Thus, he said that in an attempt to push him to spend more. Katsuragi was greatly amazed when he heard the news that Akira managed to repel the hunters who came after him. Unfortunately, that event would not yield Akira any funding. As a matter of fact, Akira would have had to spend a lot to repel them. Even when he was aware of this, Katsuragi still stuffed his trailer with expensive equipment and came to Akira. This was all based on nothing but his intuition. That was why he made an offer to Akira. But well, if you don't have enough to purchase what you want, here is the thing. About the bargaining I mentioned earlier. Don't worry about that. I will just buy them normally. Katsuragi was obviously taken aback. However, Akira simply ignored him as he casually picked some equipment off the shelves. An augmented suit, ammo, medicines, bike parts. He carried all kinds of things off from the trailer and unloaded them into the garage. I guess this should be enough. Katsuragi, how much is the total? Come again. Katsuragi managed to return to reality as he awkwardly calculated the total. Alright. Rounding it up, it is 16 billion orum. Akira took out his hunter ID and casually handed it over to Katsuragi. Katsuragi clumsily received the ID with a stiff smile. He processed the payment, and as expected, it went through without an issue. The moment Katsuragi saw the payment notice, he was so shocked that he nearly fainted. Thankfully, Darius flusteredly held Katsuragi up. Katsuragi? Get a hold of yourself. Seeing how Katsuragi was laughing awkwardly due to the shock, Akira was reminded of the amount of money that he used in that transaction. That I heard that even 10 billion orum is only spare change. As I thought, it is not really something that can be considered as a small sum. Alpha smiled wryly when she heard him say that. It seems like you've grown to the point where your equipment can no longer be bought using spare change anymore. But frontline equipment is even stronger than this. Make sure you don't let your guard down. Let's continue to wait for them to arrive, okay? Of course. But still, it makes me wonder just how crazy the Eastern Front line is. Akira began to imagine a perilous place. A place which even his new 16 billion orum equipment would not suffice. A place where he had to get even stronger equipment just to have a chance to survive. As his thoughts wandered off, his body continued to move as he proceeded to prepare his new equipment. Meanwhile, Katsuragi continued to laugh awkwardly. It took some time before he could finally calm down. Seeing Akira preparing his new equipment, Cheryl lightly sighed and thought, 16 billion orum, huh? The gap between us is only getting wider again. The relics from Tsubaki's area, which were coming to her shop with the help of an abe, were a huge boon to her relic shop business. Unfortunately, Cheryl could only support Akira for about 100 million orum. She thought that at this rate, she should be able to repay all her debt to Akira soon. However, upon seeing how Akira just paid 16 billion orum like it was nothing, she felt disheartened. After all, her perceived worth of 100 million orum crashed right into the ground. Furthermore, the relic shop was temporarily put on hold because of the current situation. The size of the gang had also greatly diminished as well. It had become exceedingly difficult for her to repay Akira. Cheryl could not hide her sorrow. She had thought that she was slowly but surely getting closer to Akira. But now reality has hit her. She found out that was not the case at all. Eventually, Katsuragi returned to his senses. He heaved a huge sigh wearing an equally huge smile. He glanced at Cheryl with a frown. Cheryl, just when exactly did Akira become able to casually pay that much? I heard that he received quite a lot from the intercity transport escort mission. However, I thought that he had already spent it all on his own equipment. It's Akira, after all. I'm sure he's earning from other sources as well. You have a point. Judging from Cheryl's reaction, Katsuragi was certain that Cheryl was equally clueless about how Akira had earned so much. Thus, he began to be suspicious of Akira's relationship with Cheryl. After all, Akira did not even share his monetary sources with her. Since he thought that it was better to keep it to himself, Katsuragi did not voice it out. Cheryl naturally noticed. However, she was pretending not to notice. Thus, she asked Katsuragi in a manner which seemed as if she was venting. Katsuragi-san, if you really had thought that Akira did not have that much, then why did you come here with all this expensive equipment? I don't see how that would be useful to you at all. After all, even if you brought them here, Akira would not have been able to purchase them. Well, about that, I just thought that if it's Akira, then it should be okay. Well, it turns out that my hunch was right, no? That just means my intuition as a merchant is as good as ever. Though I might sound haughty, feel free to admire my merchant skill. After all, I did not let this chance slip by. Katsuragi really thought that Akira would not be able to afford anything but a handful of ammo. The reason why he brought expensive equipment, knowing Akira would most likely not be able to purchase them, was to lure Akira to negotiate with him. As a 50 billion bounty target, many hunters were closely observing Akira's moves. When Akira managed to repel the groups of hunters that attacked him, it was only natural for other hunters to get interested in his equipment. It was an extremely effective method of advertising. Katsuragi had brought the expensive equipment from Kiryu and Tosan, using Kobayashi as an intermediary to procure them. He was planning on renting them to Akira, which would bind him under a contract. If everything went as he had envisioned it, he would be able to get powerful connections to these large companies and force Akira to only purchase equipment from him. The profits from this were huge. Naturally, at that point, his relationship with Akira would change to that of a lender and a borrower. However, since it was not a sale but instead a rental, it was a plan made for long-term profits. Unfortunately, Akira did not borrow from him but managed to purchase new equipment from Katsuragi. Thus, the rental contract of equipment worth 16 billion orum had turned to dust. Instead, it had become a pure sale of 16 billion orum. The transaction of 16 billion orum had shocked Katsuragi so much that he nearly fainted. Cheryl had an inkling of what Katsuragi was trying to do. Thus, she hatched a plan and then lightly reminded Katsuragi that it was all possible because the person in question was Akira. Cheryl then reminded Katsuragi, "Well, your sale went so well that you nearly fainted. Please continue to support us with that amazing business skill of yours. Of course, that is, as long as you and Akira are together, naturally." This meant that their relationship would end the moment Akira died. They both had all kinds of thoughts in their minds as they were staring silently at Akira, who was busy with his new equipment. Chapter 281, The Aftermath of a Trouble. After finishing their businesses with Akira and the others, Katsuragi and Darius started their preparation to leave Cheryl's base. Before he left, Katsuragi, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, left a few words to Akira. "I'm glad that I don't have to go looking for you out in the middle of the wasteland. Good luck. And don't die, Akira. You too. I heard that the area around here is regarded as a part of the wasteland. So be careful out there." "You can definitely say that again." Both of them smiled at each other. Akira, with his usual smile, and Katsuragi, with a wry one. Katsuragi then started the trailer and left. Akira closed the shutter down and heaved a sigh. "I got new equipment and replenished my ammo stock. I guess what's left is to wait, huh?" He would attack back when attacked. If there were no problems, he would raid the inner wall once he got his new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Either way, there was no rush to do either. The only thing he could do right now was to wait. With that in mind, Akira reminded himself to calm down. Not to get ahead of himself. Alpha, who saw him act in such a manner, found it to be rather strange. "Akira, what's with that troubled face? You got new equipment and were able to replenish your reserve ammo, right? Well, it's 16 billion aurum, you know? Although it's an upfront payment, it's basically a form of debt. I don't have the money to pay it back. Akira was thinking of repaying any of his debt as soon as possible. Naturally, paying the debt back was his priority, and he assumed that the other party did think of it as a debt. Even so, 16 billion aurum was not a small sum for Akira. We can just do his request sometime soon. I'm sure it will be fine. Well, that might be true. But we don't know for sure when we will actually be able to do his request. A debt which I don't know when I can pay back? I still really can't mentally set it aside. At the moment, Akira could not achieve anything without making some sacrifices. Nonetheless, he still feels like he might have made a mistake. His thoughts were still stuck with the sum that he had received from Shiro as upfront payment. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. Let's just hope that you will find a time after we're done with the current issues. Your worries are meaningless if you die after all, right? That you're right. Akira finally relaxed. He might not be able to pay back the 16 billion aurum debt. However, to at least begin repaying, he needed to survive. Thus, he decided to look at his situation with optimism. Akira, putting that aside, you have received a message from Drenkum and Reina. Both are requesting to meet you in person. After Akira heard the details of both messages from Alpha, he was a little bit caught off guard. He asked Alpha to tell them to come here if they really wanted to meet him. It did not take long for both to reply, I am coming right away. A vehicle with Drenkum's logo was racing through the slums. There were only two people in that vehicle, Arabe, who was a negotiator from Drenkum, and Shikarabe. Arabe was the one who had to explain the situation to Akira, and was there to speak with him. Meanwhile, Shikarabe was there as Arabe's escort. With the looming trouble just right around the corner, Arabe, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, sighed. Negotiate with a 50 billion aurum bounty target? Huh. This is not something a normal hunter gang would do. Even if we're from the same city, you know? Shikarabe smiled wryly. But we have no other choice but to do it, right? To prevent further conflict with Akira after the Katsuya incident, we even went as far as to prepare a peace treaty through the Hunter office. If we are going to scrap that peace treaty, in the worst-case scenario, the whole gang might get eradicated, you know? And that's by the Hunter office? Or by Akira? Is there a difference? Hearing that, Arabe once again sighed and could not refute. Nonetheless, he commented, to think that incident would cause problems till this point? Katsuya was a huge pain when he was still alive, and he is still causing trouble even after his death. What a really troublesome guy. That's just the way it is, but it is also thanks to him that Drenkum can grow this big. So, let's just think of it as us finally needing to pay our dues. Arabe raised his eyebrows since it sounded like Shikarabe giving Katsuya recognition. I didn't expect you of all people would say something like that. I thought you hate him. And I did tell you this so many times before. I'm not that stupid as to let my personal feeling affect my evaluation. Really now? Seeing how Shikarabe was talking about Katsuya with a smile, Arable cracked out a soft smile. He concluded that his friend had already gotten over Katsuya. But still, what can I say? It's as you had warned me before. I'm glad that I didn't invite Akira to join Drenkum. No one in their right mind would pick a fight with Lion Steel. In the worst-case scenario, he might even drag Drenkum into his fight with Lion Steel. Thank goodness I didn't invite him. Told you. My intuition is as sharp as ever. So, what is your intuition saying this time? Let's see. Well, we should manage somehow, I guess. I see. I guess I will pin my hope on that intuition of yours. Arabe smiled as he was partially serious about what he said. Seeing his friend like this, Shikarabe cracked out a bitter smile. He seemed to be genuinely happy that his friend had so much faith in him. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that Shikarabe and Arabe had the fate of Drenkum on their shoulders. The weight continued to press on them as they proceeded through the slums and into where Akira was. Around the same time, a vehicle with a Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward Branch's logo on it was racing through the slums. It was a vehicle that Reina's group had borrowed. There was a large Lion Steel logo painted on it, which bothered Reina. Say, Shirori, is it really going to be fine meeting Akira in this vehicle? I have contacted Akira-sama beforehand and I have sent the ID code of this vehicle. As long as Akira-sama doesn't see us as hostile, I am sure that he will not attack this vehicle. Moreover, I cannot recommend going through the wasteland on foot. Meanwhile, if we try to hide with camouflage, it would make us look suspicious. Wasteland? Yes, please think of this area as a part of the wasteland. I'm not being hyperbolic. It really is being treated as part of the wasteland. With a 50 billion bounty target hiding in the slums, the border to the lower district was now being guarded by the city defense squad. Basically, it was recognized as a dangerous area. There would be no surprise if a large-scale battle suddenly broke out. Thus, it was to be expected that the area got recognized as a part of the wasteland. Kane smiled amusedly and asked, "Well, Insan, there's no need to worry about the small things at this point, no?" "Small things? It's for Milady's safety, you know." "Insan, are you being serious? The moment Milady agreed to come with us to kill Chloe-sama, there's no need to mention this kind of small things anymore." Shirori frowned. She could not refute Kane's point. They had basically abandoned the third ward and joined the fourth ward. They could have asked the fourth ward to ensure Reina's safety. However, it would be meaningless if the fourth ward used this as an opportunity to take Reina hostage. Reina also adamantly insisted on joining them. Thus, Shirori made the decision to take Reina along and protect Reina by herself. Togami suddenly interjected. "Shiori-san, Akira will believe you when you state we are not hostile towards him, right? Wouldn't that already be good enough?" "Well, that's true, but I don't see any other options. The third ward will see us as enemies, especially after we allied with the fourth ward to kill Chloe and the others. To prevent any possibility of the fourth ward handing Reina over to the third ward, it is better to bring her along with us. I believe you already considered this, and it is the main reason why you agreed to take her with us. It's also why we are working together." "That's true, but still." Shirori sounded defeated as bit her lips. Watching her smile, Reina finally joined into the conversation. "I do feel bad for dragging all of you here for my selfishness. But please help me out here. Please don't worry about it, milady. As long as I am alive, I will always be by your side to serve you." Shirori was so happy that her master was worried for her. That joy made her inadvertently pledge her loyalty. However, she soon realized that her words, "Please don't worry about it, milady," had basically approved of their current situation. Furthermore, Reina intentionally spoke to induce her to say what she had said. "Milady, you've really become strong." "Is that so? I will take as a compliment." Reina smiled happily with dignity suitable for a master. When they arrived at Cheryl's base, they also saw Shikarabe and Arabe. As both parties stated that they were there to meet Akira, they both went inside the base together. Akira was a bit surprised to see Drankum's group come in together with Reina's group. However, he decided to talk with Drankum's group first. Facing a 50 billion bounty target, Arabe nervously and cautiously stated why he was here. "I'm sure you have read my message, but allow me to convey it one more time. First, Drankum has no desire to be hostile with you. So please, keep this in mind as you listen to what I need to say next." It was basically about what was left of the Katsuya faction, what they might do, how to handle them, and a formal apology from Drankum. The Katsuya faction was a huge faction inside Drankum. However, with Katsuya's death, its influence quickly waned. Nonetheless, they had infallible loyalty towards Katsuya. Many of them still held a strong grudge against Akira. Some of them signed the peace treaty with a heavy heart. Some even outright refused to sign the peace treaty. In the end, Drankum decided not to kick all of them out of the gang. Instead, they chose to keep them under close observation. After all, it would be troublesome for Drankum if they sneaked out of the gang to attack Akira on the same day they left. The peace treaty between Drankum and Akira was made through the Hunter office. If they left Drankum and immediately attacked Akira, Drankum could not simply relinquish their responsibility by claiming that those who attacked Akira had already left the gang. Moreover, many of the Katsuya faction were youngsters. In order not to prolong the feud between the young and the veteran members of the gang decided not to deliver any harsh punishment onto them. They originally planned to let time naturally chip away their grudge. Their decision was partially right. Unfortunately, it had also partially backfired. Just the other day, several members who were under close watch suddenly vanished. Since they were not kicked out of the gang and were put under close watch, Drankum was able to track their movements. There was fear that they would use Akira's situation as an opportunity to attack him. Since they stayed with Drankum after the incident, Drankum could not simply claim that they had nothing to do with the gang. No matter what they come up with, their association could not be dropped. Thus, the gang had no other choice but to do something to resolve this situation internally. In this situation, I want you to understand something. Even if they attack you sometime soon, it's not Drankum's will. They are acting independently. We will take this as an internal issue and deal with them ourselves. Considering the situation, you might want to ask for some escorts from Drankum. However, this is an internal problem. So, I'm sorry to say this. Although we will not be hostile with you, we cannot join your side. We will stay neutral, so I hope you can understand. Arabe explained and lowered his head to perform a deep bow. On the other hand, Akira did not understand why he would come all the way here just to say this. For all that he cared, they could just handle it themselves without telling him. Thus, Alpha warned Akira. This was just how badly Drankum did not want to get into a fight with him. However, Drankum was also afraid of being seen as Akira's ally by Lion Steel. That was why they came all the way here. It was to cement their neutral position. Thus, although with a slight delay, Akira was finally able to understand why Arabe came all the way here just to explain. I see. Fine then. It's also a positive for me that you have no wish to fight me. It's also helpful if you are going to eliminate those who are trying to attack me. So, feel free to do whatever you want. Thank you very much. Arabe raised his head and sighed in relief. Watching him, Shikarabe smiled wryly. The next order of business was with Reina's group. Reina stepped to the front as the representative. Let's see, where should I start? I guess I should start with our situation, huh? Reina then gave a short explanation to Akira. It was basically about Reina's group accepting a mission to kill Chloe from Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward Branch. The fact that they were already opposing Chloe. They even tried to attack Chloe's group. Although they did not manage to kill her, they were able to kill Lottie's. They also managed to kill off some hunters that were attacking Akira in the process. Finally, in the worst-case scenario, a war between branches might break out. Akira was astonished. In the previous message, Reina only mentioned someone about their discussion being related to Lion Steel and Chloe. He never thought that it would be this big of a bombshell. So, there's something I need to confirm with you about the matter with Chloe. It's not like you will tell us to keep our hands off her since she's your prey, right? Nah. Just because I want to kill her, doesn't mean I wish others will not try to do so. You can go ahead and kill her if you want. As a matter of fact, I don't really care even if it's due to a disease or an accident. As long as she's dead, I don't really care. I knew you would say that. Reina casually exclaimed, but deep inside, she was extremely relieved. Logically, antagonizing the Lion Steel Company would yield no benefits. Nonetheless, Akira had done it. Thus, there was a good chance that Akira tends to decide based on his emotions. Even if he did it purely out of his own interest, it only proves just how abnormal his thought process was. Thus, Reina was worried that Akira might insist on killing Chloe with his own hands. That he might see anyone in his way as enemies. Reina was relieved after she was given confirmation. Everything was just her own concerns. Just one more thing. We are both aiming to kill Chloe. So, do you want to work together? That way, the 4th Ward will be able to provide you with support. I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. I want to have the freedom to decide my actions. If I work together with someone else and something goes wrong, it might turn really troublesome. That's true. If you're going to say yes here, then you would have already accepted Branch Manager Flip's offer. Reina expected Akira to turn down her offer. Since he did as she had expected, she moved on to the next subject. In that case, would it be okay if we stay close to you? With Chloe after you, it's better for us if we stay near you. If possible, we want to use this HQ as well. That was when Shikarabi suddenly interjected. It would be great if you can grant us permission as well. Though we won't stay as your bodyguard, this is a good opportunity for us to hunt those from Drankum who want to kill you. You're planning to stay around here for the time being, right? As long as you don't get in my way, you can do whatever you want. If you want to stay here, you should talk to Cheryl. After all, it's not like I own this place. I'm just borrowing this place from Cheryl as well. If she tells me to get out, I will have no other choice but to leave. Akira said it as a matter of fact. There were no signs he was joking. The others there were flummoxed and inadvertently turned towards Cheryl. I won't say such a thing. There were thorns in her words. It was rare for her to express annoyance toward Akira like this. Akira found it to be a bit weird. Meanwhile, seeing their exchange, Carol smiled bitterly. Shikarabi and the others were even more discombobulated. It seems like Akira would really obediently leave if Cheryl told him to get out. That was the atmosphere of the room at the moment. Shikarabi glanced at Arabe and Reina glanced at Shirori. Both Shirori and Arabe immediately stepped forward to negotiate. They treated Cheryl not as a leader of a slum gang, but as someone with the power to have a say on Akira's actions. As such, they had no other choice but to take their negotiations extremely seriously. The result was Reina's group being allowed to take one of the rooms inside HQ. Since it was a room that was prepared for guests who were looking for relics from Tsubaki's territory, the room was well decorated and of considerably good quality. Togami was amazed when he stepped into the room. Whoa! I didn't know something like this existed inside the slums. And here I thought they would assign us into a warehouse or something, but this is amazing. Ario, who guided Reina's group to the room, smiled wryly when he heard Togami's remark. Well, there's a good chance this whole place will be turned into a pile of rocks tomorrow. Akira was also inside the building. It would not be strange if the hunters after him attacked this place. The building's defenses have been bolstered by several modifications to the point it was as strong as a fort. Nonetheless, Ario, who had known Akira for a long time, knew once a building got involved in a fight with Akira in it, there was a good chance that it would collapse. This room is also equipped with a bath. Though, you can use the large bath that everyone usually uses if you want. For that one, you need to book a slot first before you can use it. You can book your time through the terminal installed in this room. But you need to know this first. If Akira-san or boss wants to use it, we will prioritize them. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. Although the room was luxurious for Togami, it was nothing special for Reina. She casually stepped into the room and looked around. I see. Well, it's only to be expected. It's Akira and the boss of this place after all. We're basically here because they allowed us to be here. Yeah, it can't be helped. It's Akira-san and the boss. It might be possible to make a compromise if it's only one of them, but with the two of them together, we can't really refuse them. Yeah, that's... What? Reina stopped midway. Ario just said something that caught her completely off guard. She frowned and tilted her head before asking for confirmation. Two of them together? Do you mean like, they go in the bath together? Yup, they're in a relationship after all. Oh, that's a bit unexpected. I always thought that Akira had no interest in that kind of thing. Is that why there's no separate bath for girls and boys registered in the reservation system? Yeah. Anyway, that will be all from me. I will take my leave now. Ario was able to notice that Reina had already guessed how their relationship worked. Cheryl was the aggressive one while Akira did not really care that much about it. He did not even care about Cheryl going into the bath with him. He immediately reflected on his words and regretted them. He should not have said anything. Looking for a quick retreat, he left the room. Unlike Reina, Shirori, and Canning, who were all female, Togami seemed rather jealous. Reina took notice and smiled as she asked him, "Togami, wanna go?" Reina did not say sh together, but her words already implied it. Reina did it intentionally as her smile deepened. Togami froze. He then slowly and carefully glanced at Shirori and Kane. If Milady wants to form a serious relationship with Togami-sama, it's not my place to say anything. As long as I don't think you're a bad guy, I won't do anything. Which meant, if it was not a serious relationship or if he was thought to be a bad guy, it would be his end. He would either be sliced into small pieces or beaten into a pulp. Togami had no courage to affirm that right now. I will have to go out for a bit. I need to check how Drankum plans to treat us. Seeing how Togami basically refused to give a straight answer, Kane and Shirori commented on him as he awkwardly laughed and left the room. What a wimp. Let's just say that he's being extra cautious. Kane was smiling amusedly while Shirori heaved a sigh. Reina was laughing since it turned out exactly as she had planned. However, there was a little bit of sorrow in it. As for Drankum, Cheryl was willing to let Drankum use one of the halls. Drankum also rented out some small rooms for resting. When Togami asked Arabe if he could use one of those small rooms, Arabe refused with no sign of compromise. "No, I won't let you make any connections to us. As I said, Drankum is taking a neutral stance. So, we won't give you any assistance." Reina had already formally left the gang. Meanwhile, Togami had formally taken the request from Reina as an individual. Thus, Reina's group no longer had anything to do with Drankum. The reason why Drankum forced Reina to leave the gang was to prevent the Lion Steel 3rd Ward branch from seeing the gang as hostile. By maintaining separate relations, Drankum was able to ascertain its neutral stance. A neutral stance can also be interpreted as taking the opposite side against all parties, you know? To ensure that wouldn't happen, we're being extra careful. Make sure that you don't get involved with us too. If you want to borrow another room, you should do so without us. If you understand, keep your distance from us. Alright, I'll do as you suggest. Togami sighed and left. After that, Shikarabi asked Arabe, "What do you think? We can go help Reina's group and form a connection with the 4th Ward branch. Togami got pretty powerful weapons from them, right? It would be great if we can get equipment of the same level as him, you know." "Oh. In exchange, I'm sure they'll want us to help them fight the 3rd Ward branch. If Drankum gets involved in a fight between two branches of Lion Steel, we will get wiped out in no time. Then, what if a portion of the Katsuya faction that left the gang went and allied with Chloe? I'm sure they'll not just throw their lives away. Isn't that exactly why they're keeping quiet up until now? There must be some kind of reason they are suddenly making their move now. That's plausible, but it's nothing but unfounded worry at the moment. If we ally with the 4th Ward due to it, we would be picking a fight with the 3rd Ward. Considering the current known facts, we can't afford to do that. Even if a portion of the Katsuya faction suddenly vanished because of Chloe, it was highly likely that they could only muster up till 100 million orum of supportive funding. Since Drankum should be able to deal with this internal issue by themselves, there was no need to rely on equipment from Lion Steel. Arabe then added that it was not easy to decide on what course of action they should take. Shikarabi finally backed off. "Well, it's your job. Officers are the ones calculating the profit and losses. So yeah, I get it. It's just that I'm a bit interested in equipment from Lion Steel. At the very least, it was not something that I can decide by ourselves here. I will at least bring up the idea to the other officers when we return." Arabe continued and this time laughed amusedly. "Well, let's say that we somehow ended up borrowing equipment from Lion Steel. Even if they send in made outfits, I will have you use them, you know? If that happens, wouldn't it be butler uniforms? Like the one that Togami is wearing? It's not like we can tell them what to send. But if we really end up doing that, I bet it will be exceptionally powerful equipment. It might even be worth considering Drankum to break its neutral stance. Well, no matter what the design is, if we really end up borrowing from them, I'll have you use them, okay? I'm good, I have my own augmented suit, you know? No. You're basically seen as the leader of the team when you're working outside. I will have you use them to act as an example. I will also do that for Kurosawa. Well, he's interested in that kind of thing if I'm not mistaken. I guess he would be the perfect person for this. But if I remember it correctly, he has no hobby cross-dressing though." Shikarabi smiled wryly as he thought that he should not have said what he had said back then. Akira was on the rooftop. He was looking around the surrounding area. A scene of the deserted slums was laid in front of him. Thanks to Alpha's support, he was able to detect anyone in the area. First was Ario and the others. They were using augmented suits with coordination support as they patrolled the area around HQ. Thanks to their equipment and training, they were able to work effectively as a team. They were already strong enough to fight evenly against common hunters. However, the hunters attacking should all be high-ranking hunters. After all, they were after a target worth 50 billion bounty. Even with everything they had, Ario and the others had zero chance of winning against them. Akira, aware of this, did not expect any meaningful support from them. At the moment, they were checking the surroundings with the help of the information-gathering devices spread around the area. They even had them installed outside of Cheryl's gang's area. Normally, that would provoke the other gangs into a fight. However, since the area around them basically got abandoned, no one around would complain. With the help of those information-gathering devices, they were able to check the situation inside the slums from afar. When they spotted Akira on the rooftop, some of them looked unhappy. They quickly looked away and scurried off when Akira looked back at them. Although there were not many, there were those that shot at Akira. They used their sniper rifles and shot barely within its effective range. That was just how tempting the 50 billion Aurum bounty was. However, even when they managed to shoot Akira from his blind side, Akira would simply evade it. He would make minimal movements and shoot back at them. His powerful bullet did not face anything it could consider a hindrance as it tore through flesh and blew their head off. It was the obvious end to those who mistook Akira's ability to shoot back. They got lured by his bounty and mistook the distance from him for safety. Alpha smiled and praised Akira. Nicely done. It's pretty impressive that you can already do this much all on your own. Is that so? Well, I guess it is if you say so. However, Akira still had a troubled look on his face. As expected, Alpha got a bit bothered by it. Is there anything that you find dissatisfying about that shot? That's not it, it's just, I didn't buy this equipment from Shizuka-san, right? I'm just a bit worried if it's going to be okay. One of the reasons why Akira always bought his equipment from Shizuka was because he admired her. Another reason was because of superstition. It was thanks to the equipment that he bought from Shizuka that he was able to survive for this long. At the moment, he was using equipment that he bought from Katsuragi. Akira knew that he was overthinking, but he could not shake off his worries. Thus, it kept bothering him. Even after he intentionally climbed up to the rooftop, exposed himself, tested his new equipment and had confirmed that it was fine, he still could not help but worry. Watching him act like this, Alpha smiled and tried to reassure him. Don't worry. It's perfectly fine. Even that bike that you bought in Ziegelt is working well, right? The equipment that will be arriving from Sakashita Heavy Industry is also not from Shizuka's shop, you know? If you keep getting bothered by this, you won't be able to fight with a focused mind. That you have a point. Akira gave a deep nod. It was as if he was convincing himself of what he had just said. That was when Togami came up to him, asking for an extra room. When he asked what Akira was doing up there, Akira just said that he was checking his new equipment. As expected, even Togami winced back when he was told this. Akira did not even need to say that he was using people who were attacking as target practice. Togami already figured it out without the need for Akira to tell him. Strangely enough, he was convinced Akira became a bounty target because of such actions. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.